As a female athlete, I feel such a balance between being fierce and feminine. And it's such a powerful feeling. The initial feeling that I get when I touch the ocean and the water, and I feel it on my skin. How do I describe it? It's just the most beautiful feeling in the world. My training needs to change. I need to be...
We're Tim and Nadine. We are wedding photographers based in Wellington, New Zealand. Using Studio Ninja has allowed us to reduce the amount of time that we spend doing the stuff that we hate the most in this business, which really is the paperwork. Studio Ninja gives us back time. Instead of spending time filling in spreadsheets, we can be off taking pictures, creating art, I don't know, relaxing, making puzzles.
Making puzzles.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that colour palette is often driven by the colour in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonise. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with colour and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
Okay, good morning and welcome to day number 3. Today's day number 3 of the APP, the Australian Photographic Prize Awards and Conference. We've had 2 days so far of pretty intense training and education, and the judging of the digital awards and the cinematic awards was on Thursday. Yesterday we had the Prince Awards for the, let me get this right, the commercial category, the pet and animal category, and there was a third one, the wedding category, and there was a fourth one actually, the one creative, the one that went forever. Thank you very much. We had a great, and the prints are amazing. They've been up on the wall. The award winners have been set. It's been a really epic day for that. And today we've got portrait, we've got travel, reportage, is that right? Reportage. And there's a few others in there as well. So it's been really cool so far. Our speakers yesterday, and some demonstrations. So if you haven't caught that on YouTube, make sure you go back. You'll get that as part of your live streaming reference as well. Is that right, Karen? That is right. Yeah, I thought I was right. So that's been pretty cool. Okay, we are up to day number 3. So what I love about the APP and photography conferences is that we get together, we get to hang out, we get to learn from each other, we get to see faces that we've never met before and faces that we've just known for a very long time. Ain't that right, Chris? And it's not via the computers. It's really cool. I love the getting around the speakers, the demonstrations, because you know people of people, but to get to hear them talk and see their work and talk to them in real life, it changes the way that you look at their work, and you just get to hear their heart and soul behind everything. And yesterday was so inspirational. We had such an inspirational day. We had everything from the start from Kelly Brown with finding your craft and getting inspired and really trying to figure out what you're doing and to get all that information and influence and put it into paper. And then we had Courtney Holmes, who came with box of tissues that I had to leave on the side because every time I walked in the room, someone was crying because it was so emotional, and how to draw video and photography out emotionally. And then we had Robin Moon, who was all about creating amazing travel photos and, living her best life of 60 plus, and we're just kind of like, I'm going on cruises and I'm just going to enjoy the moment. And then we finish off with Paul Holan. We're taking our photography and using our craft to change the world and to help people understand our the point of view that we see it as well. And it was just a really inspirational talk. I loved it. It was really cool. Even I might pick up a camera again. Said that for the last 6 years. But for those people that don't know me, my name is Mark Rosetto. I am a photographer. I'm a master photographer with the AIPP, a double master with the AIPP, master photographer with PPI. A photographer based in Melbourne originally. We used to photograph about 500 family portraits a year and 20 weddings as well. We photograph everything from families, pets, all the way to generations. And I sold that business in 2016 and moved to Queensland with my family, and now a full-time photography business coach, helping photographers all around the world create the business of their dreams and actually using their business to create a lifestyle that they really want to have, which is really cool. And I love doing that. Super cool. Okay, but enough about me. Today's timeline. Let me get this right. We have Chris Anderson coming up straight after I finish. Woo! And the crowd goes wild. Here he is, right over there. He even wrote that in my thing. But anyway, make sure that you say that I'm handsome. Okay, Tony Hewitt, and then Kelly Tunney and Kelly Brown. We have a double Kelly dose in the afternoon, which is fantastic. And then Peter John is going to be here doing a demonstration. So we've got the breaks along the way. Remember, the bathrooms are on your left-hand side, my right-hand side, and into the foyer. Not toilets in the foyer, like there's like doors into, you know what I meant. We've got a table here for teas and coffee and for the lunch breaks. We also have our shiny newbies and our little tags. So if you are new to the industry, you get a little green square. So if you've never been to a conference before, and it's a triangle, here's a triangle, put them together. Oh, see, now you've got me. The green square is triangle. Tomorrow, we'll be counting and learning numbers. The green triangle is for new people. The yellow triangle is for people that have been around forever, like Chris, all right? If you are a helpful hero, which I'm calling the yellow triangle, your job is to make sure that everyone in the room is comfortable. If you're a shiny newbie, the green one, then your job is to make sure that you let people know that you're new and to be like, hey, let's have a chat and let's get to know each other, all right? So we want to make sure that we've got those. I'll be handing those out afterwards as well. Okay, what else do we have here? Apart from that, the one rule that I have in conferences, so I host the Australian Industry Nights as well, is that no one is alone. Everyone's together. So you might be sitting alone now, but we would need to make sure that throughout the breaks and throughout today that you have the time to go chat to each other, because it's always nice to see who's who in the room. What do you do? How long have you been photographing for? What do you shoot with? Can I be friends with you? If we're shooting with different equipment, you can decide on that one. But I like to say, let's be the tide that raises all the ships, and let's work together as a team to make this industry awesome. All right? So that is everyone's job for today. Okay, enough of me. Chris Anderson, come on here, sir. Chris Anderson, he's written like 3 pages of why he's so awesome. No, it's only a few lines. I deleted it all. AIPP Master of 1 bar, NZIPP Master with Distinction of 1 bar, WPPI Master Photographer as well, illustrative awards of everything that you can think of, Dad of the Year in 2008 according to the trophy, focusing on commercial photography, performing arts, mental health and the impact of technology and people and their relationships. I must admit, I am a huge fan of Chris. If you don't know Chris's work, who's never seen Chris's work ever before? It's okay, you don't have to. Oh, everyone knows who you are. That's awesome. Big expectations. His work is amazing. I've judged it more times than I want to admit. And there's always a story in there, and it just blows your mind how, same with Paul yesterday, how he's using his photography to influence a world. Chris's photography influences the world through all the mental health and selfless. The Less series. The Less series. The Less series is just amazing. Are you talking about that today?
A bit.
Oh, I love it. Anyway, that's enough for me. I'm Dennis Scaroof. Everyone, big round of applause. Chris Anderson.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Mark. I actually got into Mark's notes before because he has all of his notes, and he had the bit that said, "My name is Mark Rossetto," and I changed it to "I am the very handsome Mark Rossetto," and he saw it and deleted it, which makes me really sad. I'm going to start with some gratitude. Thanks, Mark. I want to thank Kelly and Robin. Kelly and Robin? No. What's your name? Karen? My long-term friend? Karen and Robin for putting this whole event on. You can tell there's a ton of gratitude around the people that have been in the industry for a while because we haven't had this, so it's really cool. I want to thank you all for coming out today too, which is great, and hello to live stream people as well. Hopefully there's some really good value for you. A really big thanks to Azo as well, which has helped me be here to speak to you today. So if you're here in person, please go out and see Naveen on the booth because Azo have excellent equipment, and I'll talk a little bit about. I'm Canadian, so I say about. I'll talk about that some more in a minute. That's the thankfulness part. What's my deal? Why are you here listening to me? And who am I? And what's this Chris person? And what's my deal? A lot of speakers are going to talk about their history, and they'll have beautiful movies and music and stuff. I have emoji. That's my emoji history. So short bit about me. I'm Canadian. I kind of have an American accent, sort of, but I am from Canada. I've lived in Australia for coming up on 40 years. Haven't seemed to have shaken the accent too much. A bunch of things about me, and this is relevant because all the stuff I'm going to tell you about influences the work that I do. And I think we're all kind of the same way. The stuff that we have in life that's not photography related starts to leak into the photography that you do. I'm a musician, and I play a bunch of instruments and play by ear and generally make stuff up. I'm way too lazy to read music and too undisciplined for that stuff. But I've been working in bands and in live theater. So I do music, improvisational music for, if you've seen theater sports or Whose Line Is It Anyway on TV, that kind of thing, where you're making up stuff and there's no rehearsal and you might kind of build skills, but you're doing something that's never been done before, and an audience sees it, and then it never happens again. It's super fun. I'm also a fully accredited nerd. So I did a Bachelor of Engineering and a Bachelor of Science at university, so the full computer systems thing. So I'm very comfortable with technology, kind of learned a lot about project management, learned about logistics, how to break something down into its component pieces in order to make it easier to execute. And I have a family, married, 2 kids. Kids are often a really good subject. If you are a parent with a camera, that's kind of one of the ways that I got into this. Like, see that smile? Yeah, it's like, excellent, just stand there and take your photo. Again? Like, that's, kids are really good for doing dishes. Well, mine aren't. Are you guys listening? Yeah, anyway. And I'm a photographer. So I kind of, when I started the photography journey for myself, I started off with theater. So I was working with a lot of actors, and they're always in costume, and they're really interesting, and they want to have photos taken, and I want to practice. So it was a really good way for me to practice getting the camera out, learning about my craft. And from there, people started paying me money to do stuff, which is kind of cool. So I shot weddings and maternity and newborn and families in the park with white t-shirts and jeans. Hands up, who shoots families in the park with a white t-shirt? No hands. Oh, I'm gonna have to work you guys harder, because I know you do. Kind of shot everything, and it took a while for me to realize that wasn't my passion. My passion was performing arts photography. That's the stuff, I guess I've grown up in the performing arts, so as well as having a network of people that do this, it's the stuff that made me happy. And I realized I was taking work that I could do, and I was learning, but it didn't fulfill me. But I can do work that does. So I focused on the stuff that I love. So that's my commercial specialty, is performing arts photography. Headshots, that's a big part of what I do. So generally actor headshots, although authors, I've been doing author headshots lately. I don't know where that's come from. I have a kind of a specific headshot style that if you retain my services, that's what you'll get. So and I know enough people in the industry, and the name is out there, that's a good business. I also do live theater production. I did this talk a couple weeks ago in New Zealand, and I'm really excited about this bit because I shoot for mostly, I guess, pro-am theater companies, so they are kind of community theater or one step up. And it is really cool because you get to go and shoot a show, and you get to see it, and you have the whole theater to yourself. And I'm really chuffed about that. And I spoke after Nicola Dove, who takes production stills, and she shot No Time to Die. It's like, oh, my story's not quite as cool as all that, because you got James Bond and I've got community theater. Anyway, still really cool. I shoot a lot of dance, so when my daughter was going through dance school, we ended up roping ourselves into photographing concerts and doing kind of photo days and stuff like that, and still do that now. I kind of love color. I don't know if you can tell. Color and movement. I was going to say I do dance. Clearly, I don't do dance, but shooting dancers was wonderful, and the form and the color and the movement's really, really cool. And I also do theatrical branding. Branding's just kind of the cool way of saying advertising, right? So my job as a photographer for this is to create images that sell tickets. So when you're on social media, or you're flipping through a festival booklet or something like that, and you come across one of these images, I want you to understand what the show is about. I want you to be interested, and I want you to hopefully stop scrolling and go and buy some tickets. That is the service that I provide to theater companies. And working with theater people is so cool because you can suggest briefs, and they're like, yeah, that's awesome, and you build on it, and they're very open to saying yes to things, so that's a good bunch of people to work with. Sometimes you get to collaborate with other artists as well. So here's one with, I live in Brisbane. This is another Brisbane illustrator animator, so we put this piece together for a show, which was cool. Often I will work with theater companies on kind of their social media strategy for how they put images out. So you might put a hero image together and then have a bunch of supplementary images that they can use specifically for individual cast members, or kind of, you have the hero image that goes on the poster, but you have a number of other ones that come out like, every day for 2 weeks before the show starts. This is a really cool show. This is called, it's by a theater company called Act React. It's called The Importance of Being Wasted. It's the importance of being earnest, but 2 cast members are legitimately drunk. It's a really fun show. But a year after I shot this, they invited me to play the music for the show too. It's, as fun as it is as an audience member, it's even cooler to watch the behind the scenes stuff, but it's really cool. This is for a show called Moon with a View. It's about an astronaut who was in training, and he wasn't there when his grandmother passed away. And he felt so guilty that he smuggled her ashes to the moon to scatter them. So it was a one-man show. I mean, when do you get the chance to shoot something like this? This is really cool. If you're in Sydney, Act Reacts Titanic, the movie, the play, is part of the Sydney Fringe coming up. I think it's in a couple of weeks, actually. So if you're in Sydney, go check it out. It's like the lowest special effects budget you will ever see in anything, and it's super cool. So that's the kind of branding work that I do. Water time. How many of you had bacon with breakfast this morning? I'm like paying the price for that right now. That was a foolish thing. Okay, personal work. I wish I was a landscape photographer, and I know all these people that just shoot incredible landscapes, and I cannot, for the life of me, do that. I can kind of shoot architectural landscapes. I can see those, so I enjoy shooting that. And I'll usually be able to find something interesting in an architectural landscape. But my kind of big thing for personal work is I like to tell stories. I think I'm a storyteller. I think it comes from working in theater all the time. And the stories that I tell they're usually about me and stuff that I'm good or not good at or embarrassed about, or family or friends, or moments in my life where there's something emotional happens and it grabs my attention, and I go, okay, cool, that would make a great picture. So a lot of my work, I would say, is visually and thematically dark. It's often about mental health. Actually, as you're going through these, have a look at this beautiful Azo monitor over here and how good it is with the detail in the shadows. It did change my workflow when I got one. It's super cool. Yeah, so a lot of the images that I do, they are, again, about friends or family or about me, and they're exploring, I guess, trying to capture a feeling and tell it in a story. And we're going to come back to a couple of these and go into them in some more detail. I generally am I'm a Photoshop guy, so I do a lot of composite work. Not all of it's composites, but it allows me to tell some stories that aren't quite real, and that's kind of cool. I like that. This is one, we were talking about this before. This is my attempt to show what's happening behind the scenes at a print judging competition. It doesn't actually look like this, I think, but this is about the respect that everyone has for the work of photographers when it comes time for judging. This is the story I'm trying to tell. This is a couple years old. Alicia is one of the print handlers here. She's in the foreground there, so it's really cool to see familiar faces. So these are the kinds of storytelling images I like. I do lean on composite work a lot. Now, you may not be composite folks. You may be straight out of camera people. Totally okay. Hopefully you get some value out of this. No matter what, though, we're all about visual communication, right? That's why you make images and why you show stuff. And a key thing about this is if we are storytellers, we are all wired as humans to listen to stories and remember them and recall them later. I know that sounds really obvious, but let me give you an example. This is audience participation time, so get ready. You need to get your voices ready. Who knows why sandwiches are called sandwiches? Somebody in here knows. Okay, one hand, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got like 8. All right, you had your hand up first, so sorry. Okay, in a big, loud voice, why are sandwiches called sandwiches?
Yellow sandwich decided to make a sandwich one day and put off a day. Sandwiches.
Do you know why he was making the sandwich? Okay, well, you get like 50% on that, so that's like a provisional pass. But does anyone know why he was doing this thing? Yep, Vicky. That's right. Like he wanted one hand free to poker or something. Like, I got this on the internet, right? There's 50 versions of this, and who knows what's actually true. But yeah, so he said, I need to be able to eat. Let's slap some meat between 2 chunks of bread, and I can use that with one hand, and that's where sandwiches come from. That's the dude. Like, he's very handsome. I think, so this story is like 400 years old. This happened in some other part of the world, a long way away from where we are right now. And out of 20 or 30 people in the room, 7 of us knew this story. and remembered it, I think that's weird and super cool, right? And now you're all gonna remember this, and someday someone's gonna say, like, you're gonna tell this story. Do you know why sandwiches are called sandwiches? I heard the story. And it's gonna be like, we were gonna remember this. It's not just, it's named after the Earl of Sandwich. It's like, because of this thing, unless you got provisional pass, and then it is just the Earl of Sandwich, but that's okay. You rock, so that was awesome. So these are the power that stories have, and this is why we kind of have, we have an advantage as storytellers because it works. And we're all here because we're visual communicators, and we're driven to connect with people. This is part of our passion and why we do what we do. I use this word a lot. We want to make effective images. I don't like saying this is a good image or a bad image. I like saying this is an effective image. Like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? What choices did you make? And were they effective choices? Did they do the thing I wanted to do? So that's what this talk is about. 10 things that you can use. This is like social media, right? You won't believe number 7. So I don't think number 7's all that great, but that's okay. We're gonna talk about 5 things that I use to measure my images to learn how to keep a viewer engaged. And then 5 techniques that I use, and hopefully you can use to help build and refine your images as well. I will say as I go through this, I do talk pretty fast. Sorry, I'm Canadian, so I have to say sorry 10 times or they revoke my passport. There are, the very last, if you want to take photos, you can. You want to take notes, go for it. I'm not stopping for no one though, so keep on going. Also really important is I'm gonna give you some info dumps right now, and you have to do everything I say. In fact, if you hear stuff from me that's different to what you already know, I'm right. So you must do things the way that I say, and you have, no, that's garbage. Anyone who comes and tells you that is wrong. So what I want you to know is I'm gonna be talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and if it applies to what you do, that's awesome. If it doesn't, see what you can get from it, and even if you disagree with me, that's cool too. So if you leave here today with 1 or 2 things that you can apply, I'm a happy man. Sound good? Cool. All right, let's talk 5 things that we can use for keeping a viewer engaged. This is kind of weird. I think about a photograph that you put on the wall as a chance to form a relationship with a viewer. You're engaging with them in some way. And you make choices when you put images together, and those choices can either kind of pull people into an image or push them away. All right, who has pumped money into one of these? Hands up. 1 hand, 2, okay, this is good. Camera dude, yes, putting your hand up, excellent. Okay, cool, I have 2. So these are these racing games where, you know, you put some money in and you got like 90 seconds to drive and get to the checkpoint. If you don't get to the checkpoint, game over. If you do in 90 seconds, you get more time. And then you got, 90 seconds is up, no checkpoint for us. If you do get to that second checkpoint, you get more time. So you kind of keep having that until you eventually run out of time and finish. This is weirdly how I think about engaging with an image. If you can make choices to continually reinvigorate that kind of engagement with a viewer, then you'll keep them for longer. So one of the first things that I think of in an image for success is simplicity. Let's say you were, forget photography for a minute, let's say you were, just telling a story, right? Can you condense the story that you're saying to someone into a couple of sentences? Can you boil it down to the important stuff? If you can, your pitch for this thing that you're about to communicate, if you can do that really quickly, that probably speaks of simplicity. If things are really complicated, it gets harder, right? Like, if you see an image that is so complicated that you've got to spend time on it, and it starts to make you confused, you have the option to keep scrolling and do something else. You know, you have the option to not engage with it. So we want to try and, well, I want to try anyway, of avoiding that kind of demotivation, disconnection that you get from that. If you put irrelevant information in an image, so you have a narrative that you're trying to hit and you give some information that doesn't help you sell that narrative, the viewer spends time on it unnecessarily, and that once they realize it doesn't help, it makes them confused, so disconnects them. Melissa Anderson. Anyone here know Melissa Anderson? Yeah, okay, good. Proud hands, excellent. Melissa's awesome. This is one of the lessons that she's taught me that stuck with me. Every element in an image should pay the rent. If you do composite work like me, it's easy because you can just decide to put something in or out. If you are an in-camera landscape photographer, you're choosing what to put in your image as much as anyone else. I mean, you're cropping or choosing your position of shooting in order to understand what elements you're putting in. Make sure what you put in your image counts. Let me give you an example. So I don't know why I start with a sad example. Oh, I know why all my stuff's sad. I don't really have a choice. So this is a story about a couple of years ago, my mom passed away, and I was here, and my whole family was overseas. So I was the only, one of my siblings that was in Australia still. And so I rushed to get over there. And when I got to the family, everyone's gathered together, and all my brothers and sisters are around, and Dad's in the study, and he's got this, one of those American legal pads where he's like written down all of her accounts, like, driver's license and bank account and insurance, and he's calling them. So he's, dial a number, and he's on hold for half an hour. And it's like, you hear him talking, thank you, crosses it off the list, goes on to the next one. He spent a day and a half doing that. And he's just lost the most important person in the world to him. And that kind of blew my mind, like, in a bad way. Like, surely you should be doing something different, but he's so, not worried, that's the wrong word. It's the thing he had to do, was take care of that. That seemed like a strange thing to spend your time on in that moment. Now, the next thing is I get home again, and I can remember I was, I'm getting ready one morning, and like the kids are getting ready for school, and school uniforms are being ironed, and breakfast, and blah, 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 and I'm putting my shoes on. And I stopped and kind of went, what are we doing? Like, we've gone back to normal. This thing has happened. It's a really friggin' big change, and we're just acting like everything is normal. And I sat there for a few minutes, kind of not doing anything. So those two moments of me kind of wondering, how do we return to normal so quickly? And Dad having to do all that stuff, that's what this image is about. So this is me attempting to capture the weirdness of life that you have to deal with, even if there's an event that happens in your life that's really sad. There's a whole lot of personal stuff in this image that speaks to family that probably is only meaningful if you're me or one of my siblings. But for me, this is one of those ones that I can talk about it without getting teary now, so that's kind of nice, I guess. So one of the things that when I was kind of building this is I showed it to a friend, and they remarked at that big section of floor that doesn't have any content in it. So if you have a look kind of towards the bottom of the image, just right of center, there's an area of floor that looks curiously absent of stuff. And their feedback was, well, I feel like it draws my attention because there's nothing there. Like, you should do something with that. You should put Lego there. What family doesn't have Lego on the floor? It's like, okay, cool. So I went out and went to the original location, and so I get the right reflection and all that stuff, and shot some Lego and comped it in, and echoed the story in there. And it was there for a little while as the image was being developed, and then I took it out because it doesn't need to be there. Like, if you show the version of this image with Lego to someone, they're gonna spend 5 seconds looking at that, and it doesn't help you read the story. It just stops them from reading everything else that you wanted them to read. Wasn't important. So without that Lego, stronger story. You only spend time reading the stuff you should. Simplicity. Make sense? Cool. All right, thing number 2, this is like a super no-brainer, right? Emotion is an absolute key to building connection with people in an image. Okay, so personal brain teaser time. Oh no, it's not, I'm one side ahead of myself. When you put emotion in an image, it helps to create connection, and we all kind of want to feel connected, right? I mean, we're all here in person, because this is nice, although if you're at home, hello at home, excellent, good to have you too. But it's nice to connect with people, and people want to do this. So, emotion is one of those bridges that you can give people to help them connect. It doesn't have to be positive either. Like, a lot of my stuff is actually, it's pretty negative, and it still creates a connection. It's a different kind of connection, but it's still very powerful. So, okay, now this is the audience participation bit. Just quietly in your own head, I want you to think about the last movie you saw that you did not like. When you come out of a movie and you go, well, that's 2 hours of my life I'm never getting back. Is there a movie you've watched recently that you didn't like? No, you like all movies. Excellent, that's good. For me, it was Thor: Love and Thunder. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm a Marvel movie person, and do you agree that, how many stars out of 5 would you give that movie? 1.5. You're a very generous man. That's quite nice. So for me, I didn't love that movie, and I thought about it, and there wasn't really emotion, or if it was, it didn't have significance. It was played like a cartoon. It didn't feel real, and that's why I didn't like it. So think about the last movie you loved, where you kind of, it finished, you went, oh, and I'll bet you it had strong emotion in it. That's a really easy test you can do in your own. You're like nodding like, yes, I totally understand what you're saying. That's good. That emotion is the gateway to building a connection with people. Now, admittedly, I've now established a strong connection of disliking Thor: Love and Thunder, but that's not really what we're talking about. Okay, cool. I can talk about two other ones that are related, and they're kind of almost in conflict with one another, which is kind of cool. So the first one's relatability. If you show someone something familiar in an image, they'll connect with it because they've seen it before, and it gives them a kind of a foothold in the thing that you're building. And if it's really familiar, you'll kind of take them there. It's sort of like if you hear a song from when you were a kid, takes you back to being a kid. If you see something, I know when I go home to Canada, there's a feeling about being on the road from like Vancouver as you go in, you know, in the direction of Whistler, where there's trees in the water. It's like, oh my gosh, like there's something super familiar about that. That relatability takes me somewhere. So if I see a photo of that, I'm a sucker for it. If it's too familiar, like if you show someone, this is what the aisle of my grocery store looks like. Big deal. I see it all the time. I don't really care. So, you know, next. Opposite thing is novelty, so difference, things people haven't seen before. We're kind of wired as people that if we see something new and different, it makes us curious, it makes us aware, makes us interested. So like if you cave person leaves the cave in the morning and it looks a bit different because there's a furry four-legged thing with big teeth where there wasn't one yesterday. It's like, oh, you know, like your brain lights up, right? We are genetically programmed to be interested in things that look different. It makes us curious. And it can often be something that's wrong or different or odd about the thing you're looking at. But if it's too weird, then you got nothing to connect with, right? So it's confusing and it reduces that connection. Now that sounds odd, like these two things are obviously I'm telling you be familiar and I'm telling you be novel, and how do those things possibly go together? So I'm a Marvel movie person. These are not actual Marvel graphics because you're not meant to use those. This is AI generated stuff. If you haven't played with that, it's super fun, weirdly soulless. I don't know how I feel about it, but anyway. Guardians of the Galaxy, that movie, when it started advertising before the trailers came out, I had no interest in seeing it because a tree person and a raccoon in like super mega colored space. I'm a Star Wars nerd too. There was nothing in it that resonated with me that made me want to see it until the trailers came out. And the music in those trailers is the same music that my older brother and sister used to listen to when I was a kid. So all that music was in our house when I was growing up. And suddenly I had a foothold into these movies where I didn't want to see them before, and now I want to see them. It was super weird. Like that music was that callback for me. And that gave me that kind of mix of novelty and familiarity that was tantalizing, which is good because it was a good movie. Unlike Thor: Love and Thunder. I didn't say that. Okay, cool. Last one, authenticity. This is like the hardest one to pull off and the easiest at the same time. It's kind of strange. If you're an author, you'll often hear people say like, write about what you know. Tell a story about what you know. Same thing for us as visual communicators. Show what you know. Apply your own experiences, especially if you're telling stories. And if you're represent the feelings that you have in your heart about these things really faithfully. If you're the brains behind this thing that you're making and you're involved from start to finish and you're kind of your hands on the wheel, you will guide it to the outcome that you want. You will tell your story properly and keep it on track. So for me, if there's a feeling that I want to tell in an illustrative image, I'm the one with my hands on the wheel. And I'm going to take input from other people, but I know when it feels right and when it doesn't. Part of authenticity is purpose as well. So my other speakers have talked about this as well. Like, why are we doing what we're doing? My goal, it's kind of changed actually. It started off as wanting to transplant this person's feelings into this person. Like, can I take you out of yourself? Can I put someone else's feelings into your head and make you feel that? If you can do that in an image, that's really cool, right? So that was my original goal. It's kind of changed now, especially for me with kind of doing stuff around mental health. Like if I show an image to someone that is about a rough way of feeling and they feel that way too, that connection's really strong because they go, oh, wow, that person, they understand how I feel. They probably feel that way too. I'm not the only person that feels this way. Mark talked about that before. He's had a rather emotional moment looking at one of mine where I somehow reached into his brain and pulled out something. We'll talk about that a little later too, Mark. Yeah, can we recreate it on stage? That would be great. It's been that long, wow. So question for you, when you show your images to other people, what's your goal? Like, why are you doing this? Is it to make the viewer feel something, which is kind of my thing? Is it to change the way they behave and to use these gifts that you have as a storyteller to change people's behaviors? Is it to promote your own stuff, which is totally cool, right? We're running businesses, you want to sell your work, so that's why you're showing these images to people. Anyone recognize this? Put your hand up if you know this one. I'm really curious, actually. Hands up big, way in the sky if you know these. So we got 3 or 4. Okay, cool. So Benjamin Von Wong is an excellent photographer, activist, nice Canadian engineering guy, got a lot of stuff going for him. Go and check out his work. He did this piece called Turn Off the Plastic Tap, and it's about we're all doing a really good job of not using, plastic drinking straws and plastic bags, and those are choices that we make as individuals. His theory is, well, what if we went to the top of the chain? So instead of us making individual small choices every day, we work with manufacturers to make the big choices. So the plastics aren't there to begin with. And this is not Photoshop. A few faces went, what? Look at the screen. This is a physical piece of installation, an art installation that he and a team of volunteers made so that he could photograph this stuff. And it's super tall and it's got tons of plastic in it. The website has his website has heaps of details on it. So this photo doesn't have, it's got post-processing, but it's no Photoshop. He made those assets available to other people so they could, remix them and make their own things. Also that this campaign around Turn Off the Plastic Tap would go viral and get a foothold. And he had sponsorship from industry, and he ran competitions. And I think the original sculpture, was that what you'd call it, is at the Canadian Embassy in France or something? I'm really sure I have those details wrong. Sorry, Ben Von Wong. But his whole purpose was to change people's behavior with what he does. That was his purpose. So that's his authenticity. You can see he's achieving the goal that he wants because he's got this target that he's aiming for. That purpose is crystal clear. The other part for me is courage. This is going to sound like one of those inspirational speakers, and not bad. But okay, sorry. We'll have a conversation, Paul. Sorry, in joke. Something I find is if you have the courage to spot those things inside yourself that maybe you're not proud of, or your imperfections or whatever, and your fears or things that you think you're not great at, and you own those stories and tell them and share them. Having that courage is really difficult, and it does pay off. This is the image, Mark, that we were talking about before. So, all right, Mark is on his phone right now. Oh my gosh. He's put it down now in case the camera spots him. I love it. This is about me realizing that I would be on my phone, probably scrolling through Facebook, or working, scrolling through Facebook, and the kids are growing up, and I'm missing it because I'm choosing to invest my time in something else. I don't hate phones. I don't hate technology. I love the connection that we get through social media and stuff, so I'm not like a technology hater, but I do know that I've made choices that I regret, and I feel bad about it. And I think this image communicates that. It communicated enough to Mark where he saw himself in this image, and it verbalizes the wrong word. It articulated how he felt. Did you know you felt that way beforehand?
I think it's one of those things where
Mark Rosetto, ladies and gentlemen.
Audio for the thing. It's one of those things where you know that it's in the back of your mind, but until you see it in a picture, then you go, oh shit. That's kind of summed up the feelings in the photograph. So it's kind of like, so your question of did you know I had that feeling? It's kind of like, you see it all the time at parks, at kids and parents, and kids are playing and parents on their phone, sitting down on the chairs and things like that. And until you see the picture portrayed in a story or 4 like that, and my child at that stage were those ages, it was like, got me.
And so I wouldn't have been able to tell that story if I wasn't ready to acknowledge it in myself, that that's who I was, and it reached in and it impacted Mark in a way that may have changed how he behaves. So a little bit. Let's be honest. Yeah, that's just a. I've got an app that shows me how much I'm engaging with my kids. Let me just run it. Okay, so these are the 5 things that I use to. I keep them in mind and I use them to test my images to see how kind of relatable and how much they're going to connect with people. I'm going to give you an example. This is an earlier piece of mine. This is my friend Liz. I thought, I got this great idea. I'll get Liz wear a cool black dress and I will put a speed light in an umbrella because no one's ever done that before. Everyone has done that before. Has anyone here done that? Okay. Everyone on that side of the room. It must be on that side of the room thing. Anyway, I was pretty convinced this was a new idea. Anyway, so shot this, and had a fire hose ready, but it was raining already, so that's really cool, and it was an alley. It's pretty much what I wanted, but it never connected with people. You'd see it and go, oh, okay, and next. I'm going to tell a story about another image of mine, which I call Sleepless. This is one of the less. This is in a series of images that all end in the word less. My wife, shortly after we had kids, started experiencing postnatal depression. It's not uncommon. I'm not minimizing how she felt. It's something that a lot of people experience. And that postnatal depression grew into a generalized depression. And she started having not long after that, some anxiety attacks that were precipitated by specific things, and then that grew into a generalized anxiety that was really tough. It was really tough for her, and it's still hard, but she's gotten help, which is really important, and I'm proud of her for doing that. It still affects her, and we were talking about how it feels when you have an anxiety attack, and for her, if she had an attack during the day, it was bad. But you had things you could use to distract yourself. That was what worked for her. So if she's at home, the TV's on and it's a bit of noise and there's stuff happening, or maybe there's the dog or cat are there or people or whatever, it was worse for her at night. So for her, if she had an anxiety attack in the middle of the night, it's quiet. There's nothing going on. I'm there, but I'm asleep. I'm a super sleeper. It's one of my superpowers. And I'm really unhelpful when I'm asleep. And she wasn't going to wake me up because I can't do anything. She would just lie there thinking about stuff and having stuff in her head about, stuff that's going wrong or stuff she's got to do. And, oh my, look at the clock. Oh, is that all the time that's passed? And, she would have pretty miserable nights. And I kind of went, I want to capture this in an image. And I sketched this. So I use my iPad to sketch. I have the artistic skills of a 2-year-old, but when you have watercolor paints in an app, you look much better than you are. Totally recommend that. I kind of sketched out this story that tried to tell that image in a strange way, with my side of the bed looking calm, and there's me sleeping, being really unhelpful. And there she is lying awake, and there's all the stuff on the wall, and this is kind of visually how I saw that story playing out, with this almost really distinct dividing line down the midway of the room. And then we decided to make it. So did a little test shot, and I figured this has to be done at night, so I stuck a speed light on a stand outside of the door to mimic the moon. And it looks like I stuck a speed light on a stand outside the door. It looks terrible. That's okay, because this is like a test shot, so we're testing stuff. And then kind of parked this for a little while. It's like, oh, how am I going to solve this? Oh, I don't know. We'll figure this out. And then I went to a conference in Brisbane. We used to have these conferences called Hair of the Dog that were awesome. And I came home, and she had done this. She'd stuck all these, that face, yes, that was my face when I got home, where there's all these papers on the wall that are real. And she's gone, good news. Look what I've made. We can shoot this tonight. And I've gone, I need morning light to come in to mimic the moon. We can't shoot it tonight. We have to shoot it tomorrow morning. She's like, so this is going to be up in our room all night? Awesome. And the next morning, this was the straight out of camera shot. So camera's up on I think it was on a tripod on some furniture, precariously balanced, and I'm using a trigger to fire it. There's all her papers that she worked on. That's the straight out of camera version, and that's some tuning in Photoshop and some color and a head swap and little bits and pieces to try and tell that story. So how does that look on the Azo monitor? It looks really good. Naveen, did you see how good the color is in this? Yeah, that's good. So to me, this was my way of trying to tell her story. It's her story, but I'm really familiar with it. Let's look at these two images. The one on the left is not a bad image. I don't hate it, but it doesn't form a connection with you. You kind of cruise right past it, right? The one on the right, to me, feels like it's got effective communication, because as a viewer, you build a relationship with this image. You almost build a relationship with me through this image. It's simple, it's emotional, it's relatable, it's novel, and it's authentic. It's kind of, all the boxes are ticked. I think that's one of the reasons why this one lands. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay, I said before, not everything I say is correct. All these things I just said, they're not rules. They're things that definitely, they're exceptions, right? And you should always make choices to know what you're doing. I'm gonna give you an example. There's a recently graduated TAFE student in Brisbane named Joshua Prentice, does really cool work. He's building a series of images that is world building. And he creates this work. It's not simple, actually. It's got a whole lot of stuff that's unexplained, and he does not go out of his way to explain it to you. He presents the world as it is, and you're left to draw your own conclusions, and it's complex. So it's the opposite of a whole bunch of stuff that I've just said. Still super effective. I feel like I want to get drawn into these. I want to know more about this. And I've told him, like, when you sell your book, I'm going to be the first person in line to buy this thing, because it's really engaging and it's not simple. So what I want to say is, don't take those as rules and follow them slavishly. You got to know when to apply them and know when to break them. Okay, cool. We're kind of at the halfway mark of my list of 10 things. Are you guys all doing good? Excellent. If you took longer to answer, I could have had a longer sip. We're going to have 5 techniques that I use now that hopefully you can gain some inspiration from to help you build and refine your image or images that you make. Now, admittedly, a lot of this stuff is going to be more meaningful to people that do composite work. So if you do composite work, you're going to probably see some things in here that you can apply. If you're a straight out of camera version, you probably will get a little less, but hopefully still some lessons you can learn. So first thing is prototypes. I told you I work in software, total nerd. One of the things that we do in software development is, if we're going to do something that's complicated or risky, or we don't quite know what it's going to look like, or we don't know how it's going to behave, or there's a technical problem that we may solve, we build a prototype. It's just like a cheap version of it, where you work hard on the bit that's difficult so that you test it and you find out, you make mistakes now before it's the real thing. So I don't think, put your hand up if you're super rich and you have infinite time. You are liars, sirs. But if you're not, I'm glad I'm your friends. This is good. We'll chat after, okay? Cool. So this is my face sometimes when I come back from a shoot, where I think I know what I'm shooting and I think it's awesome, and I get home and I upload to my computer and I go, oh my goodness, this doesn't work nearly as well as I thought it did in my head. That is the smile of, this is your face too, isn't it? Does your hair do that thing as well? No, okay, maybe that's just me, that's okay. So I find sometimes if I go out to shoot something, and especially as a composite artist, if I didn't plan what I'm doing, then it becomes an exercise in trying to salvage stuff. And don't get me wrong, that's kind of fun too. Like, oh no, the shadows are all on, can I make them? But that's time that I'm spending salvaging something rather than creating something new. So, it's a nice experiment, but I wish I was spending my time on something better. And there is a way you can get in front of this, which is by doing prototypes. So doing something to kind of test out what you do before you do it. Now, for me, prototypes, from a photography point of view, they reveal problems with the composition of the thing you're making. They help to give you yourself advice on what location to use, what elements to put in it. They're really good for collaborating. Remember that whole, I got home from the conference and all those pages were on the wall? I didn't know she was doing it. We didn't have a chat about it. I didn't tell her what content to put there. She did that on her own based on a sketch. Really good collaboration tool. And you do all these things before you involve the subject that you're shooting. So I use 2 main methods for this, and you've already seen them. I do sketches and I do test shots. So sketching, I kind of like sketching because it's quick and it's really cheap. It's easy to discard if you do a bad job and redo it. And it requires absolutely no actual talent. So it's a good way of starting your work and testing things out. That's the sketch for Sleepless. And you've seen the final product. It's actually a pretty good sketch for doing its job, right? I also do a lot of test shots. So where you're actually involving the camera and you're doing an amount of recreating the thing you're going to do. And it's harder than sketching, but it reveals different issues like lighting. Really, because I can't draw the human form very well, a sketch doesn't help me with posing issues, but a test shot will. So I'll learn a lot from that. And sometimes I'll go, oh, I wish I just posed the person differently, but now the shoot's over. Well, you can do that first with the stand-in, and then now you've got your story straight. It also is really good if you do bizarro post-production things, or you've got something you want to try and you haven't done it before, try it on a test image. And maybe you can apply those lessons to the real one. And this is, for me, this is about you fix mistakes really early when they're cheap to fix. This is totally a software thing. Like if you're writing software application and you make a mistake, do you see how fast they are at fixing some of the problems? Because there's teething problems with the judging software we're using. It's really new. It's being fixed really fast because it was only just created, right? So it's still in people's heads. It's not that expensive to fix. If these were found in 4 years' time, it's harder to fix. You've got to go back in time and think about where your brain was. So the earlier you can find and fix a problem, the more you understand what you were trying to do in the first place, and the easier it is to fix. So I've got an image called the feed. Obviously, I have some issues with myself and social media and the amount of time I spend on my phone. I remember one day I was watching a video and it was like a Canadian person shooing a brown bear out of their backyard for 10 minutes on YouTube, which probably linked off to some dude feeding an army of raccoons on his porch, which are actually really entertaining, just a side note. Anyway, and then half an hour passes and it's kind of like, you know what, that is wasted time. I didn't spend time with my family. I didn't clean the house like I was supposed to. I didn't do my chores. I didn't do things that were valuable, but I got to watch someone with a brown bear in their backyard. It was kind of like empty content. It was like junk food. I have KFC regret. It's kind of nice while you're eating it, but then afterwards you feel like, well, that actually wasn't good for me, and I feel terrible for a while. So I decided to make an image that was that, and I hoarded every bit of junk food in a plastic box in the garage, driving my family mad. I drive my family mad pretty regularly. They're very supportive. This is my daughter, Tara. She's my stand-in for a whole lot of pictures. And I thought, okay, what if I could create an environment with a person on their phone? Where's Mark? Oh, he's gone. With a person on their phone, and all these junk food containers are around, but let's replace the logos with, social media logos. Okay, cool. So it's kind of like all of these things are the junk food instead of the original things. That was the main idea. So did a test shot, tried that technique out, and that taught me a whole bunch of stuff. Like things I learned. Okay, it feels like the camera's too close to the table because that pizza box is a bit deformed, and that's distracting. And it's in the middle. It feels quite dominant. There are some candy wrappers that are there. Well, that doesn't really help. I can't put a logo on that. I wish I hadn't shot those. Other things like that were in the original shot that, you kind of realize are mistakes that all come out in the test shot. So, here's the original shot before the post-production, here's with post-production, and here's the final shot. So in between that first stage and the last stage, you can see changes that I've made. Like I've stepped further back and I've used a longer focal length so that pizza box doesn't feel deformed like it was. It's in the shadows more and it's more central. So even though it's almost more significant, it doesn't grab your eye the same way. I've removed some of those junk foody things that weren't all that effective. Those are all, if I had made those choices for the first time, when I had these two fine people here and this dog, then I would have been so annoyed with myself because I wouldn't have the opportunity to fix it. But I did it in a test shot, so I didn't, by the time I got to having those real people there, not that my daughter's not a real person, that sounds terrible. By the time I got these people here, it was the way it should be. Does that make sense? Cool. It's real. If I say that makes sense, if you go, yeah, I feel really good, it gives me a, does that make sense? Ah, that's fantastic. Thank you, guys. Remember this? Oh, good stuff. I like that. Stuart, was that you? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so remember this sketch? Like I was kind of going, okay, the chaos level on this sketch is good, and I kind of like that halfway split, but you know what? I'm facing the wrong way. I should be facing away. She's meant to be alone. Okay, let's do this test shot. Righto, speed light on a stand. That's a bit rubbish. It'd be nice if I was a little higher. The foot of the bed was quite dominant because of how much space it takes up in the image. And if I went higher, that wouldn't be the case. Cool, I'll change that. And all that furniture, spend time on it, don't really need to. Let's get rid of that. Dark blanket makes it hard to see what's going on. And there's a cat there. It doesn't actually help the alone story at all. Ah, that's good. Those are all mistakes that I made in that test shot, and it's totally cool because they weren't expensive mistakes. All right, now I'm kind of banging on about how important it is to plan as though that's the only way to do things, and not planning is okay too. Like there are times where you're working on something and an image, this sounds really lame, but it tells you what it needs while you're working on it and you're evolving, and that's totally cool too. So, I'm not trying to say planning is the be all and end all, but there are times where it's really, really helpful. Okay, I'm gonna talk a little bit about a thing I call visual psychology. I don't know what you should call it, but from now on, that's what it should be called. We're culturally conditioned to interpret certain things a certain way, and then we reread them. So there are specific visual cues that we've all been trained on since we were very young. Easy, really obvious one is color and emotion. Okay, here's a little bit of audience participation. Are you ready with some big loud voices? You guys ready? Okay, cool. I'm gonna say a color, and I want you to shout out the kind of emotions that come to mind with that color. Red. I had anger. Ooh, a lot of anger in this room. Passion. That sounds more positive. Excellent. Anything else with red? Love. Good. That'll make, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But green. Oh, I like this. We've got peace, nature, envy. It's interesting seeing where people sit and how they feel about stuff. This is good. Blue. What was that? Pensive. I like that. Depression. Yeah. So the calm, sadness. I'm pretty sure you're all saying different things, but you're all still nodding because these are cues that have been established for us because we've grown up where we've grown up and we've been exposed to images and stories that speak this way. This print, it's got a warmness about it. It's like a cabin with a fire, right? You want to come into it. It's inviting. That's what I'm trying to make it say, and that warmness speaks to that. This one, which is about cyberbullying, there's the anger and the malice of those red faces on the outside, underlit like a good horror movie, where the figure in the middle, that's my daughter again, is blue, and it's that kind of depression, sadness, aloneness. Here's one. This is about, when you're a kid and life is full of possibilities, and when I grow up, I'm going to be and then you go to school, and then you turn into one of those people. It's actually about a friend of mine who managed to turn into a big kid. That's him in the red hat. But it's not too hard to read this and go, okay, green and organic, and that's happiness, and then there's the gray of the drudgery of modern life, right? Those color cues are really easy for us to interpret, and if you use them intentionally in the things that you make, you get these messages across. If you see someone who has a green cast on their skin, you probably think they're sick. That's not a healthy thing, right? That probably says, do not hang out with that person. We know if we spend time with them, we may also turn green and also get sick. I don't mean like Hulk green. That's super cool if you're a Marvel person. I mean like, feeling unwell. So there's a specific choice about the color that's being pushed onto this dude's face because it's a wrongness, and that's important telling the story. That's color. Reading left to right, and I have arguments with people about this. I'm super passionate about this one. If you've grown up in Australia or if you've grown up in a culture where, if you read a Latin-based language, you probably learn to read from left to right and from top to bottom. And a direction in an image can show the passage of time. At this point, people kind of go, I don't really think that's true. There aren't really lots of examples of that. There are heaps of freaking examples about this. I mean, if you look at a calendar, it's designed to read left to right for most of us when we see it. When you play something in Spotify, fast forward, it's to the right. Rewind, it's to the left. If you play platform games, you're almost always moving from left to right. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan and you watch Lord of the Rings, every single time they show the Fellowship of the Ring on their journey, they are always moving from left to right across the screen. That was a specific choice they made making that film, because as a viewer, you unconsciously go, okay, that is moving forward, that is getting them closer to their goal. If you read a graph, like a time-based graph, it's always that way. We are surrounded by all these cues where you read from left to right. This one, so you've got those canvases on the left, which are unfinished, and the ones on the right are finished. That feels pretty natural, right? Like there's this progression from left to right. So, remember this one? Again, left to right. None of you questioned this. It just kind of made sense when I showed it to you, because we all probably read it that way. Okay, I'm going to show you a different image, and I want you to remember what it feels like to read this, okay? Are you ready? Okay, I know the text is backwards. I didn't flip the text, but put your hand up if this feels wrong. Big proud hands, let's go. Okay, that's most people. Put your hand up if this feels okay. I'm really curious. Okay, what was your first language? So that might be relevant. I kind of find most of the times if I talk about this, there's a couple of people in the room, and there is a correlation between the language that you learned when you were a kid and what feels like a normal, kind of the progression of time in an image. So I think it has something to do with this. If you don't already know of the work of the super incredible, she's a friend, and I'm still learning how to pronounce her name right, Foru, you can beat me up later on. This is one of her pieces, and I love it, and it's quite well known. Actually, if you're out on the Memento Pro stand, you can see this on the cover of like the International Portrait Photographer of the year 2021, I think. And Foru learned to read in Farsi, from right to left. And when I read this, there's a story being told, and that face that's at the far left of the screen feels like the full stop on the end of the sentence to me in this story. For all the other ones, she's dealing with feelings, and she's dealing with stuff, and there's a lot of meaning behind this. If you ever get the chance to hear her speak about this image, it's worth it. But that image on the far left is her kind of losing it and not having the strength to deal with it anymore. But it's on the left. So she reads from right to left. This was how her instinct told her to make this image. I haven't asked her this question yet. I want to know when she's judging an image, because like so many times we'll see images being judged where we lean on that left or right thing. I want to know if she's got to do some switching in her head and how she feels about that. And I haven't asked her that before. All right, we've talked about reading left to right. We've talked about color. Let's talk about controlling eye travel. This is not a really new subject for people. You will hear this heaps during judging. People make a comment like, I really wanted the photographer to tell me where to look in an image using blah, 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 color and stuff. Tell the viewer where to look. And we already have a whole bunch of tricks, techniques that we use for that. So areas of, people will say the brightest area in the image. I don't say that, I'll say the area of highest contrast, or using light, or using eye lines. Like, imagine that, the dotted line coming out of people's eyes. That's a natural thing for us to follow when we're looking at an image. Leading lines like fence posts, putting vignettes on the outside. Subtle vignettes are good. Don't let people escape the edges with weird extraneous elements. We already kind of do this, but there are other things that we can do to tell people what order to visit things in an image. And this is where I think it's super cool. This is super manipulative, okay? If you can master this, then you're doing really well. We know that our eyes are drawn to things that are high contrast. Now, I'm talking about contrast in brightness and color and size and sharpness, where this is, again, we're drawn to things that are different. We're also kind of programmed to look at things that are meaningful to us, that our brain recognizes, like human faces especially. We'll be drawn to human faces in an image. What's the thing that jumps out to you in this one? The white circle. Okay, it's the brightest part of the image. It's the highest contrast part of the image, right? What about this one? The black circle? The white circles? Mark, you're not helpful. You can go. No, you can say Mark, it's okay. So to me, the black circle, maybe I hope you're the same. It's the highest contrast thing. It's the thing that grabs my attention. Okay, let's make everything the same contrast then. Oh, that's really interesting. How's that color going? Color on the azo is really good again. I like that. The purple one for me grabs my attention because it's a contrast in color. Or you can have a contrast in size. These are all the same color and the same shape, but one of them is bigger. That's where your eye goes. Or look, these are all the same size, color, and shape, but there's a grouping of them. So that's where your eye goes. A lot of this is pretty universal. If this stuff is interesting to you, go and read up on, watch me butcher more pronunciation, Gestalt theory. Anyone? Was that pretty? Oh, excellent. Woo! Yes. Google this, super cool. This is a rabbit hole you'll go down for quite, this is a thing, about? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, there's a lot of reading to do here if you're interested in this stuff. So let's go back to the feed, this image here, because I had a really specific plan for how people would read this. And for me, they would either start up here on the top right, like kind of being let in through the window, or here with that central figure wearing a brighter color, and it's a human face, so you recognize it. Third place they visit is this gentleman, a little off to the center, another human face. Who doesn't love a dog? So, we're probably going to visit the dog next. And then we'll go to that little counter that's a bit bright. Now we're starting to notice these wrappers and this junk food, and we're going to go down to this section, and it's darker, so it didn't attract your attention at first. And now you start to go, oh, okay, something weird going on here, and now I'm going to go back to the start again, and I'm reevaluating what I thought about this stuff because I got new information now. That's my plan. Successful? I don't know, but that's kind of, that was my goal in doing this. Let's do it. Sorry, watch this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot done. Fantastic. Here's a little quick test. I'm going to show you an image, and I want you to remember where your eyes land when I show you this. Is that cool? All right. Are you ready? Back. How many people, actually, okay, shout out where your eyes landed. I heard girl and curtain. How many landed on the girl? Hands up. That's usually about 70%. How many landed on the curtain? It's usually about 30%. That's about right. How many went somewhere else? It's like one person. I don't know what that, thank you for coming. No, but that was behind you though, so. But you can have credit for it too. We have 2 people. We doubled the normal number. That's good. So that's usually where people's eyes land. I didn't coach you on this. That's just where it landed. This test, which I assume is called the flip test. I don't know if it has a scientific name, but let's call it the flip test. It's something a lot of us have done, especially if you're a portrait photographer and you're looking at your retouching and was it okay? Flip a face upside down, stuff jumps out at you, see where your eyes land. I do this squint test a lot too. It's sort of similar, but you take an image and you squint at it, and different shapes come out. I have shown this, and someone was in the front row going, like squinting. It's like, I've already pre-squinted it. It's okay. You don't have to do that. So for me, it's almost the same, but not quite. Like my eye also goes to that dark mass where the dog is. That's also a place where my eye might land. You could do things in black and white, pretty similar. It's another test. And I'll take what I just did with you, and I'll do it with other people too, and I'll test that eye travel with others to see if people are reading it the way that I wanted. Because if you can control the order in which someone investigates the elements in your image, you're controlling the way the story lays out for them. And now it's almost like you're telling a story in a book. It's really cool. And if you can leave the kicker until the end, the bit that explains everything, and they're forced to go back and travel that path again where they've already been, that's really cool. But now they're evaluating with more information. You've totally trapped them, and they're fully engaged with the image that you're showing them. All right, this is, just watching the time. I think we're doing okay. I got to leave a little time for Q&A, and Mark you took 10 minutes of my time, dude. What's going on at the start? Yeah, okay, he's being quiet now. Okay, this is a wedding client of mine, and when you have you meet with the bride and groom and you have a coffee to get to know them, and you're kind of talking about the day, like a pre-consultation thing. And she was telling me about kind of a period of life that was not great for her, where she had stuff going on in life that, health issues and other issues. And she was the kind of person who would always drop what she was doing to help other people, whether it was, they needed a shoulder to cry on, or they needed just, help with something or whatever. She would be the one to help them. But she had her own stuff going on, and she really felt like no one was there for her. And, she's telling the story, and then she met her husband-to-be, and, things got better and happily ever after and all that. So she was talking about this period of her life, and that kind of stuck with me. And afterwards, a week later, I said, hey, you talked about this. Would you be okay if I made an image about this? She's like, yeah, absolutely. Do you want to be in it? Yeah, I do. So this is her, which is really cool. So I tried to capture that story in this image. Now, I think I know how you're going to read this. I think you're going to start with that figure in the foreground. We're reading left to right. The one in the foreground is the largest, probably going to start there. And you're going to go 1, 2, 3 through those pairs of people. And she's wearing bright colors, and the person she's with who is sad is wearing desaturated stuff across the board. She's got blonde hair. They've all been chosen to have dark hair, so they're a bit different. But that's the order that I think you're going to read it. And then you're going to go back here to this little tiny figure in the background. And it's her, and she's in gray. And the dresses are hung up, not wearing them anymore. And she's also sad. And now you go back to these ones, and it means something different than it did the first time you were there. Maybe it makes you reevaluate that story. Maybe that's the kicker that actually is the key to unlocking this whole story. And you can't do that if you can't control the order that someone visits these elements, if you want to really have that impact in telling a story. Does that make sense? Cool. You'll hear judges talk about this a lot too. You want to give the viewer's eyes somewhere to rest. A whole bunch of these images that we've been talking about, there are places to stop on, like usually faces. With a lot of my stuff, it ends up being the people that you land on. This is one of my kind of travel images, which is the luckiest image ever. We were in Singapore the day before the Grand Prix, so they were setting up, and it looked like Crossy Road to me. So I was super happy with this. But there's not really that many places to rest on this. And this went through the judging thing, and that was a really frequent comment, is it's really busy, especially when you're in that green area, like you keep bouncing around. There's nowhere to stop. So giving someone a little safe harbor to rest with their eyes is a really good thing. Okay, we're getting towards the end of the list. Technique number 4, I call it the cold read. I will lean on my friends, not necessarily photographers, to have a look at images that I make, and I'll say, tell me what this means to you. And it's really important that I don't prompt them with any hints. There's no, here's my image about depression. Have a look, what do you think? Like, it's not that. You show them the image and you say, what does this mean to you? You also can't say, look, I know an expression's not very good, but it was raining and so they were cranky. Like, none of that. No words. Show them something. And then see what they have to say about it. And like, so here's that sleepless image, right? For me, the story is crystal clear, but it's, you know, it's our family's story, so of course it's gonna be. I showed it to a friend at work, a guy, and he had a really instant reaction that floored me. He's like, oh, that guy is so tired. And I'm listening like, okay, he works such long hours and he feels so guilty. And then he gets home and all he can do is go to sleep, and he leaves his wife to do everything and he feels awful. It's like, okay, dude, actually we need to talk about your work-life balance for a little bit. But he read it in a different way, and that was really interesting to me, right? And now I've got the choice about, do I change what I made because of what he told me or not? And I didn't, actually. It was okay the way it was, but it's that experience of telling that story teaches you stuff. People will often see the thing they need to see. He needed to see that story. I think he needed someone to tell him he told himself his work-life balance wasn't very good. So ambiguity in an image is really good for that, because it allows people to see the stuff that, you know, they unlock it themselves instead of you giving it to them on a platter. But what happens if you show someone something and they read it in a way you didn't like this one. So this is the Muse, and I didn't really explain the story before. So for me, this is, it's about, as artists, we do work to sell, but the work that we make for ourselves is often different. That's probably one way to tell it. And so the motif in this one is you've got this figure, and they're kind of, they're obsessed with making images about this creature, this being, and they make these ones that are kind of like, you know, minions, like, you know, the little yellow, the cutesy things, like super marketable, makes those to sell, but actually they're just representations of something else. I know this is a pretty dark one, but I would show people this and they wouldn't associate the two sets of images, like the canvases and the ones at the back were disjointed. So they didn't see that link. So made a choice to change something. Took this part of the image here and swapped out that picture for this one, which is, it's like a version of the cutesy ones that are in the foreground, but without the color, so it has a bit of both. And then it's brought up a little bit, just a touch, so that your eye is drawn to it, and it becomes the link between what's on the back wall and what's in the foreground. And now, do a cold read with people, and the hit rate was better. They had a higher chance of associating the background and foreground elements. If you're kind of squinting at this and you're in the room, go have a look on the Azo stand. You know, I'm just saying, maybe pick up one of these because there are some excellent deals, but also this is images on the slideshow there, and you can have a look at a little closer as well. So that cold read is one thing, but getting expert feedback from photographers, and this is the final one, and I swear, if you take nothing else away from today, this is the one to take. When you show your family photos, what do they say? Love it. Oh, that's so nice. That's why reality TV singing shows have so many people on them, because everyone says you're a great singer, even if sometimes you're not. So, like, my family has been trained to rip my images apart. Excellent. But often people that love you are not going to give you honest feedback. So I make a point of cultivating friends that are opinionated, and I give them permission to be blunt with me, and I thank them when they give me feedback, when they hammer my work. It's a little hard to do, but it's really good. Karen, here's one of Karen's pieces, and it's one from a couple years ago now. And so Karen and I trade work like this. You'll never see us judging each other's work because we're way too familiar with it. She sent it to me, and this is my feedback. So I'll scroll all over it and write circles and write notes about the stuff that I thought worked really well or the stuff that didn't. And you know what? It kind of hurts when you get critique. It feels bad. Maybe for a split second, maybe for several hours if you got judged and you didn't like it. It's really hard, but it's good. Entering awards is really good for getting feedback. Having portfolio reviews like is happening out there is good for getting feedback as well. And it's not just getting feedback, it's the whole process of going through your work, selecting things that you're going to show, selecting what you're going to enter, and then working it and refining it so that it's match ready. That's really valuable. That whole process before it even gets to a judge is really good. If you're entering awards, I'm kind of becoming an awards junkie, and that's really bad because the budget doesn't like that very much. But I would say if you're looking for awards to enter, look for awards that are feedback rich. The quality of the feedback coming from out there yesterday was awesome. A couple of my prints got ripped apart, and I fully agree. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. It's really good feedback. The IRIS Awards are run by the New Zealand Institute of Professional Photography, and they're also really good, feedback rich. Those kinds of awards will give you good information that'll help you to tune your images. I will often ask myself this question: what'll stop a judge from giving this the highest score? I know that sounds really dumb, but there are times where it's like, I just could not be bothered fixing that vignette. I'm so done with this. It's like, Chris, some judge, Tony Hewitt, is going to say that vignette is too heavy and I would have gone higher. I don't want Tony to say that, so I will fix it. That question has helped me beat weakness out of images and use good equipment. I switched to an ASO monitor for that print that Mark saw. I was working on it at home on my iMac. iMac screens are really beautiful for watching movies. They're really colorful, shiny. But I went to a friend's house and I used her monitor with that image. It's like, oh my gosh, look at the detail in the shadows here that I wasn't seeing on mine. No wonder when I print this, I get surprises. Using a good piece of equipment like my ASO helps me to refine that print cycle so that I'm spending less time printing. I get what I want earlier. You know, when you print and you can hear the money draining from your bank account, less of that. So use good equipment. You know, shameless plug for ASO, but it actually has made a difference to my workflow. Okay, so we've talked about 5 techniques that we're using. So prototypes, visual psychology, controlling eye travel, getting a cold read from people, and getting expert feedback. At this point, I see how I'm doing for time. And you know how I'm doing for time? We're skipping nearly to the end. So I'm going to give you one, before we go to brief Q&A, yeah, some amount of Q&A. I'm going to give you a little trick for unlocking some storytelling in everyday life. And this is actually really good advice for you in everyday life, even if you're not a storyteller. It'll just make you a happier person. Maybe. I am not a psychologist. This is not medical advice. Do not sue me if this doesn't work out for you. How many times do you go through life and you see something and you get really judgy about it? Like, if I'm short of time, I'm cranky. So it's like, I go to park and the car next to me is a little close to the line. It's like, oh, why couldn't that person learn how to park properly? Or, you know, you're out and you see a family and the kids aren't well behaved. It's like, why aren't those parents controlling their children? Or, you know, all these things. I get judgy. I'm kind of watching people's laughter in here, and like, there are some people who are laughing a lot, and yeah, okay, good. And we all do this, right? And it's interesting because judgment is kind of us saying, hey, I don't approve of the way you did that. It's about, when I judge someone, it's about me. It's not about them. I don't approve of the way you did it or the way you see this thing, and I focus on how what they did is incorrect and how it should have been. That's very judgy. So it almost like, you know what I want? Your choice offended what I wanted. Your children are being noisy while I do my grocery shopping. It should be a quiet environment. Like, I can't park my car right because of this. That's judgment. I do it all the time. I'm a human. I think we all do this. So this is a challenge for you. This will actually make you happier, I think. If something happens in life and you have the impulse to judge it, I want you to catch yourself and be curious. Don't judge, be curious. Why did that person park there? Or was it because the car next to them was a Hummer and they had no choice? Were they running late? Or were they going to a job interview and they just pulled in really, really quick? Like, you know, why'd that person that said something that I found was maybe a little bit rude? I wonder if they're having the worst day ever and I'm just catching a whiff of that. You know, this happens 100 times in life, right? If you ask yourself questions about why people did the thing they did, it leads to you being flexible. It leads to you being open-minded. It helps you understand possibilities, and it leads to storytelling. So there's a really big difference between, I wish that loser hadn't parked badly, and man, that might have been like the 6th thing that went wrong for that person on the way to their job interview today. I wonder what happened. The situation that you saw, that you kind of dismissed, could actually be the key to telling a really interesting story. We are surrounded by these things and we walk past them all day, and you can harvest them with curiosity. Please, this is my final challenge to you, is to work hard to be curious. Does it work? It's excellent. Everyone's judgy. Comment was someone who teaches their 13-year-old this all the time. Really good. Are you a good role model? Does she think so? Okay, good. I saw you smiling a lot in there, so there's some self-judging going on too. Everyone, thank you for listening. Thank you for asking questions. Thank you for putting up with my lame audience participation, and I hope you got some value out of this. So thanks, everyone.
Perfect. So good, so good. Love hearing you speak. It's awesome. I would say though, this screen is very sexy, isn't it? And if you are seeing this online, you wouldn't have that chance to appreciate Chris's brilliance in colour stroke and design because you wouldn't be able to see it properly. But if you were watching on one of these, you would have. So I'd encourage anyone to make sure you get the right equipment because it does make a massive difference, especially if you want to start doing the printing
For sure.
and awards.
Yep.
And what you see is what you print, and what you print is what you see. There's a story of when they had the monitors set up at an expo in the USA. One was a screen and one was a print, and you had to choose A or B. Am I looking at a screen or a print? And it was a 50-50 split. Pretty much. They couldn't tell the difference between looking at a screen or a print.
That's cool.
It was very, very cool.
Hey, do we have time for Q&A? What do you reckon?
Yeah.
That says 7 minutes, 49 seconds, so I think we have a little bit of time.
Are you in a hurry, eh?
No,
Do you
I'm
need
in
to
no
go
hurry.
somewhere?
Depends on whether I have questions or not.
No. Do we have questions for Chris? We do have a question at the front. You are my serial questioner. That's like your 3rd question. Now, after this question, you have no more questions. Please do not go past go to.
She has as many questions as you want, everyone. It's okay. Mark, you're my question and answer person, right? Okay, cool. So what's your question?
So yesterday I was watching the creative images being judged, and people actually, they read a little statement about the image, but often when images are judged, you can't even see the title. So would our images be seen in a stronger light if people could actually get in our brains and think about the narrative that we were thinking of rather than they use their visual literacy to read something?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I actually feel really strongly about this. Different competitions will have different setups where, you know, an image either stands on its own or it has a title or it has a description. One of my I guess judging and training mentors was a man named Ian Poole who passed away a couple of years ago, and he had he drilled this into us. It's like you make an image and you nail it on the wall and you walk away, and it has to defend itself. It's kind of a really good way of explaining it. You're not there to go, this is what it means. To me, having text with an image is I've taught myself to create stuff that doesn't need that. So it should have all the information encapsulated in there for the amount that I want you to read the story. And I might put some ambiguity in there so that you put your own stuff in there. But like, if I have the opportunity to put a caption on it and I really want to strongly guide someone towards something, then I may use that. I tend to not. I'd call that an artistic choice. There's this is interesting. There's another competition called Out from the Mist, which judging is just wrapping up now. It's a competition that is specifically around images associated with mental health and well-being, and images all have a caption and quite a long description. So looking at those, it's often quite a different experience to see an image and analyze it and then pair it with the text. And the text sometimes was really quite long and personal. So it's a different experience. I wouldn't say one's better or worse. They're just different. So it depends on what your purpose is and what you're trying to do. If you really want to tell a story and adding some text to an image to explain it is the best way to get your message across, great. Does that help?
Fantastic.
Cool.
Oh, another question at the back.
I'll just add a comment to that. Yesterday in the judging as well, there was some people who had titles that the judges said that didn't make sense with the image, so it actually detracted from the image. So it can work both ways. It can enhance an image, but it can also detract it. So then it becomes a literary sort of competition, not a photographic competition. So it's a tricky one, but I think, yeah, as Chris said, the photo's got to stand on its own.
And we're framing this in terms of competition, and that's valid, but it's not everything, right? That's a pretty small subset of where images are viewed. But yeah, there are times where I'll see something go by on social media or whatever, and the visual that an artist puts out and the textual message to me don't line up. Now they might line up fine to the artist, but that is a confusion thing. We're talking before about the 5 things on you kind of you either push viewers away or you pull them in. That confusion and the discordancy between the written and the visual can push you away, and maybe it's time to look at the next image. So that can be a thing, yeah, for sure.
Cool. One last question. Oh, over here.
Just curious, how many creative projects have you got on the go at any time, like with Sleepless and the others? Like, what's bouncing around in your head?
Oh,
What
a
we
lot.
want to know?
Yeah. So for starters, I'll brainstorm and I'll keep ideas and I'll write them down. I use a tool called Trello, which is like a list tool that's online. It's in the cloud, so I can be on my phone like Mark is all day, or I can be on my computer and note stuff down. And I've got 50 ideas in there with random notes. As far as active projects, I've got a few collections of images that I'm working on where I'm slowly building to them, and so there's a slow boil. I've got a couple things where I've got ideas and their sketches are happening. Sometimes I'll have like 4 of these complex illustrative images happening simultaneously. If they're separate pieces, usually not, because I've got a strong idea of what I want to do ahead of time. Like I've got a narrative that I want to express, or I've got a purpose, and maybe I'll gain some skills doing this one in Photoshop that I can apply to that one, but the messaging might not come through. In the collections of images, like I'm working on some stuff right now that visually it's a dance-related stuff, and it involves a lot of movement and color, and as I make more of it, I learn more about what works and what doesn't work. So that builds on itself for sure. So it kind of depends.
One last question. Over this way.
Hi, Chris.
Hey.
Amazing content. Thank you so much. I was really drawn to the part where you mentioned about training the viewer to look at the image in different orders, and the 2 examples that you show with the YouTube one and also the lady. What kind of tips do you have for viewers or for us to learn to hone our skills in kind of communicating that more in our images? Like where can we go to learn more about this?
So, actually, Mark's just answered that question really nicely. The judging room is a really good place for that, because you're seeing 6 very experienced commentators explaining how they see images, and they won't always agree with each other. And that if you're here, you're not watching the judging, but it's all going to be on YouTube, so you can watch it at your leisure, which is really cool. That's good. We're surrounded by images. They're everywhere. Advertising images are usually, they're concocted to do this too. And if you kind of ask yourself the question, why did they do that thing? Why is that person wearing a red shirt? Was that an accidental choice or a conscious choice? So being really curious about the choices that other people have made can help you develop your own eye in that. Like, I find as a judge for this stuff, I learn so much judging images. When you're forced to put, when you're looking at an image and it lands a certain way, that's one thing, but when you're forced to put words to it and articulate why it is you feel that way, and you really work hard to find it, it's a really good teaching tool. So you've got so many examples in life that you can lean on. There's paintings in here that you can use, right? Why did they do this way? Ask yourself those questions, because that will help you. You can feed that into your own work. Does that make sense? Cool.
Very cool, very cool. Just to add two things, for judging, that's probably the best place. And any category, just watch and watch and watch on YouTube, go back into the channel and listen to the comments, listen to the judges. I know yesterday there was about 4 prints that we did for animal and pet that were talking about distracting elements. It didn't need to be there. So it's not what you do see, it's better if it wasn't there at all.
Every element needs to pay the rent. That's that one, right?
Yeah, that's the other one, cool. Or you do what I do, and I show my wife the photos, and she's like, can't you come up with something original? And I go, and I'm like, okay. And also Mercury. For those people that know Mercury, he's how old's Mercury? He's an older gentleman. He shows his mum, who's probably definitely older, and she's in her European accent, was just like, it's crap. And he'd be like, okay, if mum says it's crap, that means it's crap. And that's what he used to do. Anyway, that was just a random
Didn't
thing.
I just say people that love you don't give you honest feedback? Clearly wrong in Mercury's family, so it's okay.
Are you saying my wife that...
I'm not saying anything, Mark. You can draw your own conclusions, Mark.
Talking about a project, though, that you asked before, Chris and I spoke about a project probably
a couple years ago now,
4 or 5 years ago, that hasn't come to fruition yet. And I'd love that project to come and happen, but it's also just a timing, energy, headspace type of thing.
Yeah,
but
it's still growing. It's
Yeah.
the kind of thing that needs to be in a book, and it'll take its time, but it'll get there.
Exactly. Perfect. All right. Big round of applause, everyone. Chris Anderson.
Thanks, everyone.
Fantastic.
Awesome audience.
The man, the myth, the legend. Fantastic. Okay, it is now 10:41. We're going to have a morning tea. We'll be back in the room, say, let's go 10:55. Give you a bit of time. Go to the toilet, go outside, grab a coffee, do what you need to do. If you are watching on live stream, go and make yourself a coffee, go to the fridge and get yourself something to eat. You could visit the trade, but you don't have trade at home because you're at home and you're not here. If you are here, though, make sure you go and look around at the trade as well. And we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
This Sunday is a Sunday like no other here at City Edge. At Casey City Church, we'd like to welcome you to our 10:30 service this Sunday, the 11th of September, as we welcome Grandmaster photographer Andrew Campbell. Andrew's photographs, if you haven't had a chance to look at them, you can check it out on the website. Go and have a look at what he is able to do with a telescope and a camera and a whole lot of know-how. Come and hear how it is that Andrew does it, and perhaps more importantly, why it is that Andrew does it. What inspires him? And I'll also be speaking. I'm a pastor today, but in a previous life, I was a NASA-trained space science educator. Got to travel the country, see most of Australia, and at one point got to send some experiments up into space on the Mir Space Station and on Space Shuttle Columbia. You may remember a spider experiment. This Sunday, I'm going to be talking to you on a photographic note. We'll be talking about some of the photos and some of the cameras and the things that caused people to think maybe the lunar landing was a hoax. And then what does the Bible have to do with astronomy and things in the night sky? You're going to be surprised, and I promise you that if you come, you'll never look at the night sky the same again. So everybody's welcome to join us this Sunday here at Casey City Church at 10:30 right here in the auditorium. We hope you'll join us.
Hola amigos, I'm Andrei Rosalev, worldwide art and fashion photographer. This time I visited Spain. My schedule consisted of various tasks in Valencia and Barcelona, including my workshop and editorial for a magazine. Everywhere I need to be able to achieve an artistic result. I like it then flash using to achieve an overall harmony with natural light. My favorite octaboxes created delicate illumination. In this case, it is 88 centimeters. my workshop in Valencia, I demonstrated the possibility of artistic photography after sunset. It was almost dark, so I will tell you more about the lighting scheme. On the left is an 80-100 Pro flash with a warm conversion filter. On the right is another 80-100 Pro flash with a cold conversion filter. I use it to change the color temperature a bit, not a blue tint. This is not a blue gel filter. Both flashes with a Fresnel head and diffusers. Thus we achieve the color volume. In Barcelona, a more difficult task awaited me. 28 dresses, a quick change of locations, unpredictable weather, and unplanned situations. Wake up at 6 in the morning. I always have to be ready to shoot in any conditions. This is a conditional simple classification depending on the character of natural light. For this task I had two main tools if we're talking about light modifiers. First, it is a reflector. The sun as a key light or backlight. The general nature of the light is hot sun. An octabox, when the sun has a fill light. Cloudy, the character of the natural light is soft or the model and the most of the skin in the shadow. My task is to achieve harmony. So, the first case, the sun as a key light or backlight. Often I use 80-100 Pro with reflector. Another option, just flash without light modifier, but you need a lot of power. The second case, cloudy. The character of natural light is soft or model and the most of the skin is in the shadow. The sun is a fill light. I use the octabox, in this case 88 cm. It is worth adding that sometimes a large octabox with a diffuser a large distance from the flash to the model for a full body frame require more power. This is a great universal tool for many tasks. Thank you for watching. I wish you a great inspiration.
Edition Etching Rag is really a beautiful paper with a distinct texture and grain to the paper surface, but at the same time it holds image detail really well. And that's when I choose Edition Etching, when I sort of want a little bit of both, some grain and some texture. It's not as smooth as printmaking rag or Velen Museum rag, for example. Certainly not as smooth as Rag Photographique, but it also holds image detail really well, has great black density, great contrast. It's a 100% cotton rag paper, no OBAs of course, and it just feels really nice to hold and touch in your hand. And again, the smoothness and the grain of the paper is really nice. And I think it just works well on a wide variety of images, a very versatile paper, landscapes, nature, portraits, black and white, abstracts, reproductions even. I particularly like it on some of my landscape images where, for example, I might have an area of the image that's really smooth and I want the grain to add a certain dimension to that part of the image. But at the same time, I have a lot of detail and I want the paper to hold that image detail and sharpness really well.
thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time. Beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
Hey everybody, my name is Ted Felsberg. I'm a wedding photographer in New Jersey. I just want to take you a quick second to tell you about Imagine AI. It's this really cool artificial intelligence editing software that, to me, when I heard about it, was instantly something I wanted to jump on. When I got my first edits back, I almost cried when the edits were populating into Lightroom and I was seeing exactly how close it was to how I edit everything. To just imagine how much time I'm going to save and how much of my life I'm going to get back from editing in my business, it's life-changing. I hope everyone who does photography tries this out. It's absolutely incredible, and it's going to really transform your business so you get your life back. I couldn't be more excited to share this with everybody I know, and I hope everybody will give it a try.
Okay, and welcome back to session number 2 of day number 3 at the APP Australian Photographic Prize Expo and Awards. If you were here, you will get one of these. If you're online, you do not. But if you were here, you would get one of these bags. And in these little goodie bags is lots of goodies from our sponsors, from the Photo Collective, from Imagine. And one of my favourite things is Shoot Like a Ninja from Studio Ninja. This book's actually really cool. It's written by a couple of us photographers who have given us some insight into workflows and systems and how to shoot like a ninja. And there's graphic studios, there's brilliant prints, there's lots of little things. If you haven't got your bag yet, please make sure you come up and you grab it from me as well. Another thing, you might have been watching the print judging over the last 2 days and prints have scored a little bit better than what you thought. And you're like, oh, it could be a semi-finalist here, it could be a finalist. I could actually take this thing out. I've never had that thought, but I know people who have had that thought and it must feel so good. But I have ripped this off the door and we have 12 spots available left for the after party tonight, but more importantly, the gala dinner at Village Cinemas to see the results on the bid screens and get the awards. There's 7 spots available for that. There's still tickets for that, so please make sure that you come along to that. You do not want to miss your opportunity of getting your award and a piece of glass. Again, I've never actually got an award or a piece of glass like that, and I've heard it's an amazing experience. And talking about an amazing experience and people who have a lot of glass, our good friend Tony Hewitt is going to be speaking next, and he's talking all about, on your slide I remember, landscape fine art and sharing your visual perspective. Tony Hewitt is got more accolades than what I want to admit. But started off photographing lots of weddings, thousands of weddings, and then moving into portraits, and now is more concentrating on fine art commercial, and you'll see him hanging out of a helicopter more so than photographing weddings these days. A WPPI Grandmaster, AIPP Grandmaster, a fellow as well, won Australian Photographer of the Year numerous times. There wasn't numerous times.
No, once.
Oh, just once.
Peter's won it twice.
I've seen you up there so many times, I just lose count. And currently, the SWPP, you have to correct me with the name of it though, because I don't want to get it wrong. SWPP, the current, you won the...
2020 was I won the print competition for the year.
Yep.
The
what was his name?
Photographer of the year. Who?
The SWPP highest aggregate...
Oh no, that was at WPPI.
Oh, they're so... See? I wrote this down and I was like, oh, Tony, there's just so many awards, I just don't know which one to read out anymore. But as you can see, hugely accredited, amazing photographer. Everyone, clap your hands, Tony Hill.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. And I was standing there looking vague because I just realised as somebody who's done this a lot of times, I made a very big rookie mistake. I usually have a clicker, so I can sit here and walk around, which is why I have this mic on. And I've left my clicker in my bag over there, and I'm just deciding if I can come up with a good excuse while we're live on camera to walk over there and find it. No, you won't find it, Mark. You'll probably break my lipstick. But if someone's got a clicker up the top there, that'd be great. In the meantime, thank you for coming in from all sorts of corners of Melbourne, I can see, including Carly down here, who's going to be doing some drawing, which hopefully I can inspire her, at least not de-inspire her as we go. And I want to thank everybody for coming in here. And also those people out in the audience and those who were listening to the live stream yesterday. I kept referring to Iceland, and I hope someone from Iceland's watching today. That'd be really kind of nice to know. Now, landscape fine art and the aerial perspective, if you just plug that in for me, that'd be great. I'm sure you know how to do that, and I can go from there. Landscape, fine art and the aerial perspective, and it's something that as Mark said, I came from 1,000 weddings, or 997, but who was counting? And oops, we're going to have some problems here. This is the number one rookie mistake. You get up here and you forget your clicker. And right from the beginning, I knew that there was something about photography for me that made it a little bit different to just going out and recording things. So I was never satisfied with... You're a legend. That's why you have these guys. Give them a round of applause. They work up there. And nobody thinks of the guys up the back. Thank you very much. See, that's how efficient this is, and that's how good Karen and Robin and their team are behind this. And I sincerely hope that this grows to become the biggest event in Australia of its kind, and I'll certainly try to do my best to support that. But when we talk about anything in photography, when we talk about fine art, whether it's wedding, whether it's style, whether it's genres, whatever it is you want to talk about in photography, it all starts with you. It all starts with you. You can go everywhere you want. You can download what you like. You can read all the books and look at all the tutorials. You can listen to all of the people up here who apparently have pieces of glass and things. But it's all going to start with you, okay? It's not about what I do. It's not about what Mark does. It all starts with you. And at some point along your journey, you'll need to make some, or take some time and start asking yourself some questions. Who are you? Who are you as a photographer? Who are you as a person? Have you gone out and tried to discover who you are? Do you know who you are? Can you define who you are? Can you define what your photography is about? Can you define what you like? These are the questions that if you can't answer, you're just out there kind of throwing darts in the dark. Does that make sense? Yeah, good. And for me, I took a while to kind of figure out what it was. I loved doing exhibitions, and I shot the portraits, and I was a portrait photographer and a wedding photographer. And I remember the days of being a wedding photographer, and you get in a lift or something, and someone says, "What do you do?" "I shoot weddings." "Oh, is that all?" Or you're at a conference, and the commercial guys all strutting around, and "What do you shoot?" "Weddings." "Oh, okay." Like, you didn't really make it to the high grade, you weren't good enough. And I started to think, well, okay, what do I actually do? Because it's not about the camera. It's not about the camera. And probably about 10, 11 years ago, I realised I had this fascination. I love the water. I surf, I fish, I scuba dive, I water ski. I do all of those things and still try to do as much of that as I can. And as long as the hips and all of that don't go, I'll keep doing it. But, I started to realise that what it was that fascinated me the most was looking out of the window at the light on the water, standing on a balcony watching the sun on the water. It wasn't just the sunset. I'm not a big fan of going out in the bush and camping in the... I love camping, but it's got to be in the sand dunes on the beach, which most people go, "What?" But I realised that if I could get it down to a single sentence, it made it a lot clearer, A, to answer the questions for everybody else, but B, it kind of gave me this sense of freedom. And for me, that statement summed up what I like to do, and I could probably say it's still pretty accurate. That's how I feel about what I do. I witness the dance between the water and the light. It's transient. It's not permanent. It changes all the time depending on the time of the day, where I'm at, the wind, the weather, the climate, everything. And you take an image like this one, which is called Reef Light. It's from an earlier exhibition about 6, 7 years ago. And the words underneath that picture kind of sum up that witnessing. Watching the sunset disappear, watching as the warm light goes off to the right. And if you listen to the judges, they'll say to you, we get pulled to the right. How do we bring you back to the left? I know you're being pulled to the right in this particular image because I want you to go to the right because that's the narrative that I'm trying to share. I witnessed the day walk out of the picture. I witnessed the sunlight and the warmth get pushed aside by the cool of the night. And I've expressed that through the blues of the left and the warms on the right. So it's okay to break the rules once you know them, as long as you're doing it with intent. And it's okay if you put it in a competition and it doesn't do so good. That's okay. It just means you go out and find better ways to communicate what you want to say. So, what are your pictures about? Don't tell me it's about, I like taking pictures of bridges. What are they actually about? What is it that you enjoy taking pictures for? There'll be a commonality in a lot of your pictures. Sure, you'll do things for friends and family. You photograph the christening. Are you coming to the family picnic time? Yeah. Can you just chuck the camera in? Oh, yeah, I'd love to. We all get that, and that's okay. It's good to do. Now, that's part of what we do. I've got a brother-in-law who's a refrigeration mechanic. He's fixed everyone's air conditioners. He's fixed everyone's fridges. Paul, I don't mean to be a pain, but if you're going past, can you just pop in the aircon's on the blink? No worries. And I could imagine him hang up and go, "Oh, shit. I wanted to go home and watch the footy. I've got to go and fix Tony's air conditioner." But I've taken photos of the family for him and my sister, so it's in him. So can you define what your pictures are about? And more important, can you define what your vision is about, or what your perspective is, or what it is you like about walking around with a camera, what it is you like about walking around and sightseeing, or what it is you like looking at? Can you define that for yourself? I know Carly can. So you take a picture like this. What is style? Like once we can figure out, okay, I like to do this, then we start talking, people come up to me, well, how do you develop a style? Or, I like that person's style. And whether you have tried deliberately to get a style together or whether you haven't, you already have one. It's built around the choices you're making, whether you realise this or not. We often don't realise that we're making these choices, these decisions. And for me, I knew that my style is often around like simple shapes, lines, colour and texture. That's the way I reveal the things that I give meaning to, the symbolisms I'm responding to, and the narratives that maybe are hidden to the literal view, but through composition and shape and colour and tone, I can see a narrative, I can see a purpose or a meaning or a bit of communication in this picture. That's what my style is around. And one of the things you need to develop in order to build a style that you're confident about, or at least to have a style that you understand, is to trust yourself. And there's no one in this room that can tell me that they don't have the ability to have a style, that they don't have a style, and that they can't see something. Because this little fella here was 2.5. And we were having a cup of coffee. This is my oldest grandson. And we were sitting on Rottnest Island, and we were having a cup of coffee, and he came over to my wife's phone, and he picked it up, and of course any child over the age of 6 weeks and under 6 years probably knows more about those things than we do. And he walked over, and this is the lighthouse that he wasn't allowed up. 15 minutes earlier, he'd been in tears because you've got to be a certain height, because it's a very steep circular metal staircase. And when we got there, he wasn't allowed to go up, so my wife and my daughter went up, and I stayed back with Matthias. And he got very upset. So we took him outside and calmed him down. Anyway, we went and had a coffee, and he'd forgotten about it, like kids do. They live in the moment. And he walked over and just picked up the phone, didn't say anything. We just watched him, and he wandered over, and he looked up at this lighthouse. I thought, what are you going to do? And then he wandered over this way a little bit. And he thought, nah, that poor cameraman's following me. And he wandered over, and then he sort of stopped there, and he picked up the phone and he took a photo. I thought, this little fella knows exactly what he wants. And this is the photo he took. Right? Now, it's on a little bit of an angle, but in some corners of the world, we call that the Dutch tilt. Wedding photographers have been doing it for 20 years. He got onto it early. But he had this thing framed perfectly in the middle. He knew exactly what he wanted to take a picture of. One of the advantages of tech today is that you don't have to understand all the tech and get that right first. You can just practice your vision. And he knew what he wanted. But more importantly, he trusted himself. He didn't even think about whether he could do it or not. He just did it. Just, that's what I want to take a picture of. Whether that's to later on be able to cry over it or what, I don't know what he's going to, he's probably forgotten that as well. But trusting yourself is an integral part of developing and getting confidence around your style. That picture, I look at that and I know that I didn't take it. I can look on the phone and I know that I didn't take that picture because there's something about it that's not my style. If I have my camera out shooting and my wife says, I see something, I get really excited about taking pictures, and she goes, oh, can I borrow your camera? I think, oh, bugger, now your pictures are going to be mine and you're going to say that was mine. But I know when I look back through that there's a fingerprint. That's her way of doing it. And we all know this. I can see all the heads in the audience, all 4,000 of you just nodding like this, you know. Trust it. This is the beginning of your style. This is what you're about. And no matter who has been through history, all of the great photographers through history, those great images we look at, there's a reflection of that artist in that image. There's a fingerprint in there. And that is made up of more than just something they were taught. It also encompasses all the things that the belief systems, their individual philosophies and a personal vision. And the only thing that we get to present to the world that is truly unique is coming from inside us. It's not something that you download, it's not in an app, it's not on your phone, it's coming from inside us. And you may have found it easier to access when you're about that age than you do when you're a bit older. The thing is, as I said, it doesn't matter whether you think you've got a style or not, or you're thinking one day I'm going to get a style. You've got one and it's an instinctive thing. But you can add to that instincts. Educate yourself. Expose yourself to different photographer styles. Go and look at galleries. Don't just stick with photography. Go to artists. Go to sculptors. Go to any creatives. I love poetry. I write a lot of poetry. Most of my exhibitions have poetic prose within them. A lot of my artist statements are poetic prose. So expand and explore and be influenced by all these other creatives. And that will add to the resource that your instincts go to. And then it becomes instinctive because you will automatically be taking pictures that others may look at and think, well, that's got your fingerprint on it. So going back, Mark said, you know, Tony did weddings. He did 1,000 weddings, 987, but who's counting? And I go back to my wedding pictures these days and I can look at them and I can see that instinct was there right at the beginning, the need for simplicity, the need to look for a hidden narrative, the need to understand the purpose of the picture. I look at this and, you know, this wedding photo, what do brides want? You know, that they want to be special on that one day. I know grooms do too, to a degree, but traditionally it's been a lot about what the bride wants. And from very young age, they're often dreaming about growing up and getting married. Same with portrait. You know, what is a portrait about? A portrait of somebody doing something, or a portrait of somebody's personality. This is my wife in Paris in the pouring rain. And, you know, she was supposed to be getting a portrait with me and a beautiful sunset with the Eiffel Tower, and guess what? It didn't happen. But we embraced it. She ran through the rain with an umbrella. Everybody disappeared because there's normally 1,000 people there. And we got this amazing picture, which really sums up her personality. Travel photos are the same. It's an instinct to sort of look at it. And for me, I look at it and I think, okay, I've got a picture of something. I'm on travel. This is in Guangzhou. I think it's Guangzhou, Chongqing or something in China. And if you look at that picture below the bridge on the left, you'll see old Chinatown. And so for me, this was a picture about the evolution of this city from this old traditional Chinese town down the bottom, you can see there, through to this modern metropolis. And there in the front is this architecture that just screams of science fiction. So it's a travel photo, but there's another reason that I was instinctively drawn to it. And, you know, commercial work, fashion work. This was the signature shot for the Phase 1 IQ3 back. But it was all about high colour. So this was about throwing colour into the mix and making sure people saw that. So at this point, there's a few in the room going, okay, so landscape, fine art, and we're showing pictures of his grandchildren. We're looking at his wedding photos and he's showing his wife in Paris. When you're going to talk about stuff that we're here for. So landscape, I do like to take landscape and I'm getting better at it. I think I'm getting better at it. But what is landscape? Really, what is it? I mean, we see definitions, we get a competition and we read up the rules and we say, okay, what does the landscape category include? What doesn't it include? There's all these definitions. What's landscape? What's landscape for you?
It's what you see when you're outdoors.
That's pretty cool, pretty simple. I like it. I love things that are very wide open so you can do what you want with it. Jackie, what's landscape? A building? Okay. So it's a different, slightly different for Jackie. Jim, what's landscape?
I think it includes the urban, includes the rural, it includes the intimate, the detail.
Okay. Yeah, so landscape's got different definitions, and for those who are watching us on live stream, I don't know the name of every person in the audience, but I'll work on it through the program. So perhaps, if I'm going to read off here so I don't get it wrong, but I looked up definitions of landscape, and there's thousands of them. You know, a landscape is the visible features of an area of land, its landforms and how they integrate with natural or man-made features. That's one definition. How many of us think, yeah, that's a pretty cool definition? Yeah. So that's a landscape. What about this one? A landscape is the visible features of an area of land, its landforms and how they integrate with natural man-made features. It's the same description, but the pictures are different. So we can change the pictures and we can change the definitions. At the end of the day, the only thing that's really going to count is what you think it is. And for me, the way I come back to keeping it very general, and I'll tell you a little secret, when you get asked to do a talk and they ask you to give a title of your talk and what it's about, I try really hard to keep it as general as possible because I just love talking and I don't like saying I'm going to talk about how to create sharpening effects for this in that, because then I'm stuck with that. So for me, landscape is the outer world. It's what I see. I could do a photo in this room and in some ways it's a landscape. Now, not everyone's going to agree with me and that's fine, but for me, My landscape is what's outside me. That's the landscape that I get to photograph. Whether I'm in a city and I'm looking at an urban environment, whether I'm on a beach looking at the sun setting, whether I'm up in the hills looking at burnt trees, that's my landscapes, whatever's in front of me. You can take a photograph of a body, you know, nude or an old face, and I've seen people do pictures of that are better landscapes than some of the landscapes I've seen out there. Particularly, you know, photograph someone like my face or whatever and get that craggy look, get the light cutting across it, everything the girls don't want, and suddenly go, wow, look at the textural qualities of that, all those ripples. That's a landscape in some ways. But what about fine art? And that's the hard one. That's the one I've always had challenges with. I've struggled, what is fine art? And every second photographer will have a client that comes to them and says, do you do fine art? And of course, if you're smart and you want to make money and be successful, you say, of course I do. We'd like some fine art wedding photos, please. Absolutely, we can do that. And we'd like some fine art shots of our children, family portraits. Yeah, we can do that. So what's fine art? What's fine art for you? Delicacy. Okay, cool. Nell, what's fine art for you?
I think it has an artist's touch, and you've sort of created something that is a bit abstract.
Okay. An artist's touch, maybe a bit abstract. Leo, what's fine art for you?
Exquisite.
Exquisite. Okay, so that's a description of what it might look like. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Fine art. This is an image called Continuum from one of my exhibitions last year. It's one of my all-time favourite pictures these days. To me, this image represents life. To me, this image is the ups and downs, the rise and fall, the hills and valleys of a journey from left to right, as Chris educated the audience before on. Left to right, that ups and downs. At the top, we have those trees that are sort of blossoming. It's the best times, the rich times, the good times, and in some of the valleys it's the darker times and a bit more barren, but that's life. We come in at one end and sooner or later we go out the other, and it's not a straight line. Very few people have a straight line. They have a few ups and downs and a few things like that. But we live in a continuum. We live on a continuum. We come in at one point and we go out on the other, and it just, everything else keeps going. And that's my section. And you'll all have your section. So that is kind of the approach I take to fine art. But what's your definition of fine art? What would be your definition of fine art? Stylised to tell a story. Okay. What about you? She says, I don't know. I was just lost, and there's all this noise inside, so I came in the door. What would you? What do you think fine art is? Yeah, it could be. And personal interpretation is probably a pretty good way to define it too, because it's got to come from you. Jackie, you're one of the most accomplished fine art photographers I know. If you don't know Jackie Dean's work, go and look it up. It is absolutely sensationally beautiful. So delicate and finessed, and she's a very humble lady, but go and look it up, Jackie Dean. Jackie, what's fine art for you?
Fine art is sometimes the word that's misused. I think, well, anything that sings to me in the natural world. And it's about post-production as well. It's not just about taking an image. I think it's how it's treated afterwards can make it fine art. But yeah, it's open to interpretation.
Yeah, and as Jackie said, there's so many ways it's used, and I agree respectfully, without pointing at anybody, that there are people who do use the word fine art and perhaps they use it or misuse it. But, you know, let's look at some definitions. Okay, let's look at a couple. Fine art photography is created in line with the vision of the photographer as artist, using photography as a medium for creative expression. The goal of fine art photography is to express an idea, a message, or an emotion. I don't mind that one. I think that's pretty good. I can sort of work with that, and I can apply that to some of the things that I do and the reasons I do them. Here's another one. Fine art photography is any photography in which the vision of an artist behind the camera is presented rather than the objective reality of whatever subject the camera is pointed at. I like that one because it's less about what's in front of the camera and more about what's behind it. I did say right at the beginning it starts with you. Okay? So fine art has got to be more about what you think, about what you feel, than it is about what's literally in front of you. Here's another one. Fine art photography, on the other hand, is first and foremost about the artist. It's not about capturing what the camera sees. It is about capturing what the artist sees. And I look at that and I think, okay, it's a little bit, I'm not sure. I'd like to change that last word to feels. But that's just me. So discovering and understanding fine art, I don't think is a very black and white area. It's something you get to explore for yourself and you find your own answers. But, as I did with landscape, this is my simplified version and my approach to fine art. It's about my inner world. Landscape was my outer world. Fine art is my inner world. It's all about how I feel about what I see. Does that make sense? Monet, this painting, cheap one, 110 million, a couple of years back, probably worth a bit more these days. Haystacks. As far as he was concerned, the function of his painting was not to obscure but to faithfully depict the appearance of the world. In other words, what he saw rather than what he knew to be out there in front of him. That's quite confusing because the first half says it's what he saw, but then he says it's not what's in front of him. So what's he alluding to? He's alluding to the fact that we all look at the same thing, but we don't necessarily see the same thing. We all have a bit of a different perspective, if you like, a different viewpoint. And we all respond to things that not everybody else will see. We all respond to hidden narratives. We all respond to things that we might recognise, that we might understand, but that someone else may have no reference point to, so they don't even respond to it. This is an aerial over Exmouth. If anyone, by the way, has a question about what the picture is, because some of them are quite abstract, just put your hand up and I'll explain it.
It's just the locations where they were taken. So, yeah.
I just won't give you the GPS coordinates, that's all. I did have an exhibition, my first two I did, and I put GPS coordinates on it. And we had a lot of people coming through, and they said, we had a lot of people coming through. And then they started to realise they were all coming up with their cameras and photographing the GPS coordinates. That's in the Exmouth Gulf, northwest of Western Australia. So I'm looking at something and I see something that I respond to, partly because I might recognise it for its iconography or something, or partly because it just triggers something in me that someone else next to me may not have any reference to at all. It may not appeal to them, it has no relevance to them, it doesn't push any buttons for them. So there's hidden narratives that we all respond to. What is it that when you look at pictures that you respond to? I mean, if you're a wedding photographer and you're a good one, you can respond to true love. I've been a wedding photographer, I know. And I've been in a church and looked and watched and seen a glowing bride, literally had to pull the camera away because I thought, she's got a halo around her. And she was just emanating, she was glowing and beaming and she was so happy, and those two were so in love. And I've also been a wedding photographer, looked and thought, ain't nothing happening there, but I'll take a picture anyway. You know, sad but true. So what do you respond to when you're out taking pictures? What is it that you kind of find yourself pulled to? What is it that you kind of walk, oh, I've got to take a picture of that. We all do it. And now with phones, it's almost a bane of our life. I just get a quick picture before, hang on, I'm coming. Oh shit, I missed it. You know, we all do this. So what are you triggered? I look at a picture like this. I'm flying over, this is Wyndham, northwest Australia, up near the Kimberley. And I can show you on Google Earth, you just go, there it is. And you're flying around and all you're seeing is mud and patterns, and all of a sudden you go, oh, look, a tree, and you know it's not a tree. So that's the sort of triggers that I'm talking about. That's the abstractions, and they're the sort of things. And that's maybe what the fine art definitions were about. Maybe that's what Monet was about when he said, it's not what's in front of me, it's what I see. Because what was in front of me? Mud and water, that's it. Mud and water. And what was I witnessing? I'm witnessing the dance of the water and the light. Because that's the only reason I can see it. Because I tell you what, fly over that in the dark and you won't see anything. So it's got to have the light. And I suppose then that's fair enough to say, well, what we're really talking about is our own perspective on things. And perspective is about how we feel about what we're looking at. And perspective can be about our unique point of view, which is based upon what we've learnt through our life, what we've experienced through our life, the sort of things that we were taught to believe, chose to believe. That gives us perspective. So what's the definition of visual perspective? Because I love my definitions. I think it gets us a starting point. Here's one definition I found which I quite enjoyed. Visual perspective taking is the ability to see the world from another person's perspective, taking into account what they see and how they see it. So let me just divert for a second away from photography. Wouldn't it be a wonderful world if everybody could just have that skill, that ability, and maybe that intention when there's a problem or a conflict to just step into the other person's shoes and look at the world from their viewpoint? Imagine if you're looking at a child and you can't figure out why they're upset, and if you can just get down to their level, get right down to their level, and geez, Carly, you're right down there low today, aren't you? And see the world from where they sit. Or somebody's angry or something, and you can't figure out why. Well, just put yourself in their shoes, what day they had, etc. That's what I mean by shifting perspective. Photographers have incredible power. I think Paul Holland yesterday was talking a little bit about the power of the pictures. We get the chance to show a different perspective, which can maybe help people have another way to look at things and perhaps resolve issues, perhaps get involved in something they weren't intending to, perhaps have greater understanding about the world around them. So that's the philosopher in me. But the artist, it's about showing a unique point of view, because no one else will ever see the world exactly the same way you do, because vision is based upon the way we interpret what we see through our lens, which is our eyes. We don't see with these things here. We see with our brain. Our eyes just collect the information for us. In the same way that on your camera, the lens just collects the data. The sensor records it, then the computer holds onto it, and we can move that information around or start to pull it apart to understand it. So perspective is mainly based on what we've been through. That's why we have different perspectives. And that's why no one ever 100% all of the time, every single moment, shares exactly the way you think things should be. And I personally think that's a bloody good thing. Makes the world interesting. So for me, visual perspective, or our view of the world, is where that outer and that inner world start to connect. And if you think about it, if we say, right, that's what's out in front of us, and this is what I'm feeling, and this is what I'm seeing, and this is what I'm being triggered by, then sharing the visual perspective is inviting others to take the opportunity to come and step in and see it from where I stand. Come and look at how I see things. And every time you press the trigger on your camera, that's essentially what you're doing. You're saying to the world around you and the people that look at your images, this is how I see things. But you're doing more than that. You're not just saying this is what it looks like. The choices you make, the instinctive choices that you make, the decisions you choose to take, wide angle, long lens, high key, low key, all of these things contribute to giving a unique perspective on what you're looking at. Now, I don't normally throw this one in, but I know when you talk fine art, and particularly with some of my work, people go and start talking about abstract. Well, what's abstract? What is it? There's a definition there, that's another one, which I quite like, because it kind of says it's not just about what we think is real, it's about what we conceive or perceive to be real. It's about what we feel about what we think is real. It's about our interpretations of what's in front of us. So that's why we can look at something that for most people means nothing. Think of the old ink blots that people used to look at. Does anyone understand the terminology pareidolia? Nobody? You've all done it. Yep. Tell everybody what's pareidolia, Robin. Oh, that's fine. Yep, I'll come back to you.
Sorry, I'm seeing a face or a human object or in an abstract.
Yeah. What would you? Yeah. Yeah. So pareidolia is making sense of something where there is no sense to be made, because you're imposing your perspective on something. You're being triggered. You see the shape of something in the clouds and you, oh look, there's a rabbit. Or you might look down and see a tree in the mud. But if you had never seen a tree, all you would see is nothing but mud. So that's why when we talk about a unique perspective, what we're actually doing is sharing what we've also been through, what we've learnt and what's been in our life. So here's a thought. I've got a series of pictures here which create, anyone ever seen the DNA photos they used to take? You'd send your DNA and they come back with, it's like a mapping of your, I think it might be the genome or something. It's just like a piece of art. And they used to get a his and hers. You could put it above your bed and and it just looks like random colours, and that's him and that's her, And I thought that kind of was the trigger for this idea, and I was photographing salt lakes that had little rivulets running through, and it was sunset, so they get little glows of the orange and the pinks coming off them. And it was like this little stream cutting through, and I thought, gosh, that was an earlier version of my continuum. And I came up with a whole bunch of these pictures. I only used 3 in the exhibition. They were called journeys. Journeys 1, 2, 3. And for me, when I look at the journeys images, the top of that image is when you come into this world and the bottom's when you exit. And along the way, you have moments which blossom out and full of colour. You have moments that get quite thin. You have deviations. You have tracks that you go off on the side. But each of us, if we mapped our life journey using that type of formula, we'd have incredibly unique images. Nobody would have the same. We'd all be different. And that, to me, is another way of defining my fine art, is what is it about? It's about something else. What did you feel? What are you choosing to say? What experiences are you choosing to share? What is your translation of an experience? This image was captured over near Broome, in the northwest of WA, about 6-7 years ago. And it's called Ancient Echoes. And it just happened that we were flying out and we'd been sitting with the pilot talking, and he was telling us he's taking us out to this area of the bay. And he said, and of course, you know, this area of the Kimberleys is one of the oldest geological formations on the planet. Very old area, a lot of spiritual significance to Indigenous Australians and things like that. So we're out there and we're looking at sandbars, late light, warm light on one, and a little bit of a bump in the sandbar, and I could just through my perception of colour see a warm side and a cool side. And then just in that moment, in that level of the tide, I saw what I thought was a heart. And all that went through my head was, there's the beating heart of this area. There's the beating heart of what we've just been talking about with that helicopter pilot. And I could hear the echoes. Now that's just me. Someone else flying along there might just see a sandbar. But that's what my fine art becomes about. It's about me sharing my perspective of the worlds and my philosophies and the things that are important to me through something that might just grab your attention. Because you sure as hell won't stand in a lift with me for 55 minutes while I talk about it, but you might look at a picture and then you might be interested in the story behind it and why I took it. And I know from experience now with the exhibitions that people sometimes purchase an image primarily because I love the colours, it suits the lounge. But more and more people want to know, why did you take it? So they will ask the questions, where is it? But they'll go beyond that. Where is this picture and what is it? And I love that question because I can say, well, there's 2 answers to the what is it. One is what you think it is. And the other is why I took it and what I think it is and what it represents. And that's me sharing my visual perspective. So to give you an example as an artist statement on one of my exhibitions, Lux et Aqua. Lux et Aqua is Latin for light and water. Surprise, surprise. But you see, I always try to come forward with that catchphrase because I want people to know that's what my pictures are about. It gives them context. It gives them an understanding of when they're looking at the photography, this is why I'm doing what I do. This is the theme that ties them together. It's always going to be about the water and the light. And the vision is about seeing what others don't see. And it's a reflection of what I've experienced. It's a recognition of what might be real, but also what I think is real, what I perceive to be real. And I use abstractions as well as literal interpretations to share that. And then that might resonate with somebody else. And if it resonates with you, if you look at something and go, oh my gosh, I really like that. It invokes emotion. We start to get emotional. And that's how people buy art, but it's also how people appreciate art. And that's why somebody can walk into an art gallery or a photography gallery and stand in front of a painting and get very emotional. Look at the next one and it doesn't move them. I've had images that people have stood in front of and cried, and their husband stood next to them and said, what's wrong? She goes, can't you see it? No? Well, we're buying it anyway. But the reality is she could see something, and I have chosen not to share those images because they're very sensual images, and I know we have a pretty broad audience, so I didn't share those. But that sort of response that people look at and they can't help but be triggered because there's something inside them that's being triggered. So you could sum that up in a way to say that when you look at a picture, often what's going to resonate down time, why people remember photos. As a judge or a chair, and there's a few judges in the room, although they should be in there working, they will always tell you at the end of the day, there's 1 or 2 pictures that kind of just stick in their mind. And I've got a couple from yesterday that I thought, that was clever. that was exceptionally done. But even if it hadn't been exceptionally well executed, it just happened to be, it's just the idea was very clever. It resonated. It got its claws into me. It stuck with me. And to me, that's a little bit about where fine art should be heading, because that's what the echo is. It's something that just reverberates through time. So if we move and follow that transition, we talked about landscape and fine art and sharing our perspective, then really when we start to talk about printing or prints or exhibitions, then it's an expression of the experience, an expression or a sharing, if you like, of what you felt, what you went through, what you want to say, but in a physical form. I like doing large format images. Most people know that. This is a very big image. And it's a picture of a salt lake, which is on the west coast of Western Australia. I don't always shoot there, but that one is. Signing the print to give it authenticity, to say to the person who buys it that I have deliberately put this out there. It's not just something that somebody found. I endorse this print. I love this print. I'm proud of this print. That's important, I think, because it helps to substantiate the message or the meaning of what you're giving. But a couple of years ago, I did something that I found really interesting. We were printing, and I make no secret, I print on Canson paper, and we're printing on big prints, getting ready for an exhibition. And as we would print them, we would carefully stack them, and they're quite a thick paper. You know, most Canson papers are 300 or so GSM. And some of them are maybe 210, but you could roll them up and they'll stand quite stiff and strong. And we were standing them up, and I was looking at them and I thought, oh, that's a piece of art in itself. So I took this picture, and then I, just on my phone, and I thought, that's amazing. I really like that. I could almost do an exhibition of my exhibition papers. Maybe we should talk to Canson about that. And then the following year when we were printing, we stuck them and I thought, oh, I better do another one. So I did that one. And then last year I did another one, so I did that one. And then I was looking at them and I thought, you may not see it because you don't know my work that well yet, but I could see this movement of style. I could see I was getting braver with my colour, and I was going, I mean, the TVs aren't exactly right, but you're close enough. I was getting a little bit more diverse in the colours I was playing with, and I was getting simpler in some of my shapes, and I was getting bolder. And it kind of gave me a bit of a kick to think, wow, and so that's something I now do, and it becomes part of my legacy, if you like, my history for myself, to see where I'm going. So sharing those ideas in a way that people can, in a concrete way, feel the emotion that goes with it is one of the reasons I love to print. And I'm not here to say, this isn't an advert for printing, but yes, it's sponsored by KL, and I said I work with Canson papers all the time, and actually while we're talking, I'll send these around. I just ask that you only touch the white bits. These are all Canson papers. Okay, so maybe if I start with one over here, and if you move them around, just touch the whites, not the blacks, and not the colours, I mean. Maybe, thanks, Mark. And also, I'll share this while I'm talking, this beautiful book which was made for me by the amazing people at Memento Pro a few years ago, and it's kind of like a preview book, if you like. It's got a lot of my exhibition work in it, but what makes it special for me, and we're just sort of finalising the design of the next one, it's printed on the same paper I exhibit with. It's a double-sided version, so it's the same type of rag paper that I print with. Have a look. That goes up to about 3 years ago, I think. But have a little look. I think you might have seen it now. And then pass it around. I do ask to get the prints back if I can, please, at the end. But I am going to give one away. I'm going to give one away. So the print, as you can sense, is a physical object in the world, and it enhances the experience. The prints you guys are looking at are my rejects. These are the ones that I might have done 1 or 2 proofs to get what I wanted. I might have tried a couple of different paper sources. As they go around the room, you'll feel a smoother paper, which might be a rag photographique. You'll feel a more textured paper or a warmer paper. Some of the textured papers might be an Edition Rag or a BFK Reeves. So there's a whole range of papers. And what's amazing about that is it gives us the opportunity to express ourselves beyond just the image. Because as you feel those papers, you can't tell me it doesn't add a little level of romance. It's kind of nice and it's delicate, and hopefully as you pick him up, and just about everybody I've looked at has done the same thing, it's like, oh, I better treat this a little bit more carefully. There's a reference, there's a value that we're giving to it because it's a physical object. And it should complement. And the thing is, when we talk about papers, and you hear judges sometimes say, I love this image, I think a better choice of paper would have been better for the image. If you're going to have a highly detailed, finessed image, you might want to make sure you don't have too textured a paper, or the detail gets lost. Things like that. Or if it's got a lot of rich blacks, make sure the paper you're using can handle the rich blacks, and so on. And I won't go into the technicalities of it today, but that's something you can choose to explore, that the choices of papers. And if you're like me and you're very, I'm very, not OCD is the wrong word, but I'm very particular. I'm a perfectionist, I know that. I'll do 3 or 4 versions just to get to where I think that's the right one. I still think these versions are pretty good, but as I said, the final versions are the ones that kind of used. So when we talk about paper, we talk about things such as, if you're thinking about the image, you think, if I say, describe the image to me, you say it's ethereal, it's calm, it's high key, it's a low contrast, soft image, then maybe you want a smoother paper. Or maybe not. Maybe you want a textured paper, something that complements, that you feel complements the story or the message of the picture. You might look at something that's agitated and chaotic, an image that's full of drama, full of contrast, and perhaps that's when you choose a textured paper, or you might choose a more contrasty type of paper. Does that make sense? In the days of printing, way back when most of you weren't born, the black and white photographers would choose high contrast papers or low contrast papers to complement and be congruent to the type of emotional response that they wanted from the viewer. Bold, high energy, saturation, something that's bright and bubbly and joyful and childlike, then you might want a paper that's going to reflect that through the paper colours, the colours that it can represent, and the ink. So the choice of mediums and the choice of the paper is so important. And then you can, if you start looking at exhibitions, you want pictures that when people walk around a gallery, I can't remember, I think this is Continuum. You walk around it and the pictures jump off the wall, the colours add to the story, the textual quality of the paper can be seen, it can almost be felt. People want to touch it. Please don't touch. Oh, that feels nice. Look at the side on, I'm sure it's 3D. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. I just quietly say, just use the back of your hand. There's less acid, less oils. And just a little tip, when I do exhibit, I only frame 2 or 3 out of the 20 pictures because I love the papers that I've printed on. I love the way they come up. So I want people to be able to go up and fall in love with the textual quality, the kinesthetic feel of it. I kind of, even though the gallery girls walk around going, don't touch the prints. And I'll go around and go, just like that. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. It's so tactile. It's so beautiful. And this young lady here, what's really cool about this? She's sitting down with paper and pencil and drawing, and there's a feeling about that, isn't there? It's nice to actually feel it go onto the paper, isn't it? Makes you the artist. And every exhibition can be different. This is an older one, but same deal. You want people to be mesmerised by not just what the image looks like, but what it feels like, and they want to have a sense of that. Yep.
That image that you had before, the big red one that you were signing.
Yeah. You find a good framer. That's their job. The papers, you can print on an Epson printer to about 60 inch. Did you need me? Oh, sorry. So the question was, big prints? That was about 2.2 metres by about 900 high. That's the print. So what I do, okay, so good question, thank you. So sometimes you have trouble getting mats to cut around that size. Well, the beauty of really nice media, like what you're holding onto here, is I print with a white border. And I don't use a mat, I just use spacing to separate it from the acrylic or the glass. So with the really big ones, we use a museum acrylic. Does that answer your question? Yeah, sorry, I should have... They are framed, well, they're framed eventually, but in the exhibitions, as I said, I'll frame 3 or 4 pictures so people can see it, but I'll leave the other 16 or 18 unframed, but they're mounted on a 10mm board. And that way people can they just can't help themselves. And you don't have any, we don't get any reflectivity and things like that. Where were we? But good question. So let me talk about visual language. I want to kind of simplify things a little bit. It's like, okay, to talk about, okay, Tony, you're talking about, you know, ethereal and fine art and perspective and share your emotions and all of that stuff. But when you're sitting down and you're taking pictures or you're editing, what are some simple tools you can use? Well, colour, tone, texture and form are the alphabet for me. They're the language that I work with. Most of what I do, and sure there might be the odd one or title that you think could be fitted in there, but I find most images, that's where they go with. You know, colour can have certain types of impact, reds and blues. You know, we talk about colour, we can talk about mood and atmosphere, we can use colour to help that. It can make us feel warm or feel cold. It can affect the perception of depth. Different colours, brightness and things like that, blues and greens will sort of appear to recede and so on and so forth. But we get to choose that. So if you're a portrait photographer, you very rarely produce pictures of young children for the mother and have a cold colour palette because they don't tend to go down very well. They'd rather it was slightly warmer, nice and embracing. If you're going to share a picture of your holiday on the beaches of Maui, you know, Jeff, I'm sure you've been there many times, and you're on the beaches and it's a beautiful warm sunset, well, you don't press auto white balance and clean out all the yellows and bring it back so it's clean and crisp and clean and proper, because people don't get the feeling of what it felt like to sit on that beach. You know, if you're in Iceland and it's cold and it's -10 and you're freezing your whatsits and all of that, you don't neutralise it and make it look warm again. Let it look blue, because that's what you were feeling. In fact, in my complexion, that's what you look like. So colour can have a really strong impact. In fact, colour does have an impact, and it's up to you to make sure you're in charge of that. Don't just let it be what it is and hope that it gives you what you want. It can have, in one picture, you can show cold and warm, for instance. This is Shark Bay area. I don't normally give away all these secrets, you know that. And no GPS coordinates. Thank you. Wow, that's the best compliment I've had for a while. Thank you. Can I just make a note? I'll add that to one of my things. You know, I was flying and I kept feeling like there was this land in between the desert and the sea where things were kind of blending. It was a different type of, it was just a no man's land. And the cold and the warm helped create that separation. And so colours can have a huge impact. Colours can help with depth. You know, you look at the Grand Canyon, the richness of the colours in the foreground, the subdued desaturation, loss of some of the warmer colours, so we get a cooler type of colour in the background. Helps, gives you that perception of what is effectively a mile deep and 10 miles wide or whatever it is. And, you know, when a painter, an artist, watercolour painter, whatever, is painting, they may choose to, you know, they start off, they might do the background first, etc. But generally, if they want something to look closer to the viewer, they'll give it a little bit more richer colour. If they want it to look further away, it'll be a little bit more washed out. Colour can affect mood. I mean, this is early morning, but the warm light coming through is kind of, thank God the sun's out. And yet in the same place, 45-degree different perspective looking around the corner, this was about an hour earlier, and keeping it that blue in that colour temperature, you could feel that it was actually -2 until the sun came out and then it warmed up. So colour alone is doing a lot of work. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Lord Peter Eastway has just walked through the room. Yeah.
Whatever he says about 200% colour saturation, it's true.
Let's look at atmosphere. Sorry, tone. So you look at tone, and the tones that we use, you know, high tones, like light tones or dark tones, can make a difference. And this colour looks a little bit weird. This is in a place called Middlehurst, which I know at least one of you in the room's been to, besides me. Well, besides Peter. But, you know, choosing to keep these muted tones rather than a high contrast, bright mountain scene, I feel gave a slightly surreal effect. And that's how I was feeling in this place. It's quite a dreamy-like place. High country in South Island, New Zealand. And sometimes you're just there and it's not about the literal landscape, it's just about this amazing, forgotten part of the world that is God's own country. And I wanted to express that, the difference for me using tone. So I lightened it a bit more than it was and flattened the tones a bit. There's no real whites, there's no real blacks, it's just this sort of low contrast. And again, you know, you might go to photography school, so if you do, Carly, and the teacher says I'm wrong, then they just agree, don't get in trouble. But, you know, when you're there probably is more of a black and there is more of a white, but I don't want that feeling to come through. I want to change the feeling. I'm in charge, it's my fine art, I'll do what I want. Perspective and atmosphere can be expressed through tone. You know, the softer tones in the background, the harsher and more contrasty tones in the foreground. They can change the way you feel about that picture. High key tones, low key tones. This image is taken in a car park in Monument Valley, where it was just snow and I was just waiting for everyone to pack their suitcases, and 15 feet off the car park, and everyone had photographed Monument Valley, which for those of you, I'm sure you've seen it, is those incredible totems and that, but behind the hotel there were all these trees that had just had this fresh dashing of snow, and I just thought they all made incredible little sculptures. So I got a little, the idea was I got in the bus and I produced 10 pictures of trees, all like this, all different trees, different shapes, and that was my little 10-piece exhibition that was produced in 15 minutes in a car park. But it's the high key effect that gives it that light, airy feel. What about texture as one of those alphabet, components? Texture can be used for lots of things. You look at an image like this, which is shot in the middle of somewhere in the middle of Australia. I can't remember. It's I can, but I'm not going to say. It's for me, this is the daily routine. I can see a clock. Can anyone see the clock reference? The textual lines of the animals all coming to the water tank or whatever it is in the middle to get their daily nourishment. And for me, that's kind of a symbology of that daily routine, if you like, in terms of time. And it's done through texture. You can sort of feel that. Some of the observations on texture, that it does reveal personality and character. It can introduce a feeling of calmness or chaos. And it helps to reveal context by showing which way the light's coming and so on. Smooth texture is calming. Rough texture is a little bit more, uncomfortable. So texture alone can sort of translate into emotion. And I'm sure everyone kind of goes, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But what I'd like to encourage you to do is take more control of that knowledge and use it. This is I said that the continuum was one of my favourite images. I've got kind of 5 images that are the ones that if I had to only ever have 5 pictures again, that was it, they'd be those. Continuum was one, this is another, Survivor. It's taken during a bushfire, and the background image is this is one of the few you'll see, if the only one that has an overlay of texture put on it. The texture is from a concrete wall, because I was trying to emulate that feeling of standing in that bushfire with the thick, gritty smoke. And when you can taste it in your mouth, the picture didn't give away the taste, so I tried to bring that out. When you see this print, you can almost feel and sense the textural quality of the smoke. And the Survivor tree sits up there with a couple of dead, burnt out parts of other trees and surrounded by the smoke from a bushfire, and you think, how did you survive this? How do you continue to survive this? Texture can introduce things such as, is it a masculine feel or a feminine feel? And all pictures have a little bit of both. All people, we all have a little bit of masculinity, femininity in us. But by textual qualities and things like that, you can talk about form as well when we talk about illustrating masculine feel in your pictures, or the feminine side of things, the flows, the curves, the textual qualities of that when you look at the very fine little ripples, and you probably can't see it there, but in the book you may have seen just those little ripples. Again, shares that aspect. This is very highly feminine. It's very soft. It talks about water spirits. So this is Aqua Spiritus, water spirits. And I was flying over this lake and all I could see was these figures. And again, this is an old part of the country. And I could see the sort of, for me, it made me think about the history and the longevity of this country way before you and I were here and people who we're related to necessarily. But I just felt that. And I thought, well, how do I demonstrate that? And if this was a literal picture, you'd look at it and go, oh, it's a picture of a lake. And it is a picture of a lake. And nothing you see in my images do I ever composite apart from that textual overlay and Survivor. These are straight pictures. They're there. I just choose which parts of the colour, which parts of the texture to make louder or quieter. I've often used the analogy, some of the room may have heard, of the conductor who has an orchestra and a piece of music, and I get to choose whether the violins get the lead or the trombones. I get to choose whether it's going to be delicate and soft and airy or it's going to be heavy and dramatic and loud. That's what I do with my images. That's me sharing my visual perspective of what I see. And I'm saying that with intent, not because I'm special, because I want you to feel that speciality, that when you produce your work, that you make it say what you want it to say. And you express what you feel about what you took, not just what was in front of you. Texture can reveal. I did a series of images from the front of a car in a 70-knot blizzard, driving through a part of America where we were going to be stuck with a snowstorm, through the glass with the camera that I had on me, which just happened to be a 35mm DSLR with a 24-70. And when you see this print, you'll see the fine textural quality of the snow, the blizzard blowing through it. Were you with us on that, Jude? Yeah. And I looked at the pictures later and I thought, wow, in the space of half an hour, I got these images that really kind of, for me, summed up what it looked like outside that nice, warm little cocoon that we were in. What about things like form or shape? You know, that's one of the most common ones that people look at. You know, some of the thoughts on shape and form, they can trigger a response because we see symbology or we see archetypes. We see shapes that remind us of something. They can assist us in driving a narrative or a story through, you know, metaphor or the scale of what we've done. You think of squares and rectangles in masculinity, strength, stability, circles and lines, softness, movement, flow, romance. The curves, they soften everything, and so on. Triangles give balance and tension. So form can be an incredibly powerful part of our language, if you like. You know, here's the roundness of nature and the straight lines of man and that interaction. And I love the very simple narrative that I've looked to infuse in this because, well, nature infused it, that man was drawing a road that was pretty straight. Nature said, you ain't coming through here. Well, we'll go round you. Who wins? Simple shapes, very simple shapes. Many, many, many years ago when where $6 million was worth a lot more than it is now, Nike paid $6 million to a marketing company to come up with a thing called Swish. And they still use it. And we all look at it and we know what it means. And in fact, that probably was what I resonated with when I looked down and saw this piece of water. And this is entirely water. Every pixel on that page is water. And underneath it is mud. And what you're seeing, I don't know if I can do it. That little top bit, which looks like a little cliff with sand blowing off it, that's the edge of the deeper river. The top bit of the picture is a deep river. It's a 10-metre tide running out. The part below that is the shallow part, and that white swish is the deeper channel where the water's rushing out. And as it hits the fast-flowing river, it looks like sand blowing off a hill. That perspective shift is what's making it work. You know, iconography and hidden narratives, you all know what that is, and it means some very special things to people for different reasons. We all know what, and that's in an industrial salt mine. And it's an obvious one and a simple one. It also reminds me of Burning Man. You know, a lot of my pictures, the narratives, I suppose the boldness that I've kind of forced myself to take on is create the pictures and help people understand them or let them find them. I saw this picture, I took the picture, it's a single shot. I brought out the colour that was inherent. I didn't change the colour. There was a red bit of sand on a white salt lake, and there was this green mound. It wasn't a tree laying down, it actually was just green or olivey coloured brown dirt. And there was this bit of yellow sand. And I looked down and I thought, gosh, you know what that made me think of was the vacuum that a creative often works in when they're looking for ideas. That there's no ideas, I can't find anything. And they're like this on this little island and they're just trying to grow this tree, this idea, and they can't find it. And all they're looking for and waiting for is that flash of inspiration. And guess which bit is the flash of inspiration? That's just the leakage from a canal near Salt Lake City, where it's just coming out of that canal into the broader Salt Lake and just looks like an oak tree. Crest, one of my favourites, not in the top 5, but I certainly love this picture because I love surfing. I just love the fact that this is a picture which is entirely focused on where is the power of a wave. And when the power of a wave is just before it breaks, that's when its potential is at its maximum. And just by using tone and just this isn't digital magic. This is done 100 years ago with dodging and burning, just to bring out that high point right at the tip of the wave. And it's just the corner of a salt lake somewhere. Ancient echoes I showed you before. So let's talk about reality and perception. What are we looking at? You look at that picture, you go, yep, that's pretty simple. It's a hill with a tree on top, bit of yellow grass down the bottom, etc., like that. But it's not what you think it is because it's upside down, because that's the right way up. Perception is everything. And we can kid ourselves sometimes. We look at something and think we know what it is. And if we just step back and just think about it, maybe it's not what we think it is. So I think I can go. Can I go back? Yeah, I can. There you go. So that's what we started with. Perception is incredibly powerful. And it's amazing how we very quickly jump from perception to choosing to believe it, to think of it as reality. And reality is, that's the reality. And sometimes reality is simple as 180 degrees opposed. Sorry? What is it? That's Skipper's Canyon in New Zealand, near Queenstown. So the top bit is the plateau, and that's the canyon going down. But because we are used to seeing shapes like that, meaning that's the hill or the mountain going up, there's a green bit at the top as a tree, that's what we think of it. But in reality, I just flipped it. I think you were with us. Were you in Queenstown? No, maybe not. You know, these things become visual analogies. These things allow us to tell stories about other things, but also allow people to be entertained by what they're looking at in the first place. This is a photograph from 7,000 feet, just off Darwin, and it's the melding of two waters coming off between some islands into a major channel. And that's probably about 2 kilometres wide. And for me, I thought, look at that. That's the first time I've ever seen a cyclone or a tornado that is actually all water from inside or above it. You rarely can get, you're not going to get above a tornado unless you're in a spacecraft. And there it is. I saw a great quote. I love finding things the last minute before I talk. I was on the plane and I started watching this series called The Old Man. Anybody into it? It looks really good. Really good. Jeff Bridges, I think, is in it. And he sat down, there's a picture where he's with his father, like goes flashback, and he's a little kid. And his dad says to him, "Space is the breath of art." I thought, oh, stop the movie. And I haven't got it with me. I've got a notebook that's this thick, and it's just notes that I've picked up on planes or movies. And it's on my phone as well. I have all these notes, just little things like that. Because I thought, gosh, all this time I've been loving space and minimalism. And that's one of the best ways I've thought about it. Space is the breath of art. When a singer sings, if they don't learn to breathe, the song doesn't work. If I sat here and talked like this and kept talking and never took a breath and just kept talking like that and kept blah, 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 then suddenly after a while you just lose in. I've got to stop and take a breath. I've got to give you space. When I give you space, it all starts to come together. Petrified trees. It's called Enchanted. And again, everything you see, every pixel is water. Underneath the water is salt, some of it hardened because it evaporates, the water goes and then the water comes back in, but the salt's hard. A cloud came over and the cloud shadows. And a lot of aerial photographers, we go up and they worry because it's cloudy. Oh, we've got all these patchy lights, it's going to look like crap, we couldn't get good weather. I was in Shark Bay with this lovely lady here and we're up there and they had 30% of their annual rainfall in the 3 days we were there. But we got the best pictures, didn't we? Because we had clouds with rain and we were in the planes with doors off and we're looking out and there's the cloud and there's this rain and it was just amazing. Sometimes clouds, it's the opportunity that you just didn't know you missed. And the shadow of the cloud had allowed me to see below the water a bit more and I just looked and thought, that's a petrified forest. It's straight out of a nursery rhyme, or maybe not a nursery rhyme, a fairy tale. So you've got to show me what it feels like. At the end of the day, show me what it feels like. What does it feel like to be alone? Isolated. This is an ICM. Everyone's doing it, so I thought I should go and do that a little bit and so I can say I've done ICM. This is ICM. It's a guy on a paddleboard out from my beach. And I thought, that's what it looks like to be in your own space. What does a network of ideas look like? Icelandic, threaded rivers. To me, that's what a network of ideas might look like. Are you ready, Carly? What does a flash of inspiration look like? It's just a flash of light on a part of an edge of evaporating salt lake. And it's not that hard. Well, you do have to be pretty clever. Carly's pretty clever. And Carly, can I tell everyone what you were doing? Carly was drawing some pictures at the beginning, and she was doing some pictures, and she had BFF. I thought, oh, I've got 2 daughters, so that means best friends forever. And I asked her, how many in that group? She said, there's 3. I said, well, what that group look like for you? And she said, maybe, would you want to tell everyone, stand up? This is Carly. Did you got your picture with the 3 circles? Okay, so over here, Carly, come on. You don't mind, do you, Leah?
No, I don't mind.
Sorry. There you go. So this is Carly. Say hello.
Hi.
Everyone say hello. So she was drawing. I said, what does it look like? Like, I know 3 friends are friends, but what does that look like? What did you say?
It looked like 3 circles like can join together.
Yeah, and so she's been drawing these pictures. So you can see that, can't you? Like 3 circles represents each person's world. And then she said to me, but they'd be overlapping a little bit because we share some of our world, but we don't. You didn't say that, but that's what you meant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they overlap, and we end up with this symbol of this friendship group. It's pretty straightforward, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think they can learn it?
Yeah.
Bit of practice? Yeah. Thanks, Carly.
It's okay.
Do you want to show your picture? Just show everyone. That's a different picture. That's the picture of the 3 friends. Well done. Thanks, Carly. Thanks, Leo. So what does it look like for you? So I had a lifelong curiosity. This is just a little bit about a project I did a few years ago that some of you may have heard of. And it all started with that simple sort of curiosity about something that I'd had since I was a little kid. Sitting in a coffee shop, a friend says to me, what's a project you've never done that you always wanted to do? I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, something big. I said, oh, I wanted to go down the south coast. He said, no, what's the biggest project you can think of? And I said, well, flying around Australia in a small plane, thinking this is, like that's just like. And he looked at me and he says, good idea. I said, I want to show people what Girt by Sea looks like. And I want to express that perception of what it feels like. What does it mean? Not just what the coast looks like, but something more than that. So we set out in a very small plane with 3 guys. Pilots swapped every 4 days. Average flight time was about 3.5 hours. Average day, 6.5 hours, 31 days. We flew 34,000 kilometres in that time. That's not what you're getting. What am I getting? Oh, I'm going ahead. Sorry about that. So yeah, what does it look like? Girt by Sea. Girt. What does girt mean, Carly? Surrounded by. So you know in the national anthem when they say Girt by Sea, Australia is girt by sea, that means we're surrounded by. And what do I like? I like to witness the dance between the water and the light. And I flew from morning to night and I saw the light dancing on the water. And I answered the question of what it felt like. Not just what it looked like, but what it feels like. What is that concept of girt by sea? A lot of hours. The longest flight was 1,133 k's. The longest time was 5.5 hours in a Cessna. Only 5.25 to get from Brisbane to Sydney. That's the longest domestic flight in Australia. So it was a long time. There's no cabin stewardess, no food service, no bathrooms. It's quite an interesting project. 85,000 pictures, and we did an exhibition and presented that, and it was great. So, but the point is, the principle is, and there's more about that if you want to look at girtbyseaproject.com, you'll see the whole story. I won't go into that today. But the principle I wanted to get across was it was about sharing a perspective of what Girt by Sea looked like, felt like, and what the principle was. It wasn't meant to be a documentary. It's not meant to be literal photographs. It's a poetic response to having the experience of going around and doing it. And, getting to that end point where we flew over and the pilot said, that's the GPS coordinate that we started from when we flew off Perth. It was like a circle closed, like your circle with your friends, closed circle's best. Closed, and in that circle I could hold the experience in one hand. Now, I'm a man. I can never know what it feels like to have a child. In 24 hours, my daughter's having our 3rd grandchild, a little girl. I could never know what that feels like. My wife will be there. She can relate to that. I can't, because I can't hold that experience. But obviously I am very proud and looking forward to the whole thing. But I experienced that, and I know most people will never get to do that. So the exhibition and the body of work and the pictures are artistic responses. They're a fine art expression of the experience. They're not literal pictures of what we saw. We didn't even title the pictures of where they were, which was interesting because in the exhibition I had people coming in and saying, oh, you can't do that. I said, what have we done? And they said, there's 100 pictures framed. It's an incredible big exhibition. No, you got to tell us where it is. I said, what do you mean? I said, it's the coast of Australia. Yeah, but where? I said, well, if you fly around Australia and you take the whole sum of all of that experience and sum it up, here's the 100 facets of that jewel, that beautiful diamond that we call Australia. Yeah, but where's that one? It's okay. Someone else would come in and go, I get it. I think that's fine. We did actually. So that was that experience, yeah. So summing it up really for me, you know, I often look at it, you've got technology and we've got fine art and we've got philosophy and poetry and all of that. And for me, it's about where those things come together. And that's where I love to live. That's where I love to play. That's where I love to express myself. Yes, I love landscape. I'm a landscape photographer. And I still do a lot of portraits for clients that I've had for 30 years. I did their weddings and did some family portraits. And now they sometimes say, we've got a grandchild. And I go, oh my God, how old am I? But, you know, I'm so enthusiastic because I can keep growing and evolving. I've been in the industry for 30 years and I hope I'm in it for another 30 or more. You know, if I can match the Queen, I'm doing well. She did well, bless her soul, rest in peace. But it's where all those things come together, and what excites me is, you know, I get inspired by people like Carly as much as I get inspired by the Peter Eastways that I get to dubiously hang out with on occasion, because everybody's got a different way of looking at the world. And that just adds to my experience, which means when I share my experiences, the pictures that I'm sharing and putting on walls will hopefully trigger other responses. People do inspire me as much as do artists. Some of my most inspiring resources would be people like William Turner for his colour, Jeffrey Smart. I absolutely love it. I did an exhibition on concrete about 12 years ago, and I just got approached by a big construction company to do another one similar for them to use in some of their promo because they're sick of just straight concrete construction shots. And somebody found this and said, we love this stuff, it's so fresh and new. I said, that's 14 years old. but they said, well, it looks new to us. Nobody in our industry's ever seen anything like this. So I'm going to do that. Vladimir Kush is a bit more of a Dali type person, if you get a chance to look him up. And Johnny Romeo, I think he's from Victoria. He's just this pop art, pop culture guy. So people like that inspire me as much as the Carlys of the world. Some random thoughts for you. Feel free to take a picture. Keep it simple. Remember, creativity is not out there, it's inside you. It starts in your head and in your heart. Notice what you respond to. Notice what grabs your attention and asks you to stop. Inspiration is everywhere you look. I came in here today and I was inspired by watching Carly, and I thought I'm going to use part of what she is doing because it inspired me, and I didn't want to hold on to that. That would be selfish. I wanted Carly to let me share that with everyone. So thank you, Carly. Let your images do your speaking. But it doesn't matter if people don't hear what you want them to hear. A picture has its own life once you let go of it and put it out there. I learnt that in an art gallery in New South Wales. There's a language, colour, tone, texture and form. Work with them, understand them, use them, understand the impact they have on people in general. And when you do start to then produce something that's in the physical world, make print choices that are congruent with the message. If this is a soft, surreal, you know, picture, use textual qualities of paper and print in a way that is complementary to that. Don't do high contrast, harsh type of pictures when you're trying to demonstrate the softness of a baby. Soft, ethereal, nice warm matte papers, sometimes like that. You know, I learned a valuable lesson that everything contributes to the experience, because that lady down there, Libby from Memento Pro, when she did that book for me, I sent it in, I was very proud of it, I'd done a pretty good job, I thought, and she said, I love it, but Tony, do you mind if I suggest, the font? And I said, oh no, go for it. And I thought, and I must admit, up to that point, I kind of, yeah, fonts are important, but I thought, well, fonts are important, well, you know, just get a font, make it look good. She came back with this font, I forget which one it was, but my gosh, it made such a difference. Every little thing matters, you know, everything matters. The most important one of all is you are your style. You are the message, you are the one where the perspective comes from, so be you. That's the most important thing of all. So whether it's landscape, fine art, the whole idea is that you're sharing your unique view of the world, and trust me, no one ever have, no one is, and no one ever will have the same perspective as you entirely, because no one will live your life. Any questions? And I think that's pretty good, Mark. You said 12:15, so... And I am going to give a print to somebody, and I think you know who it's going to be because she helped. So before we go to questions, Carly, I want you just to have a little look through there. Just watch your fingers don't get on the print. Have a little look through. So pick one up, put it there, and you pick the one you like, and that's going to be yours, and I'll sign it for you. Yep.
That's so cool. Oh wait, hold that thought.
You talk about style and having your own style. How do you not get yourself stuck into, how do you keep it fresh? How do you keep it changing?
Great question. So here's the thing. When I'm presenting or photographing or looking after my grandchildren or whatever I'm doing, if I'm worried about what people are thinking about me, right, that's me being out of myself because I'm worried about what's out there. Right? If I worry about, this is going to sound kind of back to front, if I'm worried about how you guys are learning, I forget me. When I'm up here, I go through moments, I'm just being very transparent now, I'll go through moments when I'm speaking where part of me is, my left brain's connected because going, okay, have we covered it? Where are we going for time? Geez, that sounded a bit lame, just slowing it down too much. Then there's other times when 10 minutes goes by and I lose track of time because I'm just seeing the faces responding. That's why it's so important and why a speaker is so appreciative of an audience. Because I get the response and I see you and I think, okay, that's working, something's connecting. I'm going to keep working because I want you to take something away. Now, when you're outside yourself like that, worried about everyone else, you're not connected to your style. It starts with you. But when you're not thinking about, does it make sense? I know it sounds back to front, but that's what I've discovered. So your style is what you're doing anyway. Whatever you've been doing, it's what we wear. You know, Kelly Brown, you know, beautiful lady, rocked up, pink pants and all of that. You know, style is everything. I'm not saying I'm stylish, that's not what I'm saying. But you know, photographers, I see you go back 25 years and we used to have like photography awards dinners. And this is not being, I'm not trying to hang crap on anyone, but there was I'd see all the ladies would dress up to the max and rock up to the ball or the dance, and they'd be looking immaculate. And a lot of the guys, we had guys come in thongs and jeans. And I think, and you're one of the world's best photographers, or you're a professional at the highest level, that's okay if it's a deliberate statement, but I think some of them it wasn't. So we get to choose a little bit, but more important, we just become aware of you are your style. Everything you're doing is your style. If you don't like it, then you can change it. So does that help? Yeah.
Perfect. Got one more question.
That one.
Tony, I'm just wondering, to what extent do you pre-visualise the sort of colour changes you're going to make to an image when you're out in the field? And if you are doing that, are there any particular exercises you can think about doing beforehand to assist with pre-visualisation out in the field?
That's a really good question. It's a long answer. I'll give you a short one. I don't pre-visualise. I trust. You know, yes, there are times I look at something and I go, and my brain just jumps ahead. It looks at it and goes, oh, that's amazing, I can do this, or square it off that way, and I'm already doing the editing in my head. There's other times I go, I don't know what it is, there's something about that. And when you're doing aerial photography, you've got to remember, everything's happening fast. You're not standing on a beach drinking wine going, might take another one. It's gone, let's do it, gone. Around Australia, we didn't have time to go back. We couldn't wait around, if we hang around 3 hours, well, it'll be better. We were just going. So you just respond. It's about instinct. It's about trusting yourself, like my little grandson did when he took a photo of the lighthouse. He had none of the knowledge anyone in his room has. He just took it. He saw it in the camera, he lined it up, he put what he wanted in, trust it. And then, and this is the part where the trust goes on, have the faith, have the trust that when you come back and look at it on a computer, there's a reason you pressed the trigger. There's a reason you said now. One of the most amazingly satisfying things is to sit there and unpack it like a present. What was it about you that I fell in love with? And let me find more. Those of you who remember your first love, or you married your partner or met your partner, you met them, you didn't know everything about them straight away, but you just saw enough to go, I need a bit more of that person. I need to be around them more because I want to know more about them. And that's how I feel about my pictures. I'm up there and I see someone go, that's amazing. And I'll be shooting it and getting excited, and it'll unfold as I do it, but it'll keep unfolding as I get to work on it. Exercises, you have to get out there and expose yourself. Expose yourself to pictures, to artists. I love surfing magazines. I watch documentaries. There's some documentaries on ABC iView at the moment which are around the Great Land, the six 6-part series on landscapes in Australia. And does anyone know what I'm talking about? What's it called? Oh, no, it's on landscape. It's ABC iView and Rachel Griffiths, that's it. And she looks at iconic paintings. And she looks at all and she picks out one of the artist's paintings and she goes back to the source of the painting. Why did they choose that? What did they get inspired by in the first place? What instigated them to want to paint that? Have a look at something like that. And talk to me later if you like as well.
Okay, we have one last question.
Okay, and
then we're going to come back.
Photography started with Henry Fox Talbot in the late 1800s in England, and in France too. I think there's another lady or man. Where do you think photography will evolve to next, and how much artificial intelligence will play a part in this technology and
I'm going to answer
visual
that.
language?
So
it's probably a bit complex.
It is, and where does it go next, okay? This is not meant disrespectfully. I don't care. I don't care where photography goes. I'll use the parts of photography that resonate with how I want to share my world. Like I get people say, the problem for photographers in fine art is the artists go, you're not an artist, and the photographers go, that's not photography. So you sit and go, well, nobody wants us. But it's starting to open up, and people are starting to realise, I just like to share imagery, and I use photography to do it.
Regardless of how.
Yeah, and I'm excited about what comes next. I'm excited about the technology. I'm excited about what opportunities it gives, but I don't need to learn it all. I don't need to know everything in Photoshop. I don't need to have all the best gear. I need to have enough and know enough to produce the work that I want to produce to say what I want to say about how I feel. Does that make sense? Yep, sure. Carly, which picture did you pick?
And why did you choose?
I'm going to ask that. Yep, come up here and show everyone. What's in the picture, because they probably can't see.
There's just a ship there towards...
Did you notice the ship? Is it anything about it? What is it about it? It's a very old ship.
Yeah.
That's the Lewin. It's an old rigger off Perth. And there's something else in the picture. Have a very close look. What's that?
Flag.
It's a flag on a buoy, and it's moving, isn't it? Because it's a 2-minute exposure. So what's this picture about? We've got an old ship from way back, and we've got something that's moving, and the water's moving. So what might be it about? What's it about for you? It's all right, you're on stage, I get it. So this is an image about time and about things that don't change. The things moving, it's telling us that things will keep moving. The boat's old, and yet that was 3 months ago on my beach one morning while my wife went for a swim. I took some pictures at sunrise. So I'll sign that for you if you want to wait back, because I think this man here wants to get rid of us so everybody can eat. Thank you, guys. Hope you've enjoyed that.
Fantastic. That is so cool. I've always been inspired by your work and your photographs and everything that you do in that visual helicopter airplanes. And it's like, how did you even see that? And today's been awesome just to hear your story and how it all works in your brain and how much hours and hours and hours of work it takes to fly, to capture, to photograph, to print, and to create these beautiful exhibits. And I think similar to Paul, who was in the room as well, like exhibits are just taking, people don't get the chance to see what we see from other 10,000 feet from the sky to realise that we have got an amazing landscape.
Yeah.
And you being able to get out there to capture that, to show us, to show the world, I think is just mind-blowingly awesome.
Thanks, Mark.
So thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Thanks,
Awesome.
everyone.
Beautiful. Big round of applause. So good. Love your work. And who just fell in love with Tony that little bit more, how he interacted with our beautiful guest. And it's like, when I grow up, I want to be like Tony.
I was going to say, when I turn.
Yeah, when I turn, exactly. I've already started to turn. So yeah. Hey, we're just on 12:25. We're going to have lunch until 1 o'clock, which is just being served to my left. You're right. Please go and see the print judging. I know that travel and portrait is being judged at the moment as well. And for everyone else who is looking on live stream, where am I looking?
Don't go away yet, because we have to say one thing.
Okay.
Massive thank you to KL. I did have the slide up there before, but thank you to KL for supporting us. Rob and team, they've always supported me in what I do, but more importantly, they support the whole industry. They've supported this event, so thank you for them for getting behind this. So thank you.
Yeah, good work, KL. Love it, love it. And KL have all of their equipment on the right-hand side, pretty much everything that you would ever need to be photographing pretty much anything you'd ever want to, and make sure that you go out and have a good play with that as well. For everyone else on live stream, we will see you back here at 1 o'clock, and grab yourself some lunch, and we'll speak to you soon. Thank you.
As a female athlete, I feel such a balance between being fierce and feminine. And it's such a powerful feeling. The initial feeling that I get when I touch the ocean and the water, and I feel it on my skin, how do I describe it? It's just the most beautiful feeling in the world. My training needs to change. I need to be put in situations where I'm feeling uncomfortable, and that's where you really learn to grow. You push yourself into these zones that are something different. Home to me feels like comfort and happiness, sunshine, all of the things that make me smile. In these creative outlets like surfing and photography and music, there's no right or wrong. It's just everybody's individual, everybody has a unique style, and you know when you've captured a moment because it feels right for you. As human beings, photographs and stories, memories, that's all we really have. So it's awesome to be able to capture them in the most quality way.
We're Tim and Nadine. We are wedding photographers based in Wellington, New Zealand. Using Studio Ninja has allowed us to reduce the amount of time that we spend doing the stuff that we hate the most in this business, which really is the paperwork. Studio Ninja gives us back time. Instead of spending time filling in spreadsheets, we can be off taking pictures, creating art, I don't know, relaxing, making puzzles.
Making puzzles.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
This Sunday is a Sunday like no other here at City Edge. At Casey City Church, we'd like to welcome you to our 10:30 service this Sunday, the 11th of September, as we welcome Grandmaster photographer Andrew Campbell. Andrew's photographs, if you haven't had a chance to look at them, you can check it out on the website. Go and have a look at what he is able to do with a telescope and a camera and a whole lot of know-how. Come and hear how it is that Andrew does it, and perhaps more importantly, why it is that Andrew does it, what inspires him. And I'll also be speaking. I'm a pastor today, but in a previous life, I was a NASA-trained space science educator. Got to travel the country, see most of Australia, and at one point got to send some experiments up into space on the Mir Space Station and on Space Shuttle Columbia. You may remember a spider experiment. This Sunday, I'm going to be talking to you on a photographic note. We'll be talking about some of the photos and some of the cameras and the things that caused people to think maybe the lunar landing was a hoax. And then what does the Bible have to do with astronomy and things in the night sky? You're going to be surprised, and I promise you that if you come, you'll never look at the night sky the same again. So everybody's welcome to join us this Sunday here at Casey City Church at 10:30 right here in the auditorium. We hope you'll join us.
Hola amigos, I'm Andre Rosalev, worldwide art and fashion photographer. This time I visited Spain. My schedule consisted of various tasks in Valencia and Barcelona, including my workshop and editorial for a magazine. Everywhere I need to be able to achieve an artistic result. I like it then flash using to achieve an overall harmony with natural light. My favorite octaboxes created delicate illumination. In this case, it is 88 centimeters. In my workshop in Valencia, I demonstrated the possibility of artistic photography after sunset. It was almost dark, so I will tell you more about the lighting scheme. On the left is an 80-100 Pro flash with a warm conversion filter. On the right is another 80-100 Pro flash with a cold conversion filter. I use it to change the color temperature a bit, not a blue tint. This is not a blue gel filter. Both flashes with a Fresnel head and diffusers. Thus we achieve the color volume. In Barcelona, a more difficult task awaited me. 28 dresses, a quick change of locations, unpredictable weather, and unplanned situations. Wake up at 6 in the morning. I always have to be ready to shoot in any conditions. This is a conditional simple classification depending on the character of natural light. For this task I had two main tools if we're talking about light modifiers. First, it is a reflector. The sun as a key light or backlight. The general nature of the light is a hot sun. An octabox, when the sun as a fill light. Cloudy, the character of the natural light is soft or the model and the most of the skin in the shadow. My task is to achieve harmony. So, the first case, the sun as a key light or backlight. Often I use 80-100 Pro with reflector. Another option, just flash without light modifier, but you need a lot of power. The second case, cloudy. The character of natural light is soft or model and the most of the skin is in the shadow. The sun is a fill light. I use the octabox, in this case 88 centimeters. It is worth adding that sometimes a large octabox with a diffuser a large distance from the flash to the model for a full body frame require more power. This is a great universal tool for many tasks. Thank you for watching. I wish you a great inspiration.
Edition Etching Rag is really a beautiful paper with a distinct texture and grain to the paper surface, but at the same time it holds image detail really well. And that's when I choose Edition Etching, when I sort of want a little bit of both, some grain and some texture. It's not as smooth as printmaking rag or Velen Museum rag, for example. Certainly not as smooth as Rag Photographique, but it also holds image detail really well, has great black density, great contrast. It's a 100% cotton rag paper, no OBAs of course, and it just feels really nice to hold and touch in your hand. And again, the smoothness and the grain of the paper is really nice. And I think it just works well on a wide variety of images, a very versatile paper, landscapes, nature, portraits, black and white, abstracts, reproductions even. I particularly like it on some of my landscape images where, for example, I might have an area of the image that's really smooth and I want the grain to add a certain dimension to that part of the image. But at the same time, I have a lot of detail and I want the paper to hold that image detail and sharpness really well.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
Hey everybody, my name is Ted Felsberg. I'm a wedding photographer in New Jersey. I just want to take you a quick second to tell you about Imagine AI. It's this really cool artificial intelligence editing software that, to me, when I heard about it, was instantly something I wanted to jump on. When I got my first edits back, I almost cried when the edits were populating into Lightroom and I was seeing exactly how close it was to how I edit everything. To just imagine how much time I'm going to save and how much of my life I'm going to get back from editing in my business, it's life-changing. I hope everyone who does photography tries this out. It's absolutely incredible, and it's going to really transform your business so you get your life back. I couldn't be more excited to share this with everybody I know, and I hope everybody will give it a try.
As a female athlete, I feel such a balance between being fierce and feminine. And it's such a powerful feeling. The initial feeling that I get when I touch the ocean and the water, and I feel it on my skin, how do I describe it? It's just the most beautiful feeling in the world. My training needs to change. I need to be put in situations where I'm feeling uncomfortable, and that's where you really learn to grow. You push yourself into these zones that are something different. Home to me feels like comfort and happiness, sunshine, all of the things that make me smile. In these creative outlets like surfing and photography and music, there's no right or wrong. It's just everybody's individual. Everybody has a unique style, and you know when you've captured a moment because it feels right for you. As human beings, photographs and stories, memories, that's all we really have. So it's awesome to be able to capture them in the most quality way.
We're Tim and Nadine. We are wedding photographers based in Wellington, New Zealand. Using Studio Ninja has allowed us to reduce the amount of time that we spend doing the stuff that we hate the most in this business, which really is the paperwork. Studio Ninja gives us back time. Instead of spending time filling in spreadsheets, we can be off taking pictures, creating art, I don't know, relaxing, making puzzles.
Making puzzles.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that colour palette is often driven by the colour in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonise. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with colour and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
welcome back to the APP, the Australian Photographic Prize Awards and Conference Expo. We have had an awesome morning this morning listening to Chris Anderson and Tony Hewitt, and we are going to continue the role of bedazzlement from the two Kellys, Kelly Tunney and Kelly Brown, who is going to be giving us some inspiration from the wedding industry now. So we've heard the landscapes, we've seen illustrative, we've seen video, now it's the wedding turn. Now, Kelly Tunney is a quiet side but outside superstar. She is a triple master photographer with the AIPP, has won the Wedding Photographer of the Year countless times in Australia and in the ACT, and has won international awards in New Zealand as well, and the WPPI, and she's, like Kelly and Tony, have got more glass than the Rialto Tower. So I'm going to not take up any more of her time. I'm going to swing it straight to Kelly. Kelly, the stage is yours.
Wow. Hi. That's a lot. Yeah, bear with me. I have prepared something a little bit at late notice to help out someone who couldn't be here, so bear with me. I hope it's interesting. Yeah, thanks Mark, and thanks Nikon, who are helping us out here. I am Kelly. I'm from Canberra, born and bred, still there. I have a son, a puppy dog, a husband, and yeah, have a business there, and have for the last 15 or so years, which is pretty good. I don't know, probably like a lot of photographers, we don't like talking about ourselves, so I do like to maybe showcase what I do through my images rather than just talking about me and where I started and that sort of thing. So I'm going to just start off with, it's just a really quick slideshow of some recent work, some really old stuff. Yeah, as Mark said, I am mostly a wedding photographer. I do dabble in other bits and pieces, but weddings are sort of, I think, where my heart is, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster in the last couple of years because of COVID, but who hasn't got a horrible story from COVID? So yeah, bear with me. This will run just for a little bit, and I'll come back and talk you through some bibs and bobs. It's a pretty small group, so I kind of don't mind getting interrupted if anyone's got any questions. You know, I don't want you to feel like you've got to sit here in silence for 55 minutes and just listen to me gab on. So if you want to, anything comes up that is of interest, let me know. I'll shut up and... That's it. Look, I hope even seeing something like that kind of can challenge people to sort of think what weddings are all about, because if you haven't been to many, or if you're not, haven't seen much of the genre out there, there's sort of still a bit of a stereotype as to what good wedding photography should look like. It's come a long way. I think since I started, I think I shot my first wedding while I was still studying in about the late 90s, when I was still shooting a lot on film. And it was all about the setup and all about following a bit of a traditional way of doing things. And where we're at now is just mind-blowing. Anything goes, There's some really, and the sort of stuff that I enjoy is the messiness and the chaos and not anything too perfect. So, it's interesting looking at that, even myself putting it together, because some of those weddings towards the end are about 12 years old and I still love them. But there's no right or wrong way to do it. And I love people, I love being around all of that sort of energy. It's just pretty bloody tiring though, I'll say that. It's hard work. Okay, so I've just put together, it's a bit of an epic list of gear, and so I'm going to sort of talk through a bit about, I wouldn't say I'm a particularly, gear nerd in terms of technically how things do this and that. You can probably ask Ross. I'm really bad at that sort of stuff. I tend to go with a feel and a bit of a simplified approach. So this list I have on the left-hand side is a lot. And then I've got to the right, what I actually take on a wedding is generally 2 bodies, 2 lenses, and sometimes a flash. I really don't like anything particularly complicated. I've recently switched to a mirrorless system, and I'll be honest, that was a little bit of a challenge, I think, for me. Much like because I started with film, I was shooting on an f4 and an f5 film body, and I was shooting a lot of weddings on that. But that transition into digital 50,000 years ago was really difficult, and I felt like this new transition, it wasn't quite as hard as that, but because of COVID and sort of what, I've been through personally with running a business, is we had in excess of 60 reschedules weddings. So we were doing like 4 weddings a week. There was no time to sort of sit down and learn all this sort of stuff. So I had to sort of learn on the go, I suppose. So I'm running 2 Z9s at the moment, which are freaking amazing. Very light in comparison to a D5 and a D6. But yeah, I'll show you, what I'm going to show you through now is, I'll actually talk about this first. Kind of where I started in terms of numbers and things like that. I started off at, as I said, I was studying photography, was shooting film for a long time, and I sort of peaked around this sort of 2008 period, and I was doing a lot of weddings, got really busy, had 50,000 burnout episodes, but it helped me at the time, get a good business, and I didn't have to work as hard sort of as I moved on. But doing that amount of weddings, 67 on my own, was really, really challenging. I started a collective with another photographer back in 2013. That is now really quite successful. I'd say we've got 6 photographers working for us that are based in Sydney and the Blue Mountains and Canberra. And last year we shot about 125 weddings, which was a lot considering, what we all went through the pandemic and that sort of thing. But At the moment, we're still playing catch-ups. We've still got couples that are on their 5th and 6th wedding date. So that's been horrendous, but generally most clients have been pretty cool, but I tell you what, I've never worked as hard as I have in the last 18 months to sort of 2 years. So this is going to just take you through some samples for me. Look, even if you don't shoot weddings, you're not interested in shooting a wedding ever in your life, I don't blame you. No, I shouldn't say that. They're actually really quite cool. As I said, I have a pretty simplified approach. So even if you're not shooting weddings, as I said, and it's just portraiture, these are just an example of me being in one room, a very small room, 50,000 bridesmaids. You've got 10 minutes. I generally have a 58 and either a 24 or a 28. And basically, this is me almost standing in the same spot with just shooting something, quite wide, and then say the top one for a nice sort of portraiture sort of range. So the 24mm, I started with that a few years ago. I sort of moved to a 28 now, which I really like. But that 24 is great for weddings and just that extra elements, that sort of PJ sort of style. So often this environment to be in is often quite challenging because the bride gets ready and literally everyone's like, okay, we've got to go. And I've been waiting for her to get ready to actually get some portraits done, and they're like, you got 30 seconds. So often I'm just sort of shooting off the hip and hoping for the best, but I find those two focal lengths work really well for me. Similarly to a ceremony, I'm quite often outside and not in a church these days. And I don't know, look, I think the tendency is that with weddings, just think how much goes on at a wedding. There's a lot going on aside from just the bride and the groom, or the bride and bride, groom. So this ceremony I will shoot in a 24 because I want to see everyone else's reactions. I want to see the tears and the smiles and that sort of thing, and not just be watching her. And it's taken a while, I must admit, to be quite comfortable to be really close to people in this sort of setting, because it's quite, it's an intimate sort of position to be in, and you have to sort of treat it quite carefully. But I'm quite happy, like that 24, I'm closer than we are now, a lot closer. But I try and be as discreet as possible. But to me, that says so much more than just if it's a straight on bride walking down the aisle kind of thing, because I can see so much more of the picture. Same with, again, this is still the same focal length. I don't see the point for me now, and this has come from many years down the track, in bringing a bag that might weigh 15 kilos, you're on your feet for 10 hours, 12 hours, something like that, and you're carrying 5 extra lenses just in case. Your just in case is up to you. So for me, I just want to keep it very, very simple. The 70 to 200s and that sort of thing, I used to use them, but I just don't use them anymore. So like something like the one on the left, I'll get that wide shot of everybody, get them out of the way, and I haven't really moved in the spot that I am. And then the 58, so I'm just doing 1, 2. And I'm kind of getting the best of both worlds. And sometimes if they're walking to me, I'm shooting, and then I think it's this next one. That one. They're walking towards me, I'm like bang, 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 and then I'll literally flip that one and bang, bang, bang. And I've sort of got, to me, I feel like the best of both worlds. Same as that. It's exactly, I'm standing in exactly the same spot. And they're two very different images. So I don't have harnesses or anything like that. I've just got 2 camera straps. I do, and I've said this before if anyone has heard me speak before, I like to shoot a bit more on a gut feeling and off the hip a little bit. So I don't like to be too restricted with anything. I'm more likely to be as they're walking and catch light, and I'll be doing this as they're walking. More often than not, they're crap, but maybe they're not. Sometimes they're not. Same with sort of receptions. This is really an interesting one because, you know, there's often laughs and there's high energy, but there's often those pretty emotive kind of speeches that happen. And I do not want to be one of those photographers that turn up with a big lighting kit, flashes, and I'm just flashing the crap out of everyone as they're having this heartfelt moment, and the whole room is engaged in that speaker, and then there's this photographer that's flashing. I want these cameras, they'll shoot in the dark almost, you know, so I will be happily comfortable to go up to say 20,000 ISO. These are I think about 8,000, which is like walk in the park. Yes. Yeah. So just for the live streaming guys, just asking what aperture. These are pretty shallow, so you can sort of see that top one. I reckon it would be, for distance, I probably wouldn't go about f2, 2.8, I would say. But I like shooting through things, just to give it that sense of space and framing and that sort of thing. Just everything doesn't have to be bang on straight, just on, you know, I like to see in that left frame that clearly someone is talking, and it just makes you connect the bride's reaction to what's perhaps being said. So I think, yeah, mostly probably 2.8. Depends on my distance. You know, if you go too shallow, you're not going to get them in focus as well. So. But yeah, ambient light for this sort of stuff is my go-to. I do, if I am there for this part of a wedding, once the dancing and everything sort of kicks off, this is where I will have a flash, because you can't, you know, they often dim the lights for the dancing, it gets a bit hectic. You can't really rely on ambient light so much, and it doesn't have the same sort of feel, I suppose. So this flash, dragging the shutter, it's got that energy, that party sort of vibe. So it kind of, as a whole, if you're looking at the weddings from start to finish, this is a good way to end it. Like, it's quite vibrant and generally pretty colourful, and everyone's pretty drunk by this stage. So I think, yeah, what have I put there? Half a second to a quarter of a second. I must admit, this is not, you have to really assess what kind of ambient light you're working with in whatever room you're working with. So that sort of particular setting isn't going to work in every single room you walk into. As I said, I'm not terribly techie. I'm probably not great with figuring out this sort of thing, but often it is on the fly, because, you know, they'll do a dance and the DJ's like getting everyone up, and you're like, crap, where's the flash? Crap, okay, and you're switching things and dragging things. Oh, yeah, switch. Okay, that's kind of how my mind works. It's a bit odd, but that's just how us creatives are, I suppose. But this is fun. Like, these are 24mm. I often use the 14 to 24 as well. So I'm really right up in their grills. So I've sort of, like, I think, get to this point, I'm way more comfortable with everybody. They kind of know who I am. I don't stand back. You've got to probably have a bit of a dance and stuff with them. It helps. And they like to see you having a good time. So, COVID, I mean, look, we're sick of talking about it, but to be fair, a lot changed for me, probably personally and in my business, and like it did for almost everyone here, I'm sure. But It was a real good shake-up because obviously for weddings, I remember still the last, I think it was the 22nd of March, 2020, literally that last Saturday, the next Sunday, boom, gone. And it was like the next 60 weddings just disappeared in an instant, and they're not coming back anytime soon. So unfortunately, I did drink my weight in alcohol and all that sort of stuff for a month or so, thinking we're doomed and weddings will never happen ever again. So it was pretty scary. But we were in that phase of like, this is going to be good, try new things. And I was like, okay, I'll try new things, but my heart wasn't in it. So I just went through this really, I'm like, well, I need to just do creative things. So I'll just like pull stuff out of my spare room and photograph them, and that'll make me feel good about life again. And it didn't, it sucked. These sucked, but I did them. But I tell you what, it was probably 6 months worth of what am I going to do? Like, literally, there are still photography jobs I can do, but I just can't do weddings. So all sorts of things came my way, and I literally said yes to everything because, you know, you had to, because who knows what was going to bring the next day. So I took on lots of commercial work. Not a fan, but I did it. My friend opened up a pub. I photographed all his food. That wasn't fun either. But I tell you what, I think probably as a wedding photographer, anyone here actually shoot weddings? One person, 2 people, 3 people. I tell you what, you get good at your craft and you get good at that genre, you can, honest to goodness, photograph anything, and you'll probably do it really, really well. It gives you a great skill set in so many different things, and this is like 6 months of what I learnt, like, oh, I can do other stuff. Doesn't mean I'm going to like it. So yeah, I did all this stuff. I did like, this was a real estate awards night via Zoom. It was all weird. And then these guys said, you should get into real estate. So I did real estate. Man, that sucks. Real bad, because they're like, we need it by tomorrow and we'll give you $300. Like, what? That's like ridiculous. So, but I did that for a while, and I will never do it again. No offence to anyone who does real estate, but I don't do it very well. But I had time to record all my... we don't need to watch that, but where are we? My son plays soccer. I thought maybe I'll do video. I'll learn video. No, I can't do video either. But I could put it on a tripod and just push record. I don't know how I edit, I don't know. But kudos to me for trying though. Like actually, thanks. It's, you know, it wasn't really that special, but it just reminded me, as much as weddings were at a point where it was quite exhausting and I was getting a bit tired of it, that sort of 6 months actually helped reinforce I actually do like what I do and I want to keep doing it for a lot longer. Anyway, I did some musician portraits and all that sort of hoo-ha, and got into editorial. I don't mind. I mean, granted, this was for a friend's bridal shop, and I worked pretty closely with a lot of wedding vendors, but I really enjoy this sort of stuff too. You can probably see my wedding style coming through that too. Yeah, so 6 months, 2 weeks later, weddings were back. And I was like, okay, I was pretty refreshed again, and everything that I'd been doing with that whole 24-58 thing that I was selling you before, I was like, nah, hate that now. So got to shake things up again and try and... I was probably very comfortable with what I was doing, and while it worked, it was like, it's kind of just keeping me there and running on a bit of autopilot. So the things that are always going to challenge me is just like throwing myself some new gear and trying some new focal lengths, not necessarily probably changing my style, but trying to teach myself to learn a different way of seeing things. So this was it's cut off at the bottom, but this is a 105 1.4, which will give you excellent biceps because it's very heavy. It's huge, but it's like supremo. Then I got back into 85mm stuff. Like this is sort of lens choices I would have shot in my first 5-10 years. It's just a more rounded, I don't know, way of photographing. I'm not sure how to explain that, but this wedding, this is all the same wedding. This was one of my first ones back that had guests. You know, they weren't in someone's backyard. Yeah, so that one on the right was just in a church. She was signing the register, and I was just waiting on the side, like waiting, signing. It's like, wow, that light is just hitting those flowers really well. But because I had this 105 on my camera at the time, and I was really quite close, I sort of got that and, you know, didn't have to move. So that was pretty cool. I also got this. This is when I first got this lens, this 14-24. So that's just a hotel in Canberra, and that's the foyer, and that's me just looking up. So it's a bit of a point and shoot sort of moment, but it's like all of a sudden I just expanded my mind a bit and thought, yeah, maybe I can just sort of experiment. Again, this is all the same wedding. So this is 3 different lens choices that I never would have even taken on a wedding before. And to me, I don't know if anyone else can see that, they're just completely different to me. Much closer. But yeah, it's interesting. While I think 6 months after having a break from weddings, I got into that it only lasted about 2 months. And I don't like any of this anymore. So I don't use any of these lenses very often. 35 I will a little bit for family groups, but no. So then weddings stopped again. Then they started again, they stopped again, and they're okay at the moment. But I did a lot of, this was in our more recent lockdown, end of last year, where it was like 10 people at a wedding, sort of in a backyard. So that was really hard to sort of get your momentum and get everything back, and then it stopped. But it was a bit more of a clearer sort of headspace, I think, sort of going back into it. So where I landed when I came back was this 28 sort of mil focal length. To me, I feel like, honest to God, I could shoot an entire wedding on that length and nothing else. If I had one camera, one lens, this would be it. It's a bit unusual, and I think that's what I like about it, is because it feels unique. I feel like it doesn't quite have that stretch of a normal 24, and it feels like it's a bit of separation from everyone else's work. Yes?
And it doesn't cause distortion?
No, not at all. No distortion. No. The 24, I mean, I wouldn't even say, these are fixed lenses, so I wouldn't even say that even has distortion at all. It's just sometimes that extra meat on the sides that sometimes I just don't need. If you're quite close to people, like I would never really do like a family group, say with a 24 up close, but I'm always going to leave a fair amount on each side for that, but generally there's no distortion that I notice anyway. But yeah, this 28 become not just something I would use for candid sort of stuff, but it become a really good portrait lens for me. These are all 28s as well. Sorry, it's a shame that that's cutting off the bottom, but anyway. Again, these are all 28s, and none of them are sort of that PJ sort of style. These are all classic sort of portrait sort of lenses. So, yeah, I still love it. It's a bit of a challenge moving over to mirrorless. I don't quite in the Z mount. There is a Nikon 28mm, but it's not quite. I don't want to. It's not. Thank you. I wasn't sure if that's appropriate to say. But I can still use it with a converter just fine. So, yeah. Okay, I was going to switch. I thought it was cool to maybe talk through, as I'm a bit of a practical, sort of more tactile person. I didn't want to stand up here and try and give some inspirational speech about how to find, inspiration in the world and business chats and things like that. I like just talking through my process. It often doesn't make a lot of sense, so I think it's cool to sort of talk it through with people. But these are just some, I have talked about these a lot in the past, so excuse me if you've heard it, but I thought we're here with the awards going on. I've got some award frames that I've worked on over the last sort of 10 years, so I thought I'd take you through some of those and sort of talk about my journey through the awards. And Mark mentioned them before, and it's really, seems like a really foreign thing to me now, but it's like, it was probably only 4 or 5 years ago. It was also consuming for me. I really enjoyed the process. I was quite competitive. I was very, very invested, and yeah, I guess because of COVID and, the lack of connection with people and that sort of thing, everything has shifted, priorities and that sort of thing. So I'll start with this one. So this is from 2015. So this started as, this is not my shot, but this started as my inspiration for an image I did for APA many years ago. This is a food photographer I follow on Instagram. Robin Wright is her name, and I just love her repetition, sense of colour, all that sort of stuff. I'm like, how can I inject something like this idea into weddings and make it fun? And I thought, okay, I could do people's shoes, like at a wedding. You go to, and some of the weddings I go to are very glamorous and everyone has such beautiful shoes, and I thought I could photograph every single guest and I could photograph their shoes. So I started setting up some ideas at home. This was the first one I came up with. Stunning. Really, really bad. So I had to work on, okay, well, I can't just use a flash. I need proper lighting. I need colour. This is all very dull. So I came up with this idea, and I found some carpet tiles at Fantastic Furniture. And I thought, they're fun. So this was where it started. So this was a wedding. It was a backyard wedding. I managed to convince them that this was my idea. I talked them through it. They were like, okay, yep, whatever. They thankfully just sort of trusted me. They were just like, it sounds fun. We don't really know what we have to do, but if you're into it, then we are as well. So I had 2 assistants. We set up some lighting. We didn't know until we got to, mind you, I'm trying to shoot this person's wedding like my life depends on it. But meanwhile, there's this whole production going on. We got to the house at their backyard and realised there was no power, obviously, outside. We've got all these extension cords that went all the way back through the backyard, up 2 flights of stairs to go through their laundry. It was like, oh my God. So these 2 helped coordinate all of that. We set up these carpet tiles. We had a bit of a system. We had every single person walk all the way down those stairs, down the path, and take their shoes off. We took a photo and sent them back up. This was poor old Grandpa, who came down with his walking stick. Anyway, so this is where it started. We tried to even out the blues, reds, yellows, tried to do it with in mind as least amount of photoshopping afterwards. Then this is when I was like, how am I going to put all this together? And I started with these circles and I cut them out. I thought, this is cool, this is sort of taking shape. Then on the right, I don't have my glasses, it's like 43 layers, and that's only one section, so that ended up having 70-something layers. Honestly, this probably was beginning to end 50 hours of Photoshop work, maybe. That's the final image in the end, and some people may have seen this, some may not, but the thing about the awards process is quite interesting, is that you can have something like this and it's visually impactful and people are like, that's fun, that's a nice shoes, great, and they're like, it's got to be something else. And I've been judging for a little while, so I kind of know what they look for. And the thing is, if we go back to this little fella, I took his photo, but then I went and helped the lady and helped him down, and he's like, what's this about? You know, he's trying to take his shoes off and all this sort of stuff. He started telling me this story, and he said, oh, it's, you know, my wife, so this is the grandfather. My wife, you know, she passed away maybe 6 months ago. She would have loved to have been here, blah, 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 blah. We did his photos, and he said, we should leave one for Kate, that was her name, Kate's grandmother. That would be nice. I went, oh, okay. And as I was putting this together, I remembered the story. So in the top right-hand corner, it was his idea to put the cane in. It was top right, and I left one for her on the left. And of course, the couple loved that, and I was lucky enough to, the judges got that story somehow. So this was probably my most successful image, I suppose you could say. So it did the rounds, went to Vegas and New Zealand and all that sort of stuff. So that was fun, but guess what I'm trying to identify is the amount of work that goes into this. It was pretty fun. I swear I would never do this right now. Not a chance. But it was very inclusive. All the guests really loved it, and the couple absolutely adored it once it was all put together. Nikon made me do this many years later. That's Julie from Nikon in the centre. I went to Melbourne to do a talk for them, and she thought everyone in the room, she wanted to replicate that photo. So she made everyone in the room come and take their shoes off and do it again. I'm like, okay, Julie, that's fun. This is another one. This goes back actually a decade ago. This was 10 years ago. I got this inspiration. This is the Truman Show, the movie. And I loved the idea of having a street scene and having it photographed perfectly. So what I did, I wrote to about 30 of my past couples, and I asked them if they would all be available to turn up at a certain time, a certain date in the middle of Civic, which is Canberra's main sort of CBD, dressed in their wedding gear, and they would each have an assignment. So I think out of that amount, I think we had 17 said yes. I had 5 or 6 assistants. We shut down half of Civic. That's, oh my God, I look terrible. That's me arriving and seeing all my clients dressed up. That's us at the top taking the photo. This was the scene, this is unedited. So basically we had, going back here, Pete on my right, he had a script for every person. He said, okay, you're going to ride a bike. You're going to have a shopping bag. You are going to push a pram. You are going to walk a dog. And they were going to walk through this scene doing all these activities. Everyone was connected via phone. So you can see all sorts of stuff going on. Hailing cab, right at the back, there's a pregnant bride as well. That was the final image. So you can see all the crap in the background, on the ground, extra people watching, and then we cleared it all out. We had the limo driver just run circles. And you know what? When I said before that was like 40, 50 hours worth of work, this was at least double. And I remember I was so excited. We got to APA, the print came up, and all the judges went up, and they've sat down, they've gone back up, sat down, and then literally 83, next print please. It was done. Like literally in a split second. It's like, what? Okay. I'll just do something else next year. Like, it's insane. Like, just totally ridiculous. But again, it was a cool creative process to do. Again, I wouldn't do it now, but that's just what the awards do to you. They make you crazy. I still went on to still try and push the envelope. I'm really about trying to bring weddings to the forefront of just creativity. There's a lot of fine art work that can go into this genre. It doesn't, and you can work with your couples to do some really, really cool stuff. But this was actually here in Victoria at the Melbourne Gallery. They had some sort of weird exhibition outside. That was just the bride walking through. That's completely unedited, so I was shooting through a sort of weird fence thing. I created that from that. This was 2018, so not that long ago. And so to me, they're like negatives all piled together. I was lucky enough to have Paul Jarvis is a printer in WA, and he printed this for me. This is a really fine bamboo translucent paper, and it was just so thin. It was amazing. Again, I didn't win anything, but it was fun. Same as this one. This is a wedding I shot in Queenstown in New Zealand. Their wedding was actually in that movie theatre, and the bride wanted to give every guest those 3D glasses, and she wanted, this was her kind of vision and her idea, but she wanted to do a group photo of everybody in the theatre, and this is what I did. This was all handheld. It was about a quarter of a second, and I was standing up on like 2 chairs in the corner, holding my breath. But you probably can't see it, but those glasses are hand-coloured, red and blue as well. Also didn't win. Cool. It doesn't require 4,000 man-hours on one single frame. So these next ones I just like to show because there's no interference, no prep, no just be Johnny on the spot, be ready to go. I happened to say to these guys, hey, it would be really cool if anyone was really agile and could do a flip. And the groom's like, oh, mate, I'm a gymnast. And he just did this backflip. Again, that was judged, and the judges said that it was really poorly photoshopped. It's like, mate, it's like one frame. It was actually very real. So this was another one. This wedding's about 14 years old. It's my first international wedding over in Chelsea in London, and that's the room they gave me to work with. It's like, what am I doing with my life? This is insane. But again, I love it so much, and it's just so simple. Not 50 hours worth of editing. Same as this one. This might be really hard to see, but we decided to do a group photo, and of course it's like, okay, everyone cheer, and then there's a newborn baby in the front, and the baby's like, yeah! And of course they're all laughing. Same as this one. I did win some stuff with this one actually, but this wedding was 2011. was a long time ago. And it had a bit of Photoshop. I added the triangles to their thingo. So when they were doing it, it made me think that they were swimming. So I really liked that one. Same as this one. You know, we were literally walking through a storm, and it was like Attack of the Veil. And same as that one. There was a little, that was a window, there was a bit of stuff in the background, just climbed that out. But full circle, you know, I think it's cool to be stretched and want to try something new and be creative. But at the end of the day, like these, whether it's humorous or whether it's a genuine, actual, real connection, that to me trumps all the other stuff. I'd rather see this any day of the week. So, yeah, it's funny. And where I sort of sit now is, aside from being really tired from still shooting a lot of weddings, everything's been pared back a lot at the moment, which is actually really nice to see. There's parts of things coming back that I don't enjoy so much, which is just the big 300 guests and that sort of thing. But we went through a really nice period of about a year where weddings were just very organic, very real and raw, and people were happy to be in the same room together, and it was just so much joy. But now we're getting back to, why didn't you take enough photos of my stylist's Instagram account, and why didn't you do this, and why did you do that? And it's like we're sort of losing touch of that again. So my goal is to sort of keep it simple, do a lot less, for people that, like, you know, like these guys that sort of value those genuine sort of connections. But yeah, it's pretty cool that weddings can sort of give you that and more. It's given me travel, loads and loads of opportunities. But yeah, I, as I said before, I went full-time in 2006, and as much as I want to keep going forever, I don't know if the body can let me, but as much as I still enjoy it, as much as I do now, I'll keep doing it. But the second I become a washed-up has-been, I'll step aside. Yeah, so I hope I don't know if you might have even learnt anything from that, but it's just probably a good showcase of, you know, you can do anything you want, and you can make it anything you want, and weddings are really good for that. So I have no idea what time it is.
No. You are like, you've nailed it. It's perfect. Yay, big hand for Kelly Tunney. So cool.
Have a drink.
Perfect. Have a drink. Have a breather. Breathe. That's fine. Oh, look, you even go to the nets.
The
Perfect. Look at that. 2 minutes to spare.
But I don't know if we
No,
do
no.
have a second, if anyone wants to ask questions.
Yeah, don't leave me hanging. Yeah, we can ask a question.
I don't know.
Questions?
Or no, that's fine if you don't. That's cool.
But I did want to say, though, how funny is it, or extremely frustrating, when you spend hours on an award print, hours, and it just goes straight through.
Straight through the keeper.
And the one that you did just really quickly went, oh, do you know what, I'll just throw this one in, and that's the one that scores so well. And you're like, damn you.
I know. It's the luck of the draw, and that's kind of, you know, I'm down there judging at the moment. This is the first time I've never entered anything like this in, I think I entered the first time in 2008. It's honestly the first time I have not participated from that. Yep. And it's quite freeing, and it's quite lovely. But yeah, it's what you sign up for if you're really into it. But it was nice to sort of step out and just see it for what it is.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty cool.
Awesome. Thanks, Cal.
team.
That is awesome. Big round of applause. Okay, so straight up after this, we've got Kelly Brown going from one Kelly to another, the Kelly duo. But Kelly Brown needs to set up the Wacom and her tablet and things to get things off and running. So while we do that, we've actually got have a early afternoon kind of tea. We've got some cookies, we've got some drinks. Please don't go anywhere though. Like, we're literally going to be back up and running in 5 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon. Apart from that, we are good to go. And if you're on the live stream, we'll see you hopefully soon. Thanks.
As a female athlete, I feel such a balance between being fierce and feminine. And it's such a powerful feeling. The initial feeling that I get when I touch the ocean and the water, and I feel it on my skin, how do I describe it? It's just the most beautiful feeling in the world. My training needs to change. I need to be put in situations where I'm feeling uncomfortable, and that's where you really learn to grow. You push yourself into these zones that are something different. Home to me feels like comfort and happiness, sunshine, all of the things that make me smile. In these creative outlets like surfing and photography and music, there's no right or wrong. It's just everybody's individual. Everybody has a unique style, and you know when you've captured a moment because it feels right for you. As human beings, photographs and stories, memories, that's all we really have. So it's awesome to be able to capture them in the most quality way.
We're Tim and Nadine. We are wedding photographers based in Wellington, New Zealand. Using Studio Ninja has allowed us to reduce the amount of time that we spend doing the stuff that we hate the most in this business, which really is the paperwork. Studio Ninja gives us back time. Instead of spending time filling in spreadsheets, we can be off taking pictures, creating art, I don't know, relaxing, making puzzles.
Making puzzles.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
Okay, and welcome back to the APP, the Australian Photographic Prize. We are in our final session of the demonstrations from our amazing speakers that we have had today. Who's had a great time so far? Woo! Crowd goes wild. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Cool. If you're online, welcome for joining us. It's been we've been here for 2 days now, so I hope you've had a good chance to watch the replays from yesterday, or you're watching live with us today as well. And those people in the audience, it's been nice. There's been a good mix of people. I've had a few comments from people like, wow, these speakers are actually really good. I'm like, I know, because some of them haven't heard of you guys before. And it's like their minds are blown a little bit, which has been awesome. It's been a bit of inspirational. It's been lots of different things. So what I do have, though, I do have 3 prizes here to give away from our sponsors, Epson. Now, I'm trying to think of, though, what questions I can ask and why to give them away. And to be honest, having a little bit of a brain fart. And I'm going, what can I ask about someone about what they did? Does anyone remember the 5-step process that Chris goes through when he's looking at his images? Did anyone write that down? Come on, you should have wrote that down. He went through it like 20 times in that one moment. Who's going to do it first? Carol, have you got them? You can't say that you've got them. You have to actually have them, though, on your phone. Did you write them down? Quick. Jacob's even got it. Oh, no, Carol, you're too slow. I'm with Jacob. He's betting you to it. Jacob, what are they? What are the 5 things? Simple, relational,
Relatable.
emotional, novel, and authentic. Hey, mate, do you want to have a drink bottle or a coffee cup or a power bank?
I actually don't think that he should get it.
Really?
He cheats.
He didn't cheat. That one, power bank, is on your chair. But Carol, because you were so close behind, you can have one as well. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Anyone remember one of Tony Hewitt's exhibitions? Dirt by Sea. Do you want a coffee cup or do you want a water bottle? You don't drink coffee? A Melbourneite that doesn't drink coffee? Oh, well, that's... Oh. Last one was, what's the next demonstration that we have coming up after this? After this. After this. No, there's one more. Peter John. Yeah, there's one more. The weather? No? Okay. Wait, Peter John. Now I feel blank. Do you know what? I'll just put that to the side. We need to keep on moving. Anyway, Kelly Brown, lovely to have you here again.
Hi.
Twice in one conference. I feel so privileged. What are we talking about today?
Well, do you know, I'm actually just going to open a photograph and I'm going to edit it with everybody here in the audience. So they're going to see how I actually open an image for the very first time. And what's exciting about this is that I only just shot it last week and I haven't had an opportunity to open it to truly have a look at it to see if it's, I don't know.
It's not too bad.
I kind of like it.
It's got potential.
I think it's got lots of potential, and yeah, it's got a lot of elements within an image. I'm going to show you how I obviously work with an image that I've got in camera. So we're not compositing different elements into it. We've considered all of the different, sort of bits and pieces that tell the narrative in camera, and now we're going to work with what we've captured to really make some magic with my trusty Wacom here in Photoshop.
Perfect. I'm going to leave you to it, and we're going to be blown away by going from original to your finished artwork.
I hope so. So I just want to know, what's everyone going to see this on? Is it going to be these 2 screens here? I want to know where to point when
Everywhere.
I'm referring to things.
You can point at that screen.
Okay, you've
got
got 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to choose from.
Beautiful.
Just whatever's around you. Do you know what though? Probably the ASO monitor.
And because this is not a full room, I would love to encourage you, if you want to, get up and come and have a look at the screen. If there's any intricate details, and I will be working with a few of those really sort of finer details here to help kind of bring it to life and give it some depth and dimension. So yeah, it's going to be something you need to see close up.
Perfect. Big round of applause. Kelly Brown.
All right. Is it possible to have some of these lights just brought down a little bit, only because of the screen, just so I can see my screen a little better? Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Perfect. So I've been down in the judging room. I've been panel chairing the portrait category this morning. And for those of you that have entered this competition, wow, like, I don't know what it is, but I always get this level of energy about me, this excitement when I come to events like this, and I get to see so many different photographs, and I get to see everything that people have created that is so different, because it just gets my creative juices flowing. So when I sort of said to my my little assistant down there, what time is my class? And she's like, in 10 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to start thinking about my photograph now, because I'm just completely absorbed in all of the beautiful photographs that I'm witnessing. So congratulations to all of you that have entered, because it is no small feat. It's nerve-wracking, and I can tell you it doesn't matter how long you've been entering. Your first year, you are still as nervous as anything, many, many years later when you've done it a few times. So it's exciting. This particular image has potential to be entered into an award sort of scenario, although I didn't shoot it with that in mind. I shot it because I wanted to create something a little bit different, and I wanted to try my hand at a sort of an Adam and Eve approach to a maternity shoot. And so what I've sort of done here is brought in a backdrop that I already had. It's got a very foresty, sort of dark, moody tone to it. And then I've brought in some trees and branches, some apples. We've even brought in some fake hair in terms of an extension, so I'm going to work through bringing out some of the detail in that. I even use some atmosphere spray to sort of add a little bit of fog to this, to kind of soften the light a little, so to speak. So I am going to work with what I've got. I'm not going to bring any additional elements in, and I'm going to talk through each step as I go. But the beautiful thing about capturing an image like this in camera is I don't have to worry about bringing other elements in, because the thought process has already been done. I've already considered all of that. I've already thought about how it's going to look as a finished image hanging on the wall. That vision's already there. But in saying that, I'll often open up an image and I'll have that plan of what I'm going to do, and then all of a sudden I do something else and I go, oh, I kind of like that. I like that result. I wonder if I could do something else. There are a few different things that I look for when I am editing my images in terms of how I bring that story to life. Obviously, the lighting and the placement of the different objects in camera have been done on purpose. However, I will use certain features and functions in Photoshop to try and help draw the viewer's eye to certain areas. And that really does help the overall composition. Whenever I place an element within a frame, the composition has to be something that does draw you back to the subject. So for example, if I've got an apple in the tree, the placement of that is really important. If I've got an apple in the hand, the placement of that is really important. And I'm going to refer back to this in a moment when I start to sort of go through it with the image. So even though I've captured it in camera, what you'll notice when I start to edit this is I'm not going to bring other elements in, but I'm going to move what I've got. Because sometimes we're limited with space in our studios. Sometimes our backdrops aren't as big as we'd like them to be. Sometimes we don't have a tree big enough that we can bring into our studio either. So there's so many different things to be able to create the shot and bring that vision to life. Sometimes we can only capture what we can capture. But obviously you've got to get that capture as good as you possibly can before you even start working with it, so that you can not turn something that's mundane into something that's okay. We want to turn something that's great into something that's amazing. I'm like, what have I done? All right, so the first thing I do when I am shooting is my exposure. I need to look at the light. So I'm always shooting with the histogram up on the back of my camera, controlling my highlights, controlling my shadows. So when I open an image in Camera Raw, my raw image, I look at, again, the histogram. If I need to make any global adjustments in Camera Raw, I want to make sure that I haven't lost detail in my highlights and that I certainly haven't lost detail, especially in an image that's going to be a little dark in areas. I don't want to lose detail in those shadows, because when it comes time to printing, and I print my photographs, I'm a big believer in creating photographs, and a photo is printed, an image is not printed. For me, that's the difference. So everything that I do is with a print in mind, because I want the quality of that print, you know, to really, really speak for itself. Just like when you go out there into the show, you're going to see photographs that have been printed, you know, so beautifully, that you see every element, every piece of detail. And so that's what I'm going to be conscious of. Okay, so looking at this, I've got, you know, my histogram. I'm just making sure I can see what you can see. And I don't really need to worry too much here about my highlights. They look pretty good. I have got some highlights over here, but I know that I'm going to adjust those in terms of the position of that tree and how much of that tree you can see shortly. So I'm not going to worry too much about those highlights over here where the light is. And what's happened here? We've bumped a little button on the side there. When I am using my I said Wacom before, I should say Wacom. I get it right, but I've been saying Wacom forever. When I'm using this, I'm actually not using the functions on the actual tablet itself. I use a lot of shortcut keys on my keyboard. Muscle memory, you're often doing things that you're not even aware of doing, and how I position my hand on my keyboard is also going to make a huge difference as well. The other thing when I am set up and I'm editing in my studio or at home is that I always have a self-calibrating monitor, an ASO monitor set up, and I'll have the brightness of my laptop or my iMac turned right down so that I'm only using my ASO monitor to see exactly what it is that I'm working with, because I'm not going to get the best indication here in terms of resolution or, you know, pixel quality for my prints on this particular monitor, even though it does often make things look nice and shiny and pretty. So yeah, when I am working with this Wacom tablet as well, I always set my proportion quite small. I do have a smaller tablet, but however, I do prefer to have that area on my tablet that I can rest my hand, especially when I'm working with those intricate details, because it's just like colouring in. Like when you work with a pencil and you shade, I do that with my pen. How many of you use a Wacom pen? How many of you use a mouse? All right, so have you tried this? Way better than a mouse. Have you tried this? It is the best. I can't use a mouse now. It's so bizarre. And even when I'm not editing, I find I'm still maneuvering my way around, you know, Outlook or Word or whatever, you know, program I'm using on my laptop. I'm still using my pen, purely because it's like drawing with a pencil or a pen. So I find it really, really efficient. I'm going to whack these on so I can see. All right. I do love editing. Not a lot of people do. And I know some people prefer to send it to other people to work their magic. A long time ago, I was hired by a wedding photographer as a retoucher, and he had other photographers working for him that weren't the best photographers. And so I had to fix a lot of problems, and I got used to polishing what I like to call turds and fixing problems. So obviously, my skill set in Photoshop is going to be different to other people's, but I will use that to my advantage. When I capture an image in camera and I look at the back of my screen, I'm like, I already know what I can do, what I'm capable of doing, all the different features I can use in Photoshop when I am editing to be able to take it to that next level. And that's, I suppose, something that I do use to my advantage when it's about the vision and that final output. All right, I am going to lift the shadows just a little bit, especially sort of down here in this darker area. I may start to tone some of them down, but because this is a backlit shot, and that's how I wanted it to be, the reason that I have placed my light over here to come through the tree is because if you look at the backdrop, the light is falling behind the trees. So that light is coming through the trees. So I needed to replicate that light. There was no point whatsoever at the time of the shoot of putting a light out here in front. If I'd done that, then obviously it wouldn't, give me that consistency or that flow of the light coming through in that background to try and give me a realistic result. So I'm trying to mimic the direction of that light, but I do have a reflector that I've used to bounce a little bit of light in the foreground here to be able to give me some detail to work with when I start to work on the hair and other areas like that. Our little shadow slider, I don't tend to do too much in camera raw if I've got my exposure right. So if I bring those shadows all the way up, you can kind of see what I'm working with there. But global adjustments for me, it's not really something that I do because I feel that you need to work on all the different areas very individually. And if I'm adding light, I don't want to add light to the whole image, unless, of course, I've underexposed it. But that would mean that I'm not a very good photographer. All right, so let's make this full screen. Okay, so as we can see, we have our tree, we've got an apple, we've got our maternity model placed, we've got an oversized sort of a piece of fabric that we're working with here, and we've got a really messy, big, giant plait. Now, because this has been added in, I need to be able to kind of make that seem a little bit more realistic, like a ponytail. So I will work with this. I'm pretty happy with where everything else is kind of sitting, and so on. Now, if at any point in time you have a question while I'm editing, please throw your hand in the air. I like to keep this pretty informal and have a chat. I usually edit at home with the TV on in the background so I can listen to some noise, whatever's going on. So if it's really quiet in here, it's probably going to be like strange. Alrighty. As I said, I am going to move the position of this tree, and there's a couple of different ways that I can do it. But when I open an image, the first thing I do is make any structural changes. They're the big changes to my backdrop, things like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a copy layer, Command-J, Command-T, take it into transform, so that I can move it and resize it if I need to. Down the bottom where I'm missing that bit of backdrop, I'm just going to bring that all the way down here. And by doing that and positioning her feet at the bottom of the image there, I've now created more space at the top that I can reposition that tree. All right, I don't want to make her any bigger, but I do. There we go. I do want to, let's add a layer mask and make sure I'm at 100% there, and I'm on a black brush, which means I'm going to take this top layer away from my background layer. Man, switching your head back into a different mode from judging is very different. So I'm just removing what I've copied and pasted there because it was higher. I've got a nice big soft brush here, so I can blend it a little easier. And if I just make my brush a bit smaller, switch back to a white brush with my X key, I can then paint back in. So doing this is where you need to be very careful of any repetition that you may create in your backdrop. So this is where I like to kind of zoom in, and you will get frustrated watching me edit, I promise you. Because I like to zoom in and out, in and out. So here I am painting back in what I've brought down. And so that I'm not creating any repetition, this is what I've got to be quite sort of mindful of. And my brush is at 100% at the moment, but as I paint this back in around my leaves here, making sure I don't bring in any repetition. All right. So So I'm kind of looking here at the tree and I'm looking at her. At the top here, I could choose to crop this, or I could try to increase that backdrop, but because of all the branches and everything, it could be a bit of a challenge and create more work. And that's something that you've got to weigh up when you're looking at more of a creative piece like this. Like, is it going to be worth it? Why? What are the benefits of doing that and spending all of that time? Is my client going to notice it? Would a judge on a judging panel, if I entered it, notice it? Like, how much more would it improve the image? So these are the things that we need to consider. And I think I'm going to leave it as is. Yes, please. Great question. Absolutely. And when it comes to composition, that final print that I'm looking at on the wall will be a huge consideration in terms of where I place different elements within the frame. For this one, because I have a full length shot of a person, a woman, an adult, then I'm not going to make this a square crop because I would be constraining her. When I feel like I've got someone standing and they're somewhat, you know, reaching up, I want to create room for it to breathe. So I need to have height above it. So I would probably keep this full frame like a 2:3 ratio. I don't think I would go 8:10. I think this needs height. It would add to the composition, but it will depend on, you know, a few different things in terms of how can I extend that backdrop. If I can't and it's just going to make too much work, then I might go, maybe this is better as a 5:7. Maybe it's better as an 8:10 sort of ratio in terms of that crop, but I would definitely not try and constrain something that's more vertical into a square, if that makes sense. Alrighty. Now, there was something up here that I'd noticed before when I was painting in this layer. So you can see that little bit of area there where I've got the smoke and I've just painted back what I brought down. This is where I'm going to bring the opacity of my brush down to 50%. And I'm going to make my brush a little bigger. So the bigger your brush, the softer the edge, and the easier it is to blend. So just that one simple movement like that at 50% has allowed me to get rid of that hard sort of edge and help me blend it. When I'm done with constructing, I suppose, the backdrop, the composition, the placement of all the different elements, that's when we'll come in and start looking at all those different sort of branches and elements within the frame. Now, obviously, she's not an actress and she's definitely not a paid model. She's actually my daughter's boss. And I'm forcing her to do this. And she's like, anything, you know, I'll just have a go. But if I'd had, you know, and it's funny because I'm going to stand up for a second. I can talk. If I'd had a, you know, an actor or a model, someone who, you know, was used to moving their body, and I'm like, you know, I want you to embrace Adam and Eve, and I want you to reach up and grab that apple and hold that apple, you know, like that's what I had visualized. I'm working with my daughter's boss, and she's feeling a little self-conscious in a bodysuit, and she's like, you're not going to see my thighs, are you? So she's holding that apple and she's scared she's going to drop it, and she's like, you got to work with what you got, right? And I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable or like she wasn't doing a good job. So I think I can still create something pretty amazing with what I've got. But the difference of working with a model as opposed to an everyday human that just wants to be a part of something that you create, because she cuts my hair, so she's like, I'll do anything. So this is a lot of fun for not just me, but also her. And obviously she's excited to see the finished product, even though I showed her the back of my camera. Alrighty. I do not want to make any further adjustments to what I've got there in terms of that layer. It's good where it is. I'm happy with everything there. I don't need to change anything over here. I mean, actually, do you know what? In saying that, and this is what I do. Which, sorry? Yes, this is the Medium Intuos Pro Wacom. It is a little, these two spotties are just a little bright, if that's okay. Yeah. Oh, that'd be great, yeah. Am I the first person to do editing here? Oh my goodness. Do you know, I was actually feeling really tense. And now the lights are gone and I've relaxed. Oh, I'm at home. Thank you. Oh, I didn't want to be pain for all of our amazing AV guys that have been doing such an incredible job. So as you can see, I'm changing the size of my brush, and I do that with the bracket keys on my keyboard. They're the shortcut keys, and I switch between the X key as well to go from a black brush to a white brush as I'm painting in different layers, because I try to avoid using the clone tool and things like that as much as I possibly can. And I don't do this to every image. This is just one particular image that I thought, do you know what, let's have a play. Let's see what we can create. And sometimes, for those of you who had been in my class yesterday, you will have heard me talk about just that need to create, that want, that desire to just want to do something different, get outside your comfort zone and explore what's possible, what you can produce. So obviously here, I've got to be careful with these trees. And I'm just kind of painting on and off to see where I may need to do a little bit of reconstructive work there in terms of getting that branch up a little bit higher. All right. I'm going to go back to my background layer. I'm going to create a copy layer here because this is where I need to engineer some things. So I've brought this down, and what I'm going to do is bring back the opacity here so I can see what's underneath it. And this is going to really help with some of these lines of the trees. All right. And obviously there's 1,000,001 ways on how to do things here in post. So let's go ahead now and flatten those two. So I'm not flattening that top layer down onto my background, but I've now created an entire sort of image here that if I turn the background image off, it's now obviously an additional layer on top of that, and I'm not touching that background. So if I turn it off, you can't even see that I've turned it off, but it is there. All right, so what I'm going to do now with this copy layer is use my lasso tool. And I'm just going to have a bit of a look in here at what I can do. I'm going to come through here where we're sort of missing a bit of background. And I'm going to come down to this one branch that's kind of there, up through the head, close to the head, and down here. Get a little wonky with my pen. Alrighty, I'm going to feather that by, say, 5 pixels, not much. And I'm going to create another copy layer, Command-G, Command-T. Take that into transform. So if I just choose to kind of, you know, increase the size of that, that's going to create a few issues. So what I'm going to do is hold the Shift key in, and I'm going to stretch it just a little bit there. See that? And then I'm going to bring it down to marry it back up again, as I'm starting to kind of increase and stretch that backdrop. And the beautiful thing about trees, dead trees like this, is I can do that because they're sticks. So you can see that there, how I'm just adding that little bit of extra height at the top of the frame by stretching it up a little bit. And I don't mind so much what it's doing over here, but I don't need it. So we're going to get rid of it. Make sure I'm at 100% with that brush. Coming down here, and we're going to remove that. You can see with the guide turned on there where I've painted. So I like to zoom in, kind of turn layers on and off, see where I'm kind of making, you know, problems for myself and so on. Over here, I'm just going to, you can see if I turn these layers here off, I've got this kind of edge that I'm now going to need to blend into that layer underneath here. So still on my layer mask with a black brush, I'm going to bring the opacity down again. And I'm just going to try and blend this a little better here. If I do this, what do we get? Repetition. We just want to make it a bit easier for ourselves here. All right, so now I'm sort of at a point where I'm ready to start potentially cropping this. I'm going to flatten those two now that we've done that. All right, so we're making a bit of a mess there at the top of the frame, but that's all right because I have one more structural change to do here. Again, with this part of the tree, I do have, I suppose, a little bit of flexibility with this haze, this smoke that's given me an area that I can work with without having to sort of marry up too many lines. It's giving me some forgiveness here. So what I can kind of do now with this area here is come down, feather this. Let's go a little bit bigger. Command J, Command T. And now I can start to increase this area here and bring it up. And I'm just bringing the opacity of that down so I can see exactly what I'm working with here. And I'm really trying to get that bottom of that apple there higher than this one over here. I think that might probably be it about there. We want it to be realistic as well. We don't want it to feel like it's, you know, completely out of reach. So I'm not nervous at all now that Peter Rossi's just walked into my editing class. How do you know? When I first started photography, I came along obviously to different AIPP events, and I'll never forget my very first Queensland State Awards that I went along to, and there were photos coming up and I just had no idea how they were created, and they belonged to this gentleman. And back then I would never have thought that we'd be able to sit and have a chat and be on the same judging panel. I don't think so, Peter. You are too modest. All right, so now one of the things that we can see with that increase of that size here, and we're spreading it, is that, you know, it is a little bit lighter now where I'm moving it into that area in the top there. It's darker in the background. So one thing that I can afford to do here is just to bring the exposure down on that a little bit, the brightness. So I can click back off that layer mask, come over to the layer, and I can take it into curves. And I can just bring those midtones back to kind of help me blend it into that background. Because it's a darker image, we don't need all of that bright light coming through. So now it's going to be much easier for us to blend it. Come back to that layer mask. And with that lower opacity again, coming in with a nice soft edge, we can blend through here. So in through here where we've got some smoke underneath, remembering when we reduce the opacity of that original layer is still there. So let's bring that back up. And now with that lower opacity on a black brush still, we can just kind of, big brush, blend this a bit better. being careful not to. Hang on, Photoshop's taking its time to catch up. So back to a white brush here where we revealed some of that layer underneath where the leaves are. Alrighty. I don't mind a little bit of stuff poking through. As long as it doesn't look like repetition and it starts to kind of make you go, that's not right. And then we can darken that little area there down and lighten that up. Okay, so if I take a little snapshot, we're sort of going from our original capture in camera and, you know, limited with space and all of that kind of stuff. And now we're starting to create a little bit more of what we want to see here. So this is where I'm ready to start cropping my image. As I said, I've taken a snapshot. Don't necessarily need to make too many changes now to the rest of that background. I can flatten it. At home, often I will, because I travel back and forth from the studio and it's just easier to have everything on a hard drive with my laptop, but my monitor's set up at home. So I've got an ASO at work and I've got an ASO at home. And I mean, no, yeah. I do calibrate this though. And when I am editing, you'll see here, I don't know if you can see the brightness slider. No, you can't. A good test to kind of do is have a print next to your screen and turn the brightness up and down as well. So when you're working with your, you know, your image and how bright you want it to be, you know exactly where it should be sitting. So I've got that turned down a little bit, so it's not as bright. All right, so when we talked before about the different types of crops and things like that with an image like this, sort of looking at creating a more vertical type of crop here. What did you do? Did you break it? Oh. So positioning in terms of composition, I always want to make sure obviously my trees are straight, things like that. I want to make sure that my subject's sort of nice and balanced within the frame. And here when I look at my rule of thirds, I've got you know, all of this sort of beautiful sort of body shape in those bottom sort of 2/3 over here. I'm at the top here where that tree is, where the light's coming through. You know, it draws your eye from the left to the right of the screen. And then I've got to try and sort of look at the top over here. Do I want it to come a little bit tighter? How tight do you want to make the crop? Things like that. So we do have this little bit at the top we still have to work on, but we're getting there. Those 2.5 ceilings, gosh. Alrighty. Oh, hang on a minute. What happened there? No, let's flatten that. Too busy talking. Okay, so next thing I want to do, obviously I've got a little bit of a backdrop stand over here, just using the patch tool to get rid of that. There's a couple of smoke machine marks on my backdrop. Patch tool's usually the easiest way to get rid of things like this when I am working with a backdrop and it's a relatively small area to work with. And then up the top here. So when I look at how I could reconstruct this, I can obviously look at taking parts of the image from elsewhere. I could look at stretching and making that bigger again. And that's kind of something that you need to weigh up in terms of how much more work is it going to make for you. But I look at this sort of area here, where that branch comes across, and I've got room for it to move. So instead of trying to copy one area or clone or do something like that, I'm just best to increase the size of this area right here. And I've got, because it will help me fix this bit down here too. So I know that you can photograph each element separately and put it all, you know, onto a backdrop, or I could have edited this image the way it was captured, but I do love that process of trying to capture everything in camera as much as I possibly can. It makes you think differently about your light, all of that kind of stuff. So I've just reduced the opacity there so I can look at where everything's sort of positioned. So see this line down here behind her head? Just rotated that layer a little bit as I try to, you can see that line, and as I blend it in, it's one strong line that I need to be aware of. Add that layer mask again. Whenever you are editing an image like this, I mean, like I said, you've got to kind of weigh up what it is that you want to do in terms of time. If it's a personal project, then you know, you may choose to spend more time than you like. I like to kind of do things. I'm not very good at sitting around and doing nothing when I'm at home. I got this backdrop from Intuition Backgrounds by Becky Gregory.
While we have Kelly concentrating so intensely, because she's a master mum of 3 and can multitask and do a gazillion things.
The washing machine's usually going at night while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Nothing glamorous.
What I've noticed in particular is that you don't have layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer that you forget what layer they've done the layer. Oh, is there more to come that way?
It depends. If I'm finished with an area, there's no point in keeping it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you do lose track of all your layers. And I'm working with a photograph that I can close and not save. So when you know how to use Photoshop, and obviously I'm being a little destructive with the background, it's not the main feature of my image. I don't want to be destructive with the editing of my foreground or my main subject. However, I can get away with a little bit of, you know, stretching and moving and doing things of areas that aren't the main point. So they're just there to kind of hold the hand, balance it, if you will. Keep talking, Mark.
Nice.
Soothing.
I never got used to using a Wacom. I had to use a mouse. I just didn't get it. I just couldn't get used to it, but that's just me. A bit weird. Did anyone else in the room who uses a Wacom tablet? Pop your hand up. Awesome. It was just me. I am a bit weird. Okay. Yeah, even the knife and fork. Yeah. Okay, we will do a few questions though, but I will do it in the mic so that the audience can also hear online as well. Kelly.
I was actually going to say I do have a tablet and I've got the pen and I suck at it. So I'm really fantastic with the mouse though. I can cut anything out, I can do all of my artworks, everything. But the only way that I'm going to get better with the pen is to actually put the mouse away. It's so much easier for me.
So is there a way of not sucking at using a Wacom?
Yeah, can I just sort of say though, a lot of people give up when they try something. And if it's not easy, they do kind of give up. And you just have to keep trying at it. It's like trying to run a marathon. If you've never gone for a 5K run, you're not good at it. But the more you do it, the better you get. And so that's what we have to remember when we're trying something new for the first time, or, you know, we want to expand our knowledge. We practice, we train, we get better. It's like any athlete, any artist, the more they do something, the better they become at it.
So what you're really trying to say is to don't give up and persistent, and you'll get better at it.
Absolutely. All right, so once I've kind of brushed things in, and if I need to marry things up a little bit, I can go back to the layer, I can take it into transform, I can do a little bit of warping and so on, kind of have a bit of fun with the way that things are positioned within the frame, and so on. But yeah, it just depends on the image and what it is that you want to create. And obviously when I think editing's a very personal thing. You know, when you are working, you kind of sit, you play, you're doing your thing, you're not talking throughout the process and getting sidetracked. And you look at how things work, how they move, how they gel together.
Thought about getting sidetracked. We have another question.
Kelly, I just wanted to ask about your creative process.
Yes.
Did you have like a sketch down of what you're looking to do with this particular shoot? Was it just an idea that you experimented with?
Yeah. This one was probably just a bit of a play with something that was a bit different. Like I walked out the front door of the studio with a knife and cut a tree down. It was terrible. And I work in an industrial area that's got cars going up and down the street all the time, and I'm out there with a kitchen knife. So it was just a little bit of fun. It wasn't anything serious. It was just, let's play, let's create something different. And I've always wanted to do this. And I think if you want to try a different concept or a narrative or explore something, do it and then think about, you know, doing it again. And you learn from doing, don't you? And often your ideas come to you best when you're doing, and sometimes you're stuck for time, things like that. And I'm often, you know, working with different types of models or clients, and when I say models, they're not like fashion models. They're not people who know what they're doing. They're just people who come in exchange for their time, and they either help me with my education process or whatever. But it is, you know, there are often different sort of limitations that we have when we are trying to create, and sometimes instead of trying to push through, I'll be like, you know what, I need to go back to the drawing board with this. I do have a really big studio at work that I could have shot this in, but on the day it's actually hired out, and I would have loved to have created this concept in there, but it was being hired on the day, so I couldn't. And, you know, I know that this will eventually be something pretty cool when I'm working with it, but I also know that if I went back to revisit this type of shoot in terms of that creative concept, I've got a really good base to work with. I know what worked last time and I know what's going to work next time. And that's something that, you know, I like to kind of explore and play with. But if I've got an idea and I'm working with a paid client, then I will draw it, I'll visualise it, we'll have pre-planning sessions together, we'll have a lot of those, and then we'll discuss what it is that we're going to create. Now I do have this little bit of an area in here, but I'm not too concerned with that just yet. But I've got my branches now where I kind of want them, and I can create a bit of a visual sort of interpretation here. I'm just going to reduce to see where I need to bring back that layer. But yeah, the drawing process for me, I'm not a great drawer, but I think if you've got something to work with, the more you plan, the more you prepare yourself, the better the outcome every single time. And in my class yesterday, we talked a lot about you know, that creative sort of vision and what it is, where you find inspiration, what will impact you know, your decisions. Sometimes you're very aware of how you're being impacted, how you're being influenced in what you create, and sometimes it's very subtle. But often, you know, I'll go back through like storyboards or journals and things like that, looking for ideas and concepts and how I can bring something that I've sort of seen, something that's inspired me, how I can kind of bring elements of that and add my own touch to it to add that sort of creativeness that I'm looking for. All right, so now that we've done this, and you're probably looking at some of those areas going, gosh, Kelly, that's bad. It's okay, I've got you. Let's now flatten that. So that's that little top area up there that we've fixed and adjusted.
We've just got a quick question from Nikki.
Go for it.
I was just going to ask, obviously, with all your education and the creative stuff you do you still do client work, or do you focus more on teaching and educating there? How do you do this, Kelly?
Do you know, this is a really good question, actually, because for a long time, I mean, I've been doing this for 18 years, and I got so busy with clients that I just was overbooked, and I was like, I love my clients, and I have some amazing clients. Some of them I've photographed 11 times, one 11 times, another 8, and so on. Like, it's incredible to watch a family grow, and I still do my returning clients, but I don't take new clients on at the moment. And that's something educators need to reconsider, because when it comes to a work ethic, I have to give 100%. And if I don't give 100% to my clients, then that's really going to impact that relationship, that reputation that I've, you know, that brand that I've built and I've worked really hard to build over a long period of time. But if I am teaching, but I'm not teaching to the best of my ability because I'm so focused on being really behind and late with delivering client work, then I'm not going to be doing either at 100%. So about, must have been 12 months ago, actually it was just over 12 months ago, probably closer to 18 months now since I started KBO, that I decided I'm not taking on clients, because I can't give 100% to teaching if I am worried about delivering to that highest level of expectation that I've set over the years. And this is where I think some people really kind of let the ball drop, because you have to make a choice. I teach because I love teaching, but I teach because I want photographers to find their own voice and to become better. I don't want to teach just to make myself feel better, or, you know, receive any form of ego stroking because they've asked me to teach them. I know that there's 100 other people out there that are so much more skilled. But when it comes to learning, you obviously, you know, then are drawn to people that you resonate with. You want to learn from someone that you feel like you've got a connection or a similarity, or you can identify something about yourself within them. So, you know, it's a big call to obviously teach, and something I don't take lightly. But if I didn't love teaching, I wouldn't do it. But I love my clients, and it was a very, very good business. And I was making more money than my husband. He gave up work, and he was a construction manager. So he was like managing multiple projects, I think at one point. And he'd been in the industry for over 20 years. So for me to be able to earn more money than him, that was huge, because I can tell you, Mark remembers, you tell the story while I will edit. I'm just too busy talking.
Which story?
How I was told there was no money in baby photography.
Yeah, cool. So this is like a bit of a fire in my soul at the same time. I'll stand here so the camera can see us both. I love that comment, and I love the part I heard Kelly talk at Hair of the Dog, which is a conference in Queensland years ago, probably start of 2016 it was, because it's when I moved to Queensland. And one of the things was, you know, why are you into this and into newborn photography? And one of the comments that Kelly was told by someone else was that
My husband.
I didn't want to say the name. You'll never make money out of newborn photography. Like, you might as well do something else. Like, why photograph on newborns and families? You should do something else. And as
I was photographing weddings, and I was working for a wedding photographer. I was doing family portraits. He was working away, only home every second weekend, and our lives were chaotic. Like, I had 3 children under 3, not intentionally, I had twins, and so my life was pretty nuts. And it got to the point where I was just like, I'm not enjoying weddings. I don't like working with, you know, mothers of the bride who are having a bitch fit. I do not like working with,
I got hit
you know,
by a I got hit by a thing once, a purse.
Oh. I didn't like chasing children that were being naughty and mischievous in playgrounds. Like, I've had a knee reconstruction, I've had back surgery, so I can't physically get up and down quickly when it comes to small children. And I just sort of thought, you know what, I love photographing babies, and I love how in love parents are when they have a new baby. For me, it was such an enjoying process. I fell in love with their, you know, I don't know. It was just
Their love, their emotion.
It was just something I just adored, and so I said to my husband, I think I'm going to quit doing weddings and just focus purely on babies. I gave up. I had already given up working for a wedding photographer as a retoucher, and so on. And so I just sort of, you know, made this decision. And he said, "You're crazy. There's no money in baby photography."
Yep, and I love that challenge. And there's one person in the room in particular that we have been working together for about 2 years now, and the challenge was to out-earn her husband, which we have not only succeeded, we have absolutely smashed it so much that he could potentially go into early retirement.
Don't make him go into retirement. Make him do something else.
Well, make him work for you. I've actually made, there's probably about 5 photographers that I've worked with now who husbands now work for them. It's so much fun. Because that's what happened with you anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You got so busy, so successful that they have to work for you.
We invested all of, you know, our income back into our business, and we now have a studio. It's one of the largest film and production studios that's soundproofed. It's hired out most days of the week, and we have companies like Subway, Buller Ice Cream, that hire it to film all of their commercials. Golden Casket, things like that. So bands come in, Dick Johnson Racing Team comes in with their cars, and I obviously don't get to be a part of it, but I just create the space and they come in and use it. So, you know, in terms of your business and how it evolves, going from photographing families in my home to now having a fully functional studio, the process, the evolution has been insane, and you know, obviously I couldn't have done it without support and without taking a risk and going, do you know what? Babies aren't a fad. Babies
are always having babies.
Are born every day, and when people go, oh, but I'm just not getting enough bookings, I'm like, how many babies are born in your city every year? And so I knew that at the time I could only photograph 100, and that's just a curves adjustment layer that I've painted on there to kind of lift some of those shadow areas to help blend what I'm working with here. So I'm just going to flatten that as well. All right, so I don't like the blueness here that's going on in the background, so we're going to add a little bit of desaturation here in an adjustment layer. So I'm going to go down to hue and saturation, and we're just going to pull back some of that saturation there. Not all the way, because I don't want it to be black and white. I'm going to invert that layer mask, Command-I. But yeah, I was doing about 125 sessions a year. I knew that I could do 3 sessions a week, 42 weeks of the year with 3 kids because they were on school holidays, X amount of weeks of the year. Obviously, it's a bit different now. Now they don't want anything to do with me. But I was averaging, you know, $2,500, $3,000 a session. So I was doing quite well within those bookings. And so when people would say to me, you know, oh, I'm not getting any bookings. There's too many photographers. The market's saturated. I'm like, well, I beg to differ. There's 60,000 babies born a year in my area that I could potentially photograph, but I only need 125. What are you doing to find those 125? How are you putting your business in front of those 125 potential clients? So, and booking them. And this is the discussion that we sort of started to have with people and so on. So yeah, it was a big risk investing money into property, buying a commercial space. It's not leased, we own it. And I don't know, I don't mind talking about figures. It cost $1 million to buy. It's now valued at $4 million.
It's a big
Hello.
space. Yeah. If you have a chance, go on to Kelly's Instagram. Find the photo of you standing in the corner of your cyclorama.
Well, it's called SpineStreetStudios.com.
Yep.
It's a pretty incredible space.
If anyone has a if anyone has a cyclorama, it is the funniest thing to walk in it because you don't know where it ends, and all of a sudden you hit the wall. Like and kids have just got no spatial awareness of there's no light. You can't see anything. It's just the white wall.
All right.
So with that curve, it's just awesome.
Okay, so I've got a 50% grey layer here, and it's what I'm going to use to bring out all of this detail. So this is where I'm going to start to work with my image. I've got this incredible base now. If we have a look at our original capture, and then we sort of start clicking through, getting to that base, now I've got my blank canvas, so to speak. So this is where I like to kind of really use my Wacom tablet to its full potential. So with my opacity or my paintbrush down to around sort of 4%, that's where I like to start. I often will go down to about 2%, sometimes 1%, depending on what it is that I'm trying to do. Or I'll increase it as well, and I'll flick back and forth between my black and my white brush. So ultimately what I want to try and do is kind of draw some of that drama, that attention towards her. I've got a little bit of a dark area here that I need to kind of smooth, transition into her, and then I've got some darkness down here, and then obviously some brightness on the floor where that light was coming through that we can darken down. So we can start with that sort of area. Makes it easy. Nice big soft brush to kind of bring this down. You could do this with other areas, like if I, hang on, wait for my Photoshop to catch up, come back here. Another option would be to create another copy layer because I realise I'm running out of time. And I can come over here to my gradient tool, selecting the first one where we go from a solid colour into transition, change the mode to multiply, and come down here and I can select that darker tone, and I can just kind of bring that up a little bit here and start to darken that information down. Obviously I could come all the way up. That's going to create a bit of a different effect, and it's going to be a lot darker, a lot moodier. But if you notice that I'm starting to lose her legs, so it looks a bit funny. And then when I sort of start to bring those back, it can be really hard to create a nice transition. So we don't want to take it too far, but we do just want to darken that down. And I am going to remove it off her feet and her legs because this is just this area here. And one way to do that, I can come back to my background layer here, come over here to my lasso tool or one of my selection tools, click on select subject. Photoshop is getting really good at this, it's ridiculous. No, I still laugh every time that it can do that. And then you can choose, obviously, to continue to refine that area. It looks pretty good just for the sake of, obviously, showing you what I'm about to do. I'm going to feather it by 1%. I'm going to right-click again on that selection and select inverse. I'm going to come back down here to this area, and I'm going to add a layer mask. And so it's just going to take it then off that leg area. Now, because that's a mask, I'm going to come back over to my paintbrush tool, increase the opacity, and this is where you need to be zooming in and out of your image. I do want to see some detail here in the feet. We don't need all of it, but with a really low opacity, I can just paint a little bit of that layer back over here to kind of help blend that so it doesn't look like we've got any cut out legs or anything like that. But yeah, your brush is your friend, and when you're painting in Photoshop, I find this is your paintbrush, and the way that you colour, the pressure that you apply with your your Wacom pen, how you move, it becomes quite rhythmic, and I will work with a really low opacity all the time and build on what it is that I'm doing, and I'll just continually flick back and forth between my black brush, my white brush, and changing the size to adapt to the area that I'm working with. But you can kind of see just by toning that down there, we've still got some detail here in the foreground and so on. So now I can come up here to my 50% grey layer, and I can come down that opacity to about 4%, and then here bring that back down to a black brush. Okay. I suppose it's just personal preference. Yeah, whatever works for you though. And that's the thing with Photoshop. Everyone will find their way of doing things and just become really used to it. And then obviously you get faster doing it your way and so on. And it just makes sense when you're doing it that way. But there's no sort of, you know, particular reason. It's just how I've always done it.
Now, obviously, today there's a lot of information here. The best thing would be to jump on your Kelly Brown online.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Probably jump on the editing tools that are on there. And this is where you have Kelly's education and your screen up at the same time. Find an image that is kind of same but different, and then stop and start the video. Try something, change it, try something, change it, just pause, play, and work it through. It's one of those things, once you find your own kind of recipe and find your own flow and understand what button does what and what pressure does what and how it works, you start to get a little bit of confidence. But by doing that, I've always found by learning in that kind of process, it just makes your life easier. So then you know what the rules are, and then you can kind of learn to break your own rules when that confidence is there, that you understand what the process is as well.
Yeah, I learnt how to edit from a magazine. And I would sit there when my kids were little, and I would literally kind of just go through all the steps, practice them over and over again. And in Photoshop Elements, believe it or not, a long time ago. And it was funny, like I never had confidence in what I was doing. I always doubted, like all of you, you know, no doubt. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing something, you always, and then they go ahead and change Photoshop or introduce something new, and you're like, oh, what next? I can't keep up. And that's something that's, you know, it is a constant. We're constantly going to be evolving with everything that we... Oh, battery. Mark, could you get my charger out of here? Nothing's dangerous in my bag. I am going to come and do a little bit of this, but yeah, in a minute. All right, with the backdrop, like I could sit and work on that for a while. I'm going to bring up the opacity of my brush here, and I will come in and use the liquify tool to kind of come around the hair and stuff like that. But one thing when I am working on hair like this, and you can kind of see that there's a bit of detail in here, and it's quite interesting working with hair pieces and things like that. And this is, oh, her name is Rena. Rena's a hairdresser too. So the hair's kind of a bit, you know, has some form of significance to her. But if I'm working with hair, I don't want the hair to kind of block up in terms of print. I want to keep the detail. So I'll often kind of come into areas, but I like to also follow the light to give it shape. So it's a bit hard to explain with short hair, but you know, if light's coming across and this part of my hair here is closest to the light, then it's going to take light. So I want to add light to that. And then down here where I've got shadow, then I want to make sure that there's shadow, because light and shadow is what's going to give you shape and depth. It's what creates that more three-dimensional look. It's what gives you detail within an image. And a lot of people who do composite work, then, you know, they're working with highlights and shadows to blend layers and parts, elements together. And it's the same when you're working, you know, in a normal two-dimensional image. We're working with highlights and shadows. So sometimes you use, for example, dodging and burning techniques to use, like, you burn down highlights and so on. But when you're bringing detail out, you're often, you know, lifting highlights and darkening shadows to really bring out the detail in those areas. So obviously I'm not going to get a masterpiece finished in a class where I get to talk as well, because it's just not going to happen and so on. But I am sort of showing you different sort of things that you can do and work on and build. But I think when you are editing, this is your, you know, what you do to a photograph is, and how you kind of bring different elements to life will help you create narrative, will help you create impact, story, and draw the viewer's eye to certain things. So if we just turn that on and off, you can sort of start to see how I'm bringing out the detail there in the plat, and that's how I would continue to work my way around parts of that. So I won't keep going with that just for a second, because I'll show you something else real quick. Just in a copy layer, if I'm going to bring that hair up to where I want it to be, there's a couple of different things. I could adjust the hair on her head, as in the part that's been slicked back. She's got very fine hair, she doesn't have a lot of hair. And then obviously we've created this big buffy plait. So what are we going to change to obviously try and make that gel? Because obviously this small amount of hair here doesn't make sense if she's got a big fat plait. Like, where's that big fat plait come from? Big fat plait. Say that 3 times really fast. So I'm going to go into Liquify. I'm going to try and go into Liquify. Thank you, Mark, for getting my charger. I am almost out of time. I could do this all day, though, with you guys. All right, big brush. Not on that one. I'm just going to kind of increase here, not too much. Liquify tool is one of those tools that you need to be quite specific with what it is that you're moving. If you don't change the size of your brush to match the area that you're moving, then obviously it can be quite noticeable what it is that you're doing. But ultimately, I just want to try and make her hair look a little thicker, a little fuller. So I've just kind of created that nice round shape there, and this is now where I can kind of come over here into the bloat tool. And I can just make it a bit fuller. All right, so I've worked here in the hair. You can see before and after. Looks a little funny in some areas, but what we're going to do is add another layer mask. I'm going to invert it. And now with my brush opacity at 100%, I'm going to come and paint this in to where I want it to be.
I guess too, when you're retouching with things like this, and probably Peter is the same, good question for you. Is an image ever really done?
No.
Could you just be like, oh, but what about this? Wait, I could do this. Then I could do this. Like, when do you just go, okay, stop touching it, leave it alone?
But that's
That'll
what's
do.
so exciting about Photoshop, and, you know, having tools like a Wacom pen at your disposal, because the possibilities of what you can create are endless. And it's exciting. You know, I know there's a lot of old school photographers out there. It's like, oh, it's too Photoshop. Well, you know what? Photoshop's a tool and it's there to be used. Have fun, explore, see what you can create, because the more you create, the more you learn what's possible. And you know what? Your artistic vision, your, you know, creativity, your style, what you want to produce, that's you, and it shouldn't matter what anybody else thinks. I don't care what other people think. I really don't. I couldn't care less. Go, Pete.
Wait.
It also value adds to your image, because how much can you get for a straight print? You've got your price list, but if you can add an art price to everything, or at least 1 or 2 special images per sitting, you can really create some extra income without any extra contact with the client. You know, you've done all that in the studio or out on the beach or whatever. You've spent your time with them. Then in your own space, you can create things that are exciting for you as an artist, but also create an extra income. And it's surprising how people will seek you out after a while for your artistic slant and not just your capture style. And I know for us, there's Charmaine and myself, we're up in Cairns, and most of our, we find that clients now with their iPhones are photographing everything. They're photographing when the child's first step, they're doing all the first tooth, first day at school, the things that we can't be there for. And so they're doing their own, that type of work, and they are only really coming to us now for something artistic, because they feel, well, we can capture our own realistic pictures. But when you can do something that they can't do, then there's a reason for them to seek you out.
I love that you just said, do something that they can't do. Every single one of you has a camera in your hand at any given time. We as photographers need to continually give our clients a reason to hire us. So we have to expand our skill set. We have to create something different, something unique, and produce artwork, produce photographs, prints, products, albums that they can't create themselves, because that's how we stay relevant. It's how we stay in business. And if we're not doing that, then our industry dies, and we work in an unregulated industry. And unfortunately, we've gone through a pandemic, and it's changed the way people value things, and so on. So I just got rid of that highlight. Can you see behind the neck there? Bringing that in, just making that sort of sit a little bit higher there, but still keeping that shadow. So these are all the little things that I kind of look at when I am working on an image, and then obviously doing any of those big structural changes, coming in and then refining it really do help. One thing I am going to sort of touch on over here quickly. Mark, you trying to wrap me up?
Yep, I am. Unshamelessly, yes, I am.
Okay, you talk while I just do this.
Okay, really quickly, just talking about what Peter was talking about just then, and Kelly about standing out from the crowd. I've got 2 door prizes here from Graphy Studios, valued at $250 each, from our lovely supplier at the back. Who's at that stage where you're like, oh, I just want to print something, but I just want to be able to get it printed and show it to a client so I could sell an album? Who has not sold an album yet and would love to get their hands on print? Kelly, Merry Christmas. There's one for you. That was easy, wasn't it? Who else? Etienne, there you go. Put your hand out, you get a prize. Really simple there. Congratulations, you two. What I'd get you girls to do is check out the Graphy Studio. Make sure you choose the right product that suits your style. Kelly, in your case, because of your fine art style as well, like the paper and the choice for you is really, really important to make sure you get that story across. Etienne, because you're a lifestyle photographer, the album is really important for you. So the Young Book, the Go Book, and the Favola.
Actually, can I recommend going onto their website and looking at the Kelly Brown collection?
Or the Kelly Brown collection.
Just give it a shameless plug there.
Yes, the Kelly Brown collection is awesome. There's the one product that I love. I don't know what it's called. It's just it's an album, and it comes in this beautiful kind of packaging, and then it's got magnets, and then you can do. I knew it was something story. And then you can build the story. Because if you have a photographer who has clients who come back 11 times, you literally just start lining up albums so you give them a story of their life. So yeah.
And it's it's kind of cool to be able to build on something like that for your clients, because they cherish what it is that you obviously do. But we work very closely with companies like Graphy, because when they support us, they stay in business, and it's the only way we can stay relevant in our, in a world where technology is everywhere. So, I'm tethered, and this is the problem. It keeps jumping out of there. But we do have to think about how we can use these companies. And what I love the most about working with different companies is that they'll always listen to your needs, and they're always there to kind of help you make the best choices for your clients. If you're not sure of paper, not sure of your options, they'll talk you through the process and make it really, really easy.
And if you just get confused with how many companies to choose from and which one and what works and how much and what state and what country and whatever, you come talk to me first, and I'll help you out, and I'll be able to direct you into the right place to suit your business needs and price as well. Shameless plug, markrossetto.com, the Photography Business Coach, Professional Photography Business Network, Facebook group. Oh, come on, Carla, we're doing it for the team. You started it.
It's my class.
It's your class. Fair call. We have a question.
Sorry, not a question, just a comment. Your client, now I know she's your daughter's hairdresser, she's going to come back in, see this photo and think, was I really there?
Well, she was. She stood in front of that backdrop and she held that apple, so
and what she sees is going to be so different to her memory of what it was.
But is
I
it?
just find it amazing.
But is it? Do you know what I mean?
I think it's so enhanced. Like, it's so much, it's so beautiful what you've done there.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, I think people forget what they remember sometimes. And I will show the back of my camera, but I always have my histogram up too, so it's only a very small thumbnail that they see. So, which is usually for a reason, because I don't want to give them too much. And it's funny, if I'm retouching like a normal client and it's everyday standard professional practice work, it's like the basic sort of posing that I go through, couple posing, all that kind of stuff. Very timeless work. This stuff here's the creative stuff. This is the cream. As Pete was saying, when you can create something like this that becomes a fine art piece that has a different price tag, obviously she's not my paying client, but if this was a paying client, then that's a process that they come through. And that, as you say, that final product that they see that is different, it does stand out. It is part of, the wow factor, I suppose, of what we can create. A lot of that is already planned and discussed, and that's the thing. So if I'm doing a story, a fine art sort of story process sort of session with my clients, then we go through, and one of the questions I ask my clients is, how do you want to be photographed? And why? And when we talk about this, and this is really important to me, because when I talk to my clients about how they want to be photographed and the story that they want to leave behind, that will impact what I do and the vision that I bring to that. So I need to know why they value having their portrait taken, and I need to know, where those photos will hang on their wall, and I want to know who they're leaving those photos to. They're really big for me as a photographer, as an artist, because I know that, and I've said this a few times over the last few days, some of you may have heard it already, the photos mean something today, but then you can't put a price tag on them in years to come when the people that are in them are gone. And so when we create stories with our art, obviously that's a different process. So I'll get those people in for a pre-consult session, and I'll start to ask those questions, and then I'll build on that knowledge. And asking questions is always going to be the best way for me to obviously exceed their expectations and so on. So then we start to plan the styling of it. And I will factor in a budget always for me to make different props, for me to... Who's seen my photo of the little girl in the books? So that was all in camera. Every single element that was in that shot was one photograph. So there was probably 3 weeks of building from that first consult for that particular photo. But it meant the world to that child because it was all about her and her love of books and things like, her love of Roald Dahl and the stories and her imagination. And she's just won a scholarship type prize for how intelligent she is, and her love of books and reading and knowledge and her spelling abilities and all of that kind of stuff. So having a photograph like that when she's older, you can't put a price tag on it, but it was made from how she wanted to be photographed, not how her parents wanted to photograph her, but how she wanted to be photographed. So we discuss obviously all the different options. I ask questions about their love and of different elements and things, and then we build on it, and then they'll come back for the shot and so on. So you can just see me drawing and painting here. Turn that off.
Yeah.
And back on. Okay, you go, Mark. I'm going to get wrapped up in trouble.
Yeah, we need to move on through. Just to comment though on what you were saying about, is that the way that she sees herself? This movement of empowering kind of photo shoots. At the start you said, she felt uncomfortable and not as, strong and things like that. But to see an image finished like this,
oh, it's
I'm
not
sure.
Finished,
but you know what I mean. Once it's been completed and presented, the lady will be like, wow, I'm amazing. Look at that. That's phenomenal. And I think that's the part of the photography side that we love. Even if it's from something as structured as this, or anyone who's ever done a photo shoot with crazy kids on a beach or outside, where the parents go, I'm so sorry, I don't even know if we got anything. And in the back of your mind, you're like, I am going to blow your socks off. And then when you show them the photos, they're like, oh my gosh, when did that even happen? That's the part of the artistic stroke that we have, that we can take something that is like what they feel into a whole different space of empowerment and just beautiful artwork they don't see what we see. They see from a different perspective. So I guess it's our job to kind of squeeze it out of them and to let them see how brilliantly we see them as well, if that makes sense. So it's really
And
important.
it's funny because, I'm always like, oh, if you just do that, I'll sit over my assistant Garrett's shoulder if he's doing something, and I'm like, oh, just do this. And then I have to remind myself, keep my mouth shut. Because we all will do something different. And I would just want to finish this off with saying that, following on from yesterday's class, we see differently. We pick up our camera, we see differently. We edit differently. We interpret things differently. We read into things very, very differently based off our own knowledge and experience. So when we're looking at something, we do have to, especially if it's done by another artist, we do have to go, do you know what? That's their creative vision. That's what they've brought to us, and we need to appreciate that, because we can't say, oh, well, I would have done it this way. We have to appreciate what we're presented with, especially when we're in a judging environment. We can't always look at something and go, I wouldn't have done it like that. And as a judge, you can't say that, because it's not our art. It's theirs, and we have to appreciate that everyone brings a different story, everyone brings a different level of experience, a different vision, a different talent, a different level of experience in terms of how long they've been doing something and working with a particular tool to the mix. So when we look at other people's work, we can't go, oh, I can't do that, or I wouldn't do that. But you know what? One day, you won't create this. You'll create something so different and so amazing that will make you, you, and make you stand out. Because that's your way of telling your story. And that's what's important about this whole weekend.
Absolutely.
everything that is out there on the wall, like if it doesn't move you in some way, if it doesn't inspire you to create in some way, maybe you should give up photography, because I don't know about you, but I'm keen to. I haven't had a chance today to walk around because I've been sharing and then obviously coming in here, so I haven't seen what's come from another room, and I haven't been able to look up close at all the detail to get inspired. And I know that if any of you are travelling home, your journey home will just be constantly coming up with ideas and writing them down, if that's, you know, what you're looking for, because it is incredible to see how other artists interpret subjects and how they present them, and it opens your mind to so many more possibilities. And that is the thing, we can work with beautiful tools and amazing tools like this, but our brain is, my God, is it an incredible tool, and the possibilities are endless. It's exciting what we can create and do. Thank you.
Fantastic. Very cool. All right, are we going to see a little sneaky peek of before and after?
Well, you're not looking. I have done a couple.
Don't forget. And Nikki's, don't forget to save. Don't forget to save.
Yeah.
That's very cool. And this is a part of being immersed in a conference for 3 days. You get inspired, you look at things. I love the awards system.
It's very dark up there. If you see it on this screen, it'll be different. It might be a bit more contrasty on that one there as well.
Yep.
But there's a snapshot that I took before from the base, and then we can come down, and we're starting to build. I'd say I'm probably about a third of the way through what I would do to an image like this, in terms of bringing out all the detail, because I know that I'm going to come in here with my 50. I've got to obviously come in with the clone and the patch tool and tidy up those, but that's later. I tend to do any skin blemishing, any I've taken my glasses off now, like threads, things like that. I'll do those little teeny tiny minor things towards the end, but anything structural, big, I get out of the way before I come in and really refine the process, like getting rid of that overlocked hem there. That'll do my head in.
Where will we see the finished product?
I will put this on my Facebook page, just Kelly Brown Photographer on Facebook. Awesome. So yeah, I can share the before and after there for anyone that wants to see it, but I'm not going to use any other techniques or methods other than what I've already shown you. So it's just a matter of continually going through and building and working with it. And as you create different images like this, you'll get to a stage through that process, and you may even do something and that you weren't intentionally doing and go, I kind of like that result. And then it'll take you in a different direction, and that's where always having that open mind and playing with different tools like this are quite incredible.
Very cool.
Done. I won't speak anymore.
Very cool. Awesome. All right, big round of applause. Kelly Brown. Thank you so much. Look, it's one of those things, it just takes time and process and time and time and time and time and more time and more time. And you go down the rabbit hole of Photoshop and retouching. And Kelly's like, but I just want to do, I just want to, I just need to do this. And it's like addictive. It's one of those things that the finished products will be shown on Facebook, on Kelly's page. We'll have a look at that. Oh, you've even been given lights.
Actually, save.
That wasn't me.
Thank you to the person in the audience that said save.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki.
I nearly shut my laptop then.
Yep, thank you. Save, perfect, awesome. All right, fantastic.
Thank you so much for listening to me ramble, guys. I love photography, and I love doing this, and I love interacting with all of you. So thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And I know you being here and supporting what Robin and Karen and all of the other team members have been doing means the world to them, but it also means the world to Photography Australia and the future of our industry here. And I do, after having travelled the world, I truly believe that we are so much more advanced and talented than anywhere else in the world. I do, and I apologise to anyone that may be watching online overseas. I'm biased, I'm Australian, but I do believe the talent here is incredible, and it's outstanding, and it's exciting to see what the future of our industry actually is capable of based off what's already hanging.
Yeah. we actually had to have our own Australian Photographer of the Year awards in different places because Australia kept on winning all the international awards, which is good fun, isn't it? It's like, yay. Hence why when we kind of travel, we need extra space for luggage to carry back some of Kelly's trophies, which I spoke about yesterday. And also Peter. Peter forgot his trophy in a lobby once underneath a chair that I found. I'm like, oh, whose is this? Oh, Peter Rossi. Awesome. I'll send that up to Queensland. So yeah, very cool. Awesome. Big round of applause. Kelly Brown. Fantastic. Awesome. Okay, we're going to dive straight in because Peter John is here in the back of the room, and he's going to help us do a lighting setup for video. At the moment, interviewing is absolutely everything, and making sure it's all twisted, and making sure that the lighting works really well is really important. So he's going to do a lighting setup for 1 light, 2 lights, and 3 lights. Which is going to be really cool. And let's welcome him on down as he comes on through. Everyone, Peter John. Do you know what I'm looking forward to as well? I'm leaving, I promise. That's all right. Is looking at those lovely highlights in this light is just awesome. Between your peroxide and my grey hair, like we've got our own light show going on here. It's all peroxide, yeah. It's awesome.
Mine's not peroxide.
I didn't say you, no, I was saying the same thing. It's awesome. Now, would you like a microphone or a headset? Headset. Great, you know how to work that one. While we transition on through. Very, very cool. Awesome. Who entered the Print Awards? Who entered the Print Awards? Have you got your results back? Nikki, how'd you go? 77? 75, 73, very nice.
Yes,
you don't know yet, wasn't too sure. Etienne, you don't know yet either.
Part of the actual
Anyone else entered?
thing. Yeah.
Kelly? First time entry? 74? $66. Well, there you go. Look, it's one of those things you can enter the same print in the same place, in the same, like in a different place in the world and get a different result. So if it makes you feel any better, the first awards I ever entered, sorry, Peter, I'll stand right in front of you, was I entered 8 awards into the Victorian Awards in 2009. 7 of those scored between 75 and 79. One of them got an 81. I took exactly the same prints to WPPI. One got a gold at 93, and all the rest of them were between 82 and 88. So there you go. So sometimes it's just depends on the judge on the day. Anyway, Peter John, it's all yours, mate.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Can you all hear me?
Big round of applause. Peter John, everyone.
All right, so let's just get a gauge of the room. Is everyone photographers here? Does anyone utilize video with their photography? Should you? Should you? Yeah, sweet. So basically what I do is a lot of fun stuff with bands and music videos and documentaries, and so I spend a lot of time on the road traveling, and so I usually just take these 2 things around the world, and then you have literally 5 minutes with some of the artists you get to work with, because they've got a show to play, they've got rehearsals, they've got whatever, and you got a small amount of time, and you got to set something up really quick to get your interview, to get it done. And so what I'm here to teach you guys is actually really simple to set up something really good. Give yourself some good lighting and some good audio as well, and good composition with your shot. So every time you go up and do something, you don't have to think about it. It's like, boom, ready to go. So I have some lovely assistants down the back here, Elvin and Chelsea, if you would like to join me. So what I'm going to do is probably going to take more than 5 minutes, but I'm going to try and do this first lighting technique, which is just a one fill, front fill lighting technique, and set it up. And if you have any questions along the way, please let me know, but I will guide you through it as we do it. And we're going to borrow some lights from Godox. I reckon that bicolor matte in the corner. Yeah, that one. Yep. Many of you guys use continuous lighting or just flashes? And the comedic relief is over in that corner right now. Well, there's some videos that will go on the screen. I'll show you some of them. Pierre from Simple Plan. I've toured with those guys for about 10 years. Heaps of stuff with those guys. Super fun. Oh, I'm in a little box. Picture in picture. You guys are... Mick Fanning, pro surfer. Done a few with him. This is in his house, in his basement. That's in Hawaii, on the North Shore of Hawaii. Literally had 1 second to do that one, and that's utilizing the sun straight into his face. So I would never do that. It's Kelly Slater, world champion. That's in a boat in Tahiti, little tinny boat. Had 5 seconds, paddles up to the boat and says, "Yep, let's do an interview." And I'm in a boat. It's Good Charlotte band. That was literally the lights in the room. Unfortunately, I didn't get any more. Oh, that's it? No. There's more. Cool punk band called MXPX. That was in somewhere, Cleveland maybe? I don't know. Oh, you're switching now? No? Technical issues. This is when your photographer sister decides to do video. Oh, snap. California, that's John Feldman, producer of Blink-182 in a band called Goldfinger. It's at his house in Calabasas. No, I do them. Yep. Yep. That's Bliss for one of his documentaries we're doing in the Gold Coast. That's with a light like this, and then the sunlight hitting the back. Cool. All right. I don't know if there's any more. There's a few more. So what we're going to do is, first we've got to find a chair. And usually you don't need to have a good-looking chair, but do we have something cool? Still. Sweet. And so I'd have to quickly unpack my gear. And the talent's just waiting there going, hurry up. Chelsea will be our talent today. She's a famous musician from Belgrave. Other bag. Yes. Usually don't even have time for you to check your talent. You got to do it with someone who's with you. And so I use really small tripods too. I use a really good camera, a red camera, and everything else is small because I've got to put it on a plane, got to take it on public transport. And I don't even have a tripod head on this one. It's just a little leveler. I think that would actually be good. Or the base plate. I did come prepared. No, we took the base plate off. Time's ticking. How long we got left? This is a red camera. Anyone seen these before? Shoot high-end movies and commercials and... No, I have no tool. Anyone got a... Yes, I do. No, I don't. And by the way, this is normal. You never, ever have everything ready. It's an Arca Swiss plate, this one. No, we've got a plate. And the reason I use Arca Swiss is because it's pretty good. These are small rig ones, and it's small. And this camera is really small as well. So it records 6K RAW. All right. Anyone want to guess what lens I would use for an interview if I've got one camera? What time of... what was that, Sam? Sorry? Well, if you don't have a zoom, you've only got primes. What would be your focal length you would like 50 is probably one of the best ones. I will use the 35 on this one. It's a Canon RF, sorry Nikon, RF mount. No, I got one. All right, so audio. Surely it's been more than 5 minutes. Because I like to find my depth first. And so when you use a zoom, you can kind of cheat the depth or how far you want it. So I kind of set up my frame and my position first. So I'll go through that in 1 second where I set up my depth. But yeah, if I had a zoom, I'd probably really leave it on there, but it's more a creative decision. Sometimes I get to have two. It's very rare I get to have two. So then I would shoot it in a way where I can crop. So shooting 6K, I can pull out a 4K zoomed in image, maybe even 3.5, and it's cropped and it still looks nice. Yeah.
Loving the questions, so super cool. But if you have a question, just pop your hand up so I can give you the microphone so the friends at home can listen.
Oh yeah, sorry,
to what
live
you're
stream.
saying. I know, but you know what though? If they were here, like they wouldn't have that issue, would they?
Yeah, I know. What are you
So
doing
much
live
better.
stream?
I don't know how long that joke will last for, but I am kind of milking it as long as I possibly can. If you were here, actually, while you're setting up and while you're talking about being here, we've got some extra tickets left for the gala dinner. So the gala dinner is on tomorrow night, and we've still got about 5 or so tickets left that I've been told. If you are a semi-finalist or a finalist in a category and you haven't got your ticket, you probably should be maybe thinking about making your way to get a ticket, because that's for both the print and the digital awards as well, and the video awards and all the other awards that we have been doing this week. So make sure you come on down. It's going to be at the movies. It's going to be quite cool. We've never done that. It's never been a thing. So we're going to be like big movie theatre. It's going to be super rad. So get your tickets, people. Just buy them online on the website. Is this when you have your PR people or someone like, come on, hurry up, they've got to be somewhere else, you need to move a bit faster?
Yeah, they're sweating in the corner.
Yeah.
So, anyone done lapel miking before?
Yes.
Would you think you would face the mic up?
Now I'm confused.
I used to do it a lot, but now I've found that you get a lot less weird EQ things when you face it down. So, I'm going to...
Yeah, I've been doing it wrong for years.
There's no wrong or right, so... It's kind of omnidirectional, but it tends to pick up a lot more throaty kind of EQ when you point it right at the throat. So maybe worse on a male than it is a female. But I found after doing, I don't know how many I've done in the last year, but a ridiculous amount, when I faced it down, I was like, oh, I barely have to EQ it in the end.
Do you need that little fluffy thing at the as well?
Not today, there's no wind.
No?
When there's wind, you will definitely want a little windsock on that.
But if you were inside and there isn't no wind, you just have the normal mic just without the fluff?
Without the fluff.
Cool.
I try and hide it as much as possible, usually under a jacket, but sometimes if you have the fluff under a jacket, it stops the shh.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Here's another thing that happens regularly. Your batteries go flat.
And if you don't have a big Godots light from KL, buy one. Thanks, Alvin. What could you use? Would you use a lamp, a spotlight, or is it something like, no matter what situation you go into, you should have a lighting of some description because you don't know what you're going to get?
Well, a lot of those interviews I did, you saw on the screen, they're either using the sun as a fill, or I had this really little mini LED that just packed nicely into my bag, probably about this big, with a little soft box on the top.
Yeah, nice.
And that gave me enough soft light that wasn't harsh. But the bigger your light source, then the closer it is to your subject, the nicer that image is going to be. So you just don't want any of that harsh light on.
So either way, you would enter every interview with artificial light, just
Correct.
in case you need it.
Correct. You just never know what you're going to get. in the space. Anyone got a AAA? This is when I start sweating. And you don't say this to the talent, where's the battery? I don't have a battery.
Yeah. Just like the moment when you're photographing and you realise you haven't put in the memory card, and then you just go, hey, let's just do those shots again just in case.
Could have done this though, because I got a battery pack. I just need one. AAA. AAA? Sorry. I said double.
Okay. So you've got these little artificial lights that you can use as well,
Yeah,
which
these
is
guys.
pretty cool. So you can change the intensity as well, which is pretty rad. Put a softbox on it, make a different colour, I'm sure. Comes with the grid. Where are these ones from, Mel?
These ones are from Small Rig.
Small Rig. Amazon.
They're on sale. I think full price they're like $150. When they're on sale, they're like $90.
Yep, and go to KL because they will be the best place to get them for you. Yep.
Also, I highly recommend never leave home without an Alvin, because he'll solve all your problems when you forget what you're doing.
It's very cool.
I fixed my problem with the battery bank, so. Nah. Then we're going to do a quick check.
Yep. Hello, hello, hello.
Is that how loud you would be speaking to camera?
Nah, probably like this.
Yeah, good. And then we've got a good level at about -6 dB. So this is a Zoom mini recorder. So you can plug in external shotgun mics or any mic you want. I use this as a lapel. And then I send that signal, not wirelessly, because I don't like wireless can drop out and get interference. When you're dealing with talent of that caliber, you can't have anything drop out because you've got one chance. So I run a cable straight back to the camera. And then usually let this hang down the bottom behind the chair. So audio is set, then I got to boost up my camera. We're going to plug this in, Karen. Just need that cable I just used.
But in an ideal circumstance, you'll have everything set up before the talent comes in.
Yeah, talent wouldn't be here yet, usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're already there waiting. They're just like, yeah, I'll do one now. Like, you know, you're hanging off the back of a boat.
Yeah.
And they go, are you ready? And you're like, did you bring my friend who was doing the interview as well, because I was sitting in the boat. He told me the day before, he's like, well, Kelly's going to be out in the lineup surfing, so we've got to get an interview with him, and he's always never around. You can't get him. So you should bring the shotgun mic just in case. He's there. I was like, oh, but yeah, I'll put it in. Anyway, I put it in reluctantly because I just didn't want to carry a lot of gear in a boat. And then he went out surfing. I was in the boat by myself, and then Kelly came over on a jet ski, and his mate said, I've got to go. Do you mind if I drop off 2 of his boards and you can just put him in the boat? There's no other boats around. So you just hang on to them. And I was like, sure. And as soon as he dropped them off, I was like, I reckon he's going to come back and we're going to get an interview with him. Yep. And so, yeah, my mate comes back and he's like, whose boards are these? And I was like, oh, they're Kelly's. And he's like, oh, did you bring your mic? And I was like, yes, I did.
Always be prepared, people.
And so he paddles across and he's like, can we do an interview? And he's like, yep, no worries, let's go. Ready to go. So.
The moral of the story, always be prepared.
I can just run this off the camera. Hang on. Sorry, bits and pieces everywhere. So you guys can see the image. Yep. Okay, so the first thing when setting up an image, even before you get the lights, is I'm looking for depth. So when I see this happen a lot with people who don't really set up interviews, is they'll find a white wall, or worse, a brick wall, and shove the talent right up against the brick wall. And so can anyone tell me why that's a bad idea? Busy. So when you're getting an interview, what's the most important thing?
The person you're interviewing? No, the sound.
The sound, but the visual thing, what are you trying to tell your audience is the most important thing? the subject. So you need to isolate them regardless of what it is. So today we have a cool black backdrop and we don't need to do much. But the first thing you got to do is like set your camera up the same distance, at least the same distance away from where the background is. So whenever I'm looking at a place to do an interview, it's got to have enough depth, so maybe 5 meters in total. And put your talent in the middle. And so out here, the bit of the back is completely out of focus. And so every annoying detail that distracts the viewer is gone. And so number one priority. And then obviously you set up your camera and get that framed, and then check if it looks good, and then we set up our first fill light. So sometimes it's just a window. So if I can find a window and I don't have to set up a light, I'll do that, because a window with a bit of 45 degrees on an angle gives a nice light across the face and the nose. And so I think this is a little bit too side lit. It's very creative in that sense, very dramatic, as you can see up on there. I might take off the sharpening. Sorry. SDI tools off. There you go. It's not over sharp. And so I would bring this. I mean, I think that looks nice as is. It's very dramatic. If I was doing a very dramatic interview, this is very awkward. Can I just spin that? And stop that. And as you can see, we got some nice soft drop off across the nose. It's not harsh. And that's it. Done. I'd film right now if they were like ready to go. And so check our audio through our camera. Check, check. Beautiful. Probably crank that up a little bit. All right. Any comments? If the light outside? Not really. Like, if it's a very cloudy day and then not very cloudy day, I'll probably definitely isolate it if I could. But yeah, if you can always have a good, nice light like this. I wouldn't be able to travel with this. This is probably too big. But this is the type of light, if I had a choice, I would always bring to an interview set. So the ones I did with Bliss and Esso at the start, that was probably it was a smaller light, but I had a big reflector, and it was going through the reflector, so I had about that much fill light going through. So it always gives you so much more blend around to the other side of the face and just smooths it off with the bigger fill light. So when you're using outside light, it just wraps around beautifully. Yeah. Any other questions? Don't need to. This is a very, you're isolating a lot of the light, so we don't need to use it for this because this actually isn't even bouncing anywhere that would hit the back. So, but yeah, always if I had the choice, I would use a grid too. Yeah, yeah. So if you're using the background as a creative tool, you want to use a grid. So, yeah. But every time you add something, it takes 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes off what you're trying to do. So I'm like, get to the good point first. Like, this is ready to ship. Like, everyone would be happy with that look if I was doing a dramatic documentary interview. But any suggestions? Like, I'm going to put another 2 lights up. Any suggestions? What else you could do to make this pop? Mm-hmm. Nah. So what I do is cut some B-roll over the top of the interview and then cut back to the interview. And so you don't visually understand that there was a change. Yeah, the viewer, it's all about tricking the viewer that nothing's changed at the end of the day. So, yeah. But if you don't have a chance to do that, that's when you need to always use just one light. And so basically this shot, I could crop in from this camera, I could crop in maybe that level there as a close-up. So double that shot almost. And that would be cutting between ums and ahs and stuff like that. And things you don't really need to, yeah. Good. A lot of people these days are using negative fill. Does anyone know negative fill? All photographers should know negative fill, I would assume. And so if you have the opportunity, obviously we have no bounce. Oh, there's a little bit off the back here, but bring in a black flag and get rid of that, because the drop-off just makes it nice. And so for me, this shot's great because there's nothing else distracting you from what the talent is saying. Yep.
Could you show us what it would look like once the light was more front on?
Yes. Thank you, Alvin.
So the question was, could you see what it would look like if the light was more front on to show the difference? So we just need to make sure we have our questions into microphones so the live stream can hear, or Peter, you can repeat the question when it comes.
So this is what the shot would look like with a light pretty much almost in front. And so it's actually not that bad, but it's not really as flattering, I don't think. You guys, what do you guys think? Sometimes it's personal preference, but you can do this, but it's like, I wouldn't go further than 45 degrees. I would sit between 30 and 45 degrees. The more you go this way, the more dramatic the shot is.
So this is very different because she's got long hair with her background. If I sat there, it would look completely different.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit there? I think that's a great idea.
Which? No. Oh, some of them do, but what you can do, this connects wirelessly to my phone, and I can take my phone around and show them, and they're like, "Oh, that's great." It's actually more annoying than it is helpful. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the other thing as well. So if the light is that way, you won't see the reflection of the glasses as well.
Cool.
All right.
All right, that's the one light.
That's one.
Where's two lights?
Let's go backlight. So we've got a spare tube light. Anyone used the tube lights before? These are really cool.
Like a lightsaber.
You learn anything, Mum and Dad? No. What was that? You taking credit? Yeah. We need to stand.
Can I just ask about the difference if you're doing a nice, beautiful girl like this compared to an old, crusty male with craggly skin? The softness of a female sort of look to the hard, gritty look of a male with a lot more character. How would you change the lighting necessarily for that, or wouldn't you?
I wouldn't change the lighting at all.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the time your lens is the most important thing when it comes to showing beauty or not showing beauty, because a softer lens, these are pretty sharp, these ones, but they're also quite nice. But yeah, I use a lot of vintage soft lenses, especially if female wants to be even smoother, because I don't know if anyone of you guys have known in the photography world, but whenever they see it, they're like, "Can you put the blur filter on me?" I'm like, "I have." They're like, "No more." And so, yeah, so if your lens is the first port there. So if you can, like, this is a really good sensor as well. So a lot of the cameras, Nikon's pretty good, but I find Sony is a little bit harsh on skin tones when it comes to video. Yeah, it just does something with the skin and makes it a little bit more plasticky, and so some of the highlights tend to just flatten out a bit, and it just becomes a bit rigid to me. So, but yeah, if you use soft light and use a Sony, so I would love if you guys got your cameras out, if you want to have a play and use your cameras to see what it looks like, feel free. Okay, so we got some backlight here. I would say that's a little bit too low and in the shot. So I would never put a light in a shot. You see it a lot on YouTube. People put lights in the background. I think the most distracting thing ever. Yeah, that's great. And you know what? I'm going to put it on the other side. And higher.
Just had a question from the audience. How do we follow you? How do we find out more about this and learn more?
At Epic Pete, E-P-I-K, P-E-T-E.
Epic Pete.
Epic Films is my business.
Epic Films. Epic Films.
.net.
.net.
So actually, in the next month, I'll be doing probably about 20 to 30 of these. I just got confirmed for Morgan Evans' tour. Morgan Evans is an Australian country artist, and touring with Brad Paisley, who's a massive American country artist. And so Morgan's been over in America for a few years, and they're doing stadium shows throughout Australia and Auckland. And we're doing a documentary, 3-part series on that. So I'll be doing this, and hopefully quicker, and they won't know. Basically, this is what happens all the time, but you just got to try and, for me anyway, not show the client that you have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because basically, this is every time I do something, it's make it up as you go.
I always found when doing portraits of kind of families that when you run out of ideas, just fix something on your light to give yourself 20 seconds, 30 seconds to be like, what to do next, what to do next, what do I want to do next? Just fix the light, just move it and be like, oh, we'll do this. Rather than standing there in front of them going,
combobulating.
Why don't we could, and then the client just feels like really awkward. It's like, do you know what you're doing? He's like, yeah. So you hide yourself behind the light. Or you have a cheat sheet in your bag that you scroll through quickly when it's, I'm just trying to get something out of the bag, and you quickly look through the different posing sheets and stuff, and you look at it and you're like, great, let's do this.
Oh, Nikon's here to the rescue.
All right.
So-
Who would like to put their hands on what do I have here?
Who wouldn't?
A Z72 with a 35 to 24. There you go. Have a play with that one. Ross, what else do we have?
This one here is the Z62 with the 70 to 200.
Z62 with the 7200. Right beside you. Yep. And last one we have... Oh, Z9 with the 1F5. There you go, Nikki. Oh, there you go. You realise that's just cost you like $6,000, yeah?
So who would put their camera on auto to do this? You're all photographers. You should do manual, right? Does video scare you as part of extending your photography? A little bit?
Yes.
Yeah. So I did a lot of corporate stuff when I was starting out, and my sister was the photographer. And then when I transitioned to doing just music videos as a career, I wanted to lash out into the manual use of a camera. I didn't know much about it. I didn't know much about aperture and focal length and all those things. And so I did some research, and it was just when the DSLR revolution hit with your Canon 7Ds doing video. And so that's what taught me how to do it. And then I realized, I was like, I wish I was a photographer before I was a video, because all the information is in those three things. And the only thing you really need to do is understand your light and transfer it into the video. It's like all you're doing is pushing a record button as opposed to a tap button. So if you understand light, it's quite simple. Yeah. But auto is the worst, because auto tends to overexpose the thing you don't want overexposed. And so this is quite a bright top in the light because it's almost white. And so it kind of gets a little bit overexposed compared to the skins. But because this sensor is really good, it doesn't. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with a Nikon. I don't know how many stops of dynamic range they have. Nikon, tell me.
Sorry?
How many stops of dynamic range? 5. Just 5? You should have more than...
What are we talking about?
Any of them.
There was some more with the recent firmware. I think it went to 7, but it does depend on the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have this wrong. Let me jump on Google.
That's pretty good. So I don't think this light in the back corner is quite bright enough to much of a difference. I reckon I wouldn't mind trying a different bit of a colour to get it. but we've got to work with a yellowish, tingy, light yellow top. So I don't reckon blue would probably make it kick a little bit more. It comes out a bit purple. Is that as bright as that one goes? Yep, that's giving me a little bit of kick. I like that. So you can see it coming over the hair here, and then down the side, making that side pop out a bit more. Now, there's one more light I would probably do for a 3-light setup. Any ideas what that would be? You see some potential detail that could come out in the shot? Yes. So now we're going to rig that one, leave it there, and then add a hairline. Now, if this is a white background, I would be taking out light. While they're doing this, I'm going to go through some techniques when you're potentially delivering an interview. Would you do an interview to eyeline to lens or eyeline off lens? Off. So why would you use eyeline to lens? What type of video would that be used for, or piece of content? News, YouTuber. So basically you're going through the wall and talking straight to the person there. So it's a more direct entry to the viewer's mind. When you're talking off camera, they get to feel part of what's going on. So you don't feel disconnected. So it's like, it should be the opposite way around, but you feel more a part of what's going on when it's off camera. And so is there a specific side, do you think, that you should be on, depending on the light? Where you put the fill light, because if I put the fill light on the other side, it's going to change things. And it also depends where you put your second camera potentially too. So if I was interviewing, and most of the ones I've been doing lately, you can do it both ways. There's no real right or wrong. I think I prefer this way, where it's in between the fill light and the camera. And so her eyeline, Chelsea's eyeline, will be straight across here. Maybe there. So when I'm watching the screen, I'm like looking how natural it feels. If you go too high, you can see on the screen it doesn't look right. If you go too low, it doesn't look right. So where you sit as an interviewee is super important as well. So trying to level with the lens is pretty important. Now, if I went to this side, it kind of feels a bit awkward. Yeah. Just a bunch of things. You get more shadow on the nose and those things. So I'd put the second camera on this side and I'd shoot across, so you get more contrast. Look that way. So I get more contrast of light. If you shoot on this side with the second camera, it's kind of, you get that full blown out kind of look. So. Oh yeah, come over here. Let's cut to Sam.
You're the second camera. Here we go.
All right. We got that on the screen. Oh, I have to adjust there. Shut it down a couple more. That's pretty good. And I see a lot too where, does anyone know about Looking Room? So have the talent in the shot. How do I do this point on the screen? Oh yeah, this one. Have them have a lot of looking room. That's like been a rule for like 40 years. But I've seen a lot, especially on Netflix, where the talent is then pushed to this side of the screen. And what that does is give it more tension. So it used to be a no-no, but if you watch a lot of Netflix stuff now, it's kind of a thing. So if you want more tension, put them to that side of the screen. If you want it to be more relaxed, pull them back with looking room. So if you want to come around this side, Sam, and shoot across that way. So also got a problem with the light being in shot for this one, but you go up closer. There's just no contrast in this shot. It's very flat. So I would never shoot that far on that side. So sweet, thanks. So now we're going to do a top light. Do you have a stand? Yeah. Any questions? No, I would use my phone. I'll show you. I'll pull my phone out. Would you usually have a monitor? I would love always to have a monitor, but no, I'd never have a monitor. I don't have that luxury of putting it in those two bags. So I'm going to connect. I'm already connected. It's Wi-Fi. So this is fairly new. It just came out during COVID, and they brought out the Wi-Fi tech in these cameras. I think you've got it in most of the other cameras. And so basically you get all control of everything at your fingertips. And then if you double tap it, you get a full screen. And then also, oh, the tap to focus isn't on, but you can tap to focus as well. So I can sit anywhere I want, really. And so I would just sit here, maybe just have that on the side or just somewhere down here with me, and just to double check what's going on. And so, you know, you can see your audio meterage is fine, it's coming through there, and then if you're rolling, all the details. And then these are such good monitors as well as a phone that you're going to get accurate color representation too.
And that's just like a red app, is it?
Yep. Yep. So you get that on your iPad, you can get it on a computer, it's pretty cool. Sweet. So now we have a top light. I'd make that white maybe.
Would anyone else like to play with these Nikon beautiful cameras? Pop your hand up, I'll come around. Have a look. Team is here to help you out. Here you go. Have a play. You might as well. Perfect. Go, Ross. You can jump on in, show them some cool stuff.
Don't know. I didn't do well at school.
The question was, how did you get into this industry? Great
Yeah,
answer.
I played in a band for about 10 years, and so that was my background. And then my first project was for a band called Anti-Skeptic, their music video for their first ever song. And that was a TAFE project, Box Hill TAFE. And that got onto Rage, so that was my first thing I ever did, got onto Rage, which was pretty cool. I don't think that exists, that show anymore. Yeah.
It's still on.
Still on?
Still remember it. Rage.
Yeah.
Rage.
Yeah, and then I just got sick of not earning money in playing in a band, so I decided to make money from them instead. Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool. I'd potentially... I don't mind that. I would love that to be more a kind of like a pin light that's kind of, you know, a bit less, more detailed and a bit less wide. Oh, we have an egg crate, don't we? We have an egg crate? Honeycomb? So this is what happens when you have heaps of time. You can just do as many creative things as you want, change your colours, props in the background, maybe a little plant out of focus. What would you put in it, Chelsea? What would you put in the background?
I'd probably put in like maybe some lights on the ground, but off camera, just to bring in, I don't know, a little bit of extra depth, but from down, so it doesn't.
let's add a fourth light.
Crazy. Push the limits. Now, Peter, if you don't have someone to sit there patiently, quietly to help you to discover the lighting and things, what would you suggest?
I'd grab my phone and I'd sit there and I'd be like, oh no, and I'd go and change it. Then I'd sit back down, go and change it.
Nice.
Whoever's there.
Yeah,
if it's just you, it's you.
Yep. The other thing that you can do is use a teddy bear from your kids' cupboard, and the best part is the teddy bear has the fluffy hair and all the rest, and the beautiful kind of glass eyes. So therefore, you can actually use a toy as practice with your lighting, whether you're doing photography or video, that won't talk back to you, and is happy to sit there for a long time. Random tip.
Cool, all right. Now, Chelsea suggested we should put a light, we have some purple at the background, but let's put some light flying up into the background to give the black a bit of depth. What colour do you want, Chelsea? I can tell you. Here you go.
Oh, that's easier.
Nope, it stopped. There you go. Probably, I'm in the light. We need a, it's pretty dark, so we probably need a, it's full? That's full, yeah. Yeah, hard to see.
And Ross, with these cameras from Nikon, would you look through the eye lens or just use the back of camera?
Completely up to you. Depending on what you're shooting, if it was going to be a sport, then I would definitely have my eye to the viewfinder. If I'm photographing in the crowd here, I would probably be just looking at the back of it. But it's, completely up to you.
Is it somewhat cheating that you get to just look at what the image is through it, the back of the camera, and you're just like, oh, so I can see exactly too light, too dark, too bright, too this, too that. Like, it's so easy now, isn't it?
Very easy. I definitely wouldn't call it cheating, but it definitely does help the process. And if you're not too familiar with how ISO and shutter and aperture all relate to each other, it's a really good way to get accustomed to it.
Probably the worst position to ask you questions in front of this poll that I just realised, but that's okay.
So I just popped the 50mm on. In this case, I would probably use the 50mm there and then crop in on the 50mm to get a bit tighter. By the way, this is my travel lens bag. I only carry 3 lenses. 50mm, 16mm, and 35mm. They're all the new RF ones. And once again, if I had a choice, I'd have the best lenses I could and the biggest ones.
Okay, so Peter, what's the top 5 things? Let's go 5 things. What are the top 5 things that we need to do when, just go through your 5 things of what you've just done, as in your no-brainer stuff.
Depth, number 1. Find depth. Do not push up your talent against the wall. Get that as far out as possible and make that background blurry. And always make your lens in the lowest, like that's a 1.8. So if you have 1.4, anything around that range, even f2 is fine, but even around that age, you get that nice fall off and nice blur and beautiful face in focus. Number 2, find out where the light is, and if it's a window and that's all you've got, use that to your advantage and then move your depth accordingly. And then obviously get your camera the same distance away from the subject as the subject is away from the background. And then fill light. So nice big fill light if possible. Now I reckon let's pull that light off and use a small one, and I'll show you the difference. And we'll put that small one you had there, Alvin. No, the small one, the tiny one, the square one. Is that full? All right. So if this is all you have in your bag, now that's so much less light. Now I'm going to have to, I'm actually on a high shutter here, but it doesn't matter for what I film. Usually a lot of people say you want double your frame rate, sorry, which would be 1/50. But then you need an ND filter to stop it down to make the light right. I don't mind shooting in high shutters purely because this camera does it really well and you don't notice the stuttering. I've also got a histogram on here that tells me. So that's very orange. What's that coming from? I think it's coming from the house lights. Yeah, do you want to drop? Oh, it's that one.
Peter, I've got a question.
Yes.
So for a DSLR or camera, what's the FPS, like what's the frame rate?
25 frames per second.
And do you change it if you want different quality or
No,
just
definitely
25?
not. Everything you want to do where there's dialogue, you want it in 25 frames a second. If you make it 50 frames per second, you'll get that really smooth motion feel. And that kind of makes it look like someone's streaming a game. Like that's how they do it, high frame rate streaming. And so if you want that really nice cinematic look, you want to use 25 frames a second. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that light gone? That fill light still? That corner? No, off.
All right, well, just while we're waiting for those lights, just remember that the judging is still going on at the moment, so straight after this we can head down and have a look at that. Also, the tickets for tonight is still available for the after party, and then tomorrow night, more importantly, tomorrow night, the gala dinner at the movies is going to be really, really super cool, so make sure you jump on the website to get your tickets there as well. So, yeah, there's two things that we need to look at.
This way a bit more. So see the difference in how harsh that light is? Even though it's a really soft wrap, it's just created a very big shadow across the nose. Yeah, usually street interviews for, fans of bands when you're putting them in.
The question was, have you ever had to use your mobile phone as a lighting source?
Yeah.
As the video.
No. My career would be over. So I still, no matter what I can do, it's still gonna... See, the closer you get, the softer it wraps around. But I can't because I'm in frame now. So there's a limitation with with smaller light sources is to get that nice soft light. So it's just that harsh shadow.
All right. So as you can see, there is a lot of options there that you can, could, would, should do. Either way, make sure you practice. Make sure you practice. Like, you know, at the moment, if you're doing videos, even for the simplicity of maybe not interviewing someone, but if you're going to do educational videos on your website about studio tours, about your photography, or educating people about your exhibitions and things, check your lighting, make sure that's correct, because there's a level of professionalism that you need with your video to use it promotionally in your marketing to get people to come to your exhibitions as well. So just because you're a photographer, it doesn't mean that you can use your iPhone to do video. We've all got the right tools, we just need to use them as well. So Peter, is there any last words?
Yes.
Last thoughts?
Let's get that back. Yeah, so all you need is one fill light and you're going to get a nice result if you know how to use that fill light. That's pretty much it. That's the front door into you as a photographer, as a business, is getting clients that have worked with you before and their testimonials. It's like, that's like, if it's on your website or whatever it is, it's like, that's front and center. If you have that nice and just as good as your photos, then people walk straight the door. So yeah, if you have it shaky, the audio's not good and the lighting's terrible and it's blown out and the background's in focus or it's too lit as opposed to the foreground, then those things distract the main point. And so getting this thing right first, number one rule.
Awesome. All right, big round of applause for Peter and assistants. Super cool, thank you very much. Wonder if I should stand in your beautiful lighting that you've just done. No, that's all right. Am I okay to stand here, aren't I? I look a bit funny, don't I? Turn these lights down, turn these lights up. I don't know. Now I'm confused of what to do. I'm nervous. Anyway, okay. So that, oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. There you go. Is that nice? Oh, I feel like there's so much pressure all of a sudden with a big light box there. Okay, just want to say that is pretty much the last demonstration, the last class that we have had for this, for the APP, the Australian Photographic Prize Expo Conference Awards. I just want to do a huge shout out to our sponsors, Nikon, Epson and KL. Also to the speaker sponsors, we have Wacom, AZO, KL, Imagine, and Nikon as well. And all the other people that have supported us. Huge thank you to... And Go Dots for Pete. Thank you very much, Go Dots for Pete. There's also, I took a photo of the sign outside because there's a lot of suppliers that have been a part of this event to make it happen. And do you know what? Let's just do it. There's Adobe, Village Cinemas, Canson, Go Dots, Wacom, Mark Rosetto Photography Business Coaching, Bespoke, it's on there, trust me. Bespoke, Atkins, Brilliant Prints, Imagine, Story Art, Graphic Studio, Memento Pro, Studio Ninja, Filming Life, Wondering Imagery and Epic Films, and another one that Crest Education as well. There you go, I didn't miss any. Thank you so much for all of your support. Like literally, these events cannot be put on without you. Huge shout out to our speakers, Kelly Brown, Chris Anderson, Paul Holan, Kelly Tunney, Kelly Brown, Courtney Holmes, Tony Hewitt and Robin Moon. Also to Karen Alsop and Robin Campbell for putting on an event and bringing us all together for the first time in 3 years. It's been such an epic 3 days. The judging's still on. Big round of applause for that. Perfect. It's been so great to bring the industry together again, and it's been so nice to learn and be educated and be inspired as well. So I just want to say thank you for that. And then tonight is the after party for the awards and the conference. Feel free to go on the website to get your ticket if you haven't. Even if you haven't been at anything and you live in Melbourne and you're like, hey, I want to go to a party, I know a place where you can go. Or tomorrow night as well is the gala at the Village Roadshow Cinemas, where we're going to be looking at all the award-winning film and videos and the prints. There's a lot of awards to hand out as well, which is going to be so super cool. There are 2 surprise guests that will be there as well. I can't tell you what they are, or what they are. I can't tell you, nearly let it out. I can't tell you what they are or who they are, but there's 2 surprise guests who are going to be there too. And apart from that, I think that's it. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you at the next one in 2023. Thank you very much.